Cu Vodafone EasyTech, distracția vine cu tine în vacanță. Ai mai mult timp împreună cu familia și prietenii, fie că ești deja client sau te portezi acum. Vino în magazinele Vodafone și alegeți gadgetul sau telefonul dorit cu asigurare de ecran inclusă. Cu EasyTech ai tehnologie în 36 de rate fără dobândă, plus 3 luni cadou HBO Max și cea mai bună rețea certificată. Vodafone.
Să înceapă jocul. Pornim pe drumul către victorie în dubla cu Israelul.
Urmăriți echipa națională la Prima TV.
Naționala României e tot mai aproape de campionatul european.
Urmărește meciurile echipei naționale la Prima TV. Suntem gata de luptă.
Hai România, fii prima!
Hai România, victoria e cea mai importantă. Hai România, fii prima!
România-Israel pe 9 septembrie la 21:45. Naționala joacă la Prima TV. Cel mai tare festival ține tot anul la Prima Sport. Fotbalul, handbalul, tenisul, sporturile cu motor, basketul, rugbyul, canotajul sau gimnastica sunt mereu pe scena principală. Pentru milioane de români, Champions League, Superliga, cele mai puternice campionate din lume, meciurile naționalelor aduc idolii planetei zi de zi în fața ta. Prima Sport, spectacol fără pauză, sport fără egal.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile MobExpert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele MobExpert și pe mobexpert.ro.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, esports family. Once again from Iasi, Romania. We are here at the most important time of the year for us, for gamers, for enjoying people that love esports. And I'm here with Wes. How are you, Wesa?
Very well rested after a very long day of competition at the World Esports Championships. It was a long day yesterday, but you know, the three of us, including Barry, we're all kind of well rested and ready to go. We're going to see a lot of good games today. I'm very excited.
Of course, my friend, we will have an excellent schedule for today. Do you want to see it?
Oh, hell,
Okay,
yeah,
let's see
absolutely,
it.
absolutely.
These will be the matches for today. Miren los partidos que tenemos. Atento que viene Argentina. Let's see what do we have in store for today. We will start with two of the biggest countries in eFootball in Bali 2022.
Yeah. Looking at the schedule, you again first in the almost eFootball ring, as it were. It's going to be Turkey versus I believe it's slightly incorrect on the graphics. Turkey versus Argentina.
Yeah,
everyone relax. It is Turkey versus Argentina.
Because Morocco is later.
Morocco is later on.
We've got Argentina, the first one.
We've got United States versus Iran, Morocco versus Iraq, Iceland versus Luxembourg, Thailand versus Chile, Spain versus Bhutan, France v Algeria, Jordan versus Pakistan. A lot of good games to pack into our schedule.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm intrigued on quite a few of these. Of course, the opener will certainly steal a lot of headlines. It's you know, the runners-up from Bali in Argentina with Ray Molina. I always love saying Ray Molina from Argentina. It rolls off the tongue so nicely. But slight difference for Turkey. They finished third last year with Mukahit. They now have what I would call is their almost teenage prodigy. You look at him, you think,
the wonder kid.
He can't possibly play eFootball to a proper level. Arda Golasso, superb individual, superb player on and off console. So it's going to be an intriguing matchup between those two to start us off here today. Of course, we've got the rest of the games coming as well. I'm certainly looking forward to USA versus Iran as well. That one, certainly he's going to have a little bit of rivalry in there for those who are wondering.
And we will have Miguel Mestre today, one of the European champions. We will have Cams. Well, we will have.
Yeah, we've got quite a few. We've got Cams, you've got Miguel Mestre, you've got Daniel Araujo from Luxembourg. There's quite a few very notable players to come along here today.
And we also have our friend Barry, the Midnight Kid. He will be here. We will be bringing you the best of the best in eFootball. We have the guys that knows every detail, everything about the game, every pass, every strategy. Well, here I am with Wesa FC, with the Midnight Kid. Yesterday, we ended with Barry. A long night, and we almost get invited to a wedding.
Almost. He says invited. He means gate crashed. That's what he really means.
So that's why it's almost invited.
Almost invited. Almost. No, it was a long day for us all. Yes, I mean, as I took my well-earned break from Saudi Arabia versus Serbia, that last-minute goal from Saudi Arabia, it just took. Incredible. It's almost like it took my eFootball soul out of me. I needed to recuperate for a little while.
It's like Roxa is tumbling again with the same rock. Like in Bali.
Yes, yeah. I think it's a case of obviously the conditions are a lot different. You see the two players on our screen here, as we'll see Turkey versus Argentina just getting in the starting realms of their games. But as we said before, in terms of you know, weather conditions, much like with real football, they can play their part here in terms of humidity, in terms of heat. There's a lot of heat in the air. There's a lot of heat that will come off the consoles, off the monitors, and it's how you manage that.
This is a record for this city. It's not supposed to be so hot.
Really?
Yeah, really. We are today. We are expecting 37 degrees. Tomorrow we may break the 38. So
stay indoors, get the aircon. I think that might be the order of the day.
And we will have, as I said before, Ray Molina from Argentina. We will have Arda Golasso from Turkey. Two very good players. They know each other. Ray Molina is more on the experienced side. Arda is on the newcomer side. Let's see the match. We will start. Muchas gracias a todos los que están comentando en YouTube, en Twitch. Esta transmisión multinacional.
Interestingly, AC Milan for Arda Golasso, which is interestingly, as it's the city rivals from the club he represented in the eFootball Championship Pro. We talked about Irma yesterday picking different teams than what he's used to. Arda very much taking that same ploy, of course. Ray Molina sticking with Bayern Munich. We saw a lot of that in Bali. Yes. We saw a lot of great play from Tel to get him to that grand final. And as you said, it had been almost a long time coming from him in Bali, and we are just waiting for kickoff just in our ears. So do indulge us for a little second. But you said at the time it was almost like his coming out party. It was like actually after all the years of experience that it was his time.
Yes, it was his time. It was a deserved win. He won his place on international competition history. He's like the historic champion in Argentina. But when he played international tournaments, he was always on the door. And this time I think it was a big breakthrough for him. He's also, I don't know if I can tell this, but I will tell it to you without much details. Winning in Bali helped him a lot in his personal life.
Well, it certainly you could see him grow personally throughout that tournament, and certainly the UK parlance to kind of how you're mentioning is that, and I know you like your UK sayings, is that he was always the bridesmaid, but he was never the bride.
Exactly.
But it was great to see he got to the final. Yeah. Yes, he lost out to ALEGRIA from Indonesia, but it was still a fantastic showing for Argentina. And on the flip side of this tie, Turkey have got a wonderful representative in Arda Galasso, and I would expect fireworks from this game. We are going to go to the game, so let's get it underway here. As someone was double checking whether the camera was on or not, but it's okay. It's okay. We move. We've got the game on here. As we'll see here, it's of course they've got to make sure that all of their settings are correct. Make sure the camera is in the right place. Of course, there is a rule set that these guys are adhering to, and certainly they've got to make sure that everything is taken care of. As we'll see.
Here we are. It's Bayern Munich with the black shirts. Inter Milan with the white ones.
Yeah, not to confuse yourself with the graphic, it is Ray Molina from left to right, and it is Turkey from right to left. So here's Adli to Rafael Leao, Musa, Goretzka into Tel though, and it's going back the other way for Argentina. Tomori intercepts it. Adli to Leao, to Adli, to Origi.
So,
Musa.
Knowing these two players, they have similar styles.
They're going to start off quickly. It's Chukwueze into the box looking for Origi! And that's perfect start for Turkey. 1 goal up inside 6 minutes, and it's Divock Origi. We saw him used so well yesterday by teams using AC Milan, and there's not really an answer to him, but Argentina are trying to find their own inroads here, but at the moment, Arda Galasso has taken off on a very, very good start here.
Yes, and this is the first defeat in the tournament, partial defeat for Ray Molina, who has 10 points.
Yeah, we did not get a shot of the points graphics. We are trying to keep you guys as up-to-date as possible in regards to the standings, but as you may see from most of the players' social media channels, they will more often than not tell you about it after the day has finished. Exactly. Here is Musa, looking to chip one into the box there, looking to Adli, looking for Origi again. Pavard will take it away. Here's Musiala, Sane to Gnabry. Ray Molina's going to have to get on his bike a little bit here, and Tel finds a beautiful ball through to Sane. Kalulu plays it back to Maignan.
It was the last resort, just one player between the goal and Ray Molina.
Yeah, it certainly was. Here is Serge Gnabry. Benacer wins it back. Musa, Adli looking on the counter here. Chukwueze. Davis intercepts it. Benacer launches into a tackle, and ball has come kind of here to Tel. Double touch. Tel on the break. Oh, it's just gone wide. What an opportunity that was. He fashioned the chance, did Ray Molina. He just couldn't find that last touch. He couldn't find that crucial finish to take it to level scores. As it stands, we are still at 1-0 here for
Arda Galasso.
For Arda Galasso.
Turkey.
Yep. Again, the graphics have changed at the bottom of your screen. It is AC Milan and Turkey.
Ustedes háganos caso a nosotros. We are the one that will let you know who's who.
Yeah, we're trying to keep on top of it. We are trying to keep on top of it. Here's Goretzka. Benacer, Musa. It's Tel to Origi. Origi to Chukwueze. Chukwueze onside here. Chukwueze turns inside, looks for a pass on potentially. De Ligt will clear it away. Here is Musiala, Gravenberch. On towards Gnabry. Musiala, Gnabry. Here's Tell. Tell, can he get this ball into the box? Tell was pump fakes his opportunity into the box to Mori.
And we have
We'll
people on the chat. It's El Loco, un gran abrazo. Laza from the UK. He roots for Greece.
He certainly does. Asane tries to clear it away. He'll be very happy with the performance against Senegal that was seen on stream yesterday. Very handily put away Senegal there. So he'll be a very happy Laza the Greek indeed. The ball goes out here.
Also people from Mexico, Marmota Magos, Fercho, from Colombia. Everybody is chatting with us while sharing our passion for video games. This is IESF from Romania.
It's fantastic to see. It's fantastic to have a lot of people in the chat. It's always good to get their read on it and how they see it. It's one thing from a caster point of view. It's certainly a different thing from a fan point of view. Here is Gravenberch looking infield.
In this case, I am the fan.
You're the fan and the caster. You're doing double duty, Farida. You are. Here is Goretzka to Gnabry.
A ver si viene Rey Molina en esta.
Benacer intercepts it, finds Musa, finds Chukwueze. Chukwueze finding a ball through the line there. Pavard just gets back. Origi was chasing, he had a man over. Here's Upamecano.
He's going through the middle.
Musa wins it back in transition. Here's layout, Adli. Musa again, finds it in towards Origi.
Hay que abrir la cancha. Hay que abrir la cancha. You have to open. Hay que abrir la cancha.
It's almost like Farita is basically the Argentinian coach here, trying to coach Rey Molina along here. And
he doesn't hear me.
We haven't seen a lot in terms of an attacking prowess from him. We've seen it a lot in Bali. We haven't seen it here. Here is Tell.
Otra vez por el medio.
There's Fior. Pavard wins it back. Pavard still with it. Rafa Leao will intercept it and take it away. Here's Origi.
Very important interception there.
Good counter-attack here. He may have that opportunity. It's Chukwueze. He touches away
from Arda.
Gets away from the pressure. Here's Benacer. Rafael Leao on towards Adli, on towards Chukwueze. Chukwueze with a scoop ball into the back post, looking for Rafael Leao. He couldn't get onto it at the back post.
Excellent tiki-taka, excellent dribbling. He hides the ball. Rey Molina cannot intercept the ball when Arda has it.
Now on that opportunity, it wasn't quite there. Gravenberch to Musiala, back to Goretzka. Here's Musiala. Looks to find a ball through. Tomori with the challenge, and Tomori will take it away here. Here's Musa.
Bien.
Dispossessed again by Upamecano. It's Gnabry. There's 1 minute left here, and there's not a long left.
Good opportunity.
Musiala.
Abre la cancha.
Has he hit it too hard? Yes, he has. It's gone out. It's been hit with a thud from the desk.
Yes, too much.
It's almost like someone on this desk is Argentinian. I'm not quite sure who it is. It might not be me, and it's definitely not Barry. But certainly there is no bias amongst the commentators here. Certainly what we've seen from the opening half here for Rita, if you can maybe take the Argentinian hat off, it's been a very solid performance so far from Arda Galasso.
And if you've seen what they just done, Arda is open in the field. What I was calling for Rey Molina to do is what Arda is doing. He's opening his line.
Yeah, certainly playing very well indeed. Again, the word that we used to describe Kerith's performance was maturity.
Yes.
Was maturity, and it certainly seems to be that way from Arda Galasso so far.
And there is people from all over the world. Shout out to Fafa in Madrid.
Exactly. Here's
Vincent
Rafael Leao
from Netherlands, not Holland, Netherlands.
Netherlands, indeed. They've had an interesting tournament so far. I believe Jos Sonderveld, or Dominator as he's better known, I believe he's second place in his group at the moment.
He started not very well, but
he
now
may rally back here. And speaking of rally back, there's going to need to be some type of rally here. As we see a back pass, that's a terrible pass across your box. This is almost the thing you learn at kind of preschool about football, is that you never pass it across your box because it will always cause problems.
And in fact,
very lucky to not concede there.
In fact, that 9 times out of 10, Arda will score from that point.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Here is Leon Goretzka. There's Benacer. Clear it forward. Here's Okafor. Seen him used brilliantly yesterday as well. Here's Chukwueze in towards Okafor. De Ligt will clear. Here's Musiala. Sane to Goretzka. Goretzka looking forward here. Can he find a pass? He's looking for Tell on, and he scored!
Goal!
have to allow it. I have to allow it. It's contractually obliged. We have to have at least one South American goal every tournament, and we do get one here, and it is Argentina who have equalised. Brilliant bit of play from Ray Molina just to find that opportunity with Tell.
Yes.
It's interesting he's not gone with Kane and tried to bring Tell off the bench, as we mentioned with the super sub yesterday.
Yes.
But as we know, within eFootball, it's all about the players themselves. If you're not comfortable with a Harry Kane, you're not going to use him. You've got to be what's comfortable.
He used Tell like everybody used it in Bali.
Certainly does, and it's not done there. It's a great double touch, and it's a great manual save.
Yeah, excellent
Turkey
save.
coming back the other way.
The kickoff goal is still in place here. We talked about it a lot last year.
You've got to be switched on, certainly,
Yes.
from those opportunities. You've got to make
Yes.
sure that maybe you manually drag a defender back and you manually take care of it. Here is Choupo-Moting, first time we've seen him, and we'll see Lema who's on side. We talk about transfers that have made a difference. This might be Conrad Lema. It's a brilliant clearance away by Kalulu. Again, though, that, as we said, that parlance is the tail is now up. The confidence is now there from Ray Molina.
Yeah, and Tell is playing like a classical number 9.
He certainly is. Here's Thomas Muller. You can see the substitutes just after the goal as well. He can make such a difference. Here's Choupo-Moting onto Kingsley Coman. Coman looking back in for defenders and midfielders who've just about cleared the ball.
That mistake is also not unusual for a player like Arda.
No, it's certainly not. Sometimes you have to super cancel, you have to clear it out, and you have to clear out the way. Here is Thomas Muller in towards Conrad Lema. Lema looking infield. He's got loads of players in front of him. They're all offside, but they managed to get back on. Here's Tell with a double touch. Goes to the control strike. He's going to go out for a corner.
Yes, he didn't want it to shoot without being sure.
Yep.
That's why he spent
it's gone
a
out.
second.
Came off his own teammate, beg your pardon. It's gone out for a goal kick. Could have sworn that had come off an AC Milan head, but instead it's come off a teammate, and it's again, Turkey will be happy to take that back. Here is Pulisic. You can see the substitutions and the transfers that have made such a difference for these teams. Here's Thomas Muller to Kingsley Coman. Coman. Lema. Muller.
Nice touching.
To
Nice
Tell.
triangles.
Tell, neat little double touch, looking back the other way.
Opa.
Good footwork from Tell. Now the double touch. Control strike hits the post. And again, Turkey will
now the luck is on Arda Golasso's side.
certainly riding that luck indeed. It's the unquantifiable thing that you need in these types of tournaments. You do need a little bit of luck to go your way. Certainly, he's riding his luck indeed. Here's Musa to Okafor, to Pulisic, back to Okafor. Can he take that luck and use it to his advantage here? Here's Adli to Pulisic.
Excellent dribbling.
Great defending there as well from Ray Molina.
Super cancelling. Super cancelling.
It's Davis to Muller. It's the Dior that will try and clear that one away. Benacer looking in.
Deep ball.
Very much was a deep ball, but Magnan will take that one in. 15 minutes left on this game.
Nice match.
I'm
enjoying it.
It's looking like honours even, but as we saw yesterday, so many games had last-minute equalisers, last-minute winners.
Yes, that's true.
Anything can now happen from this point onwards as Pavard clears it away. Here is Benacer who wins it back. Rafael Adli to Leao. Leao looking in field, finds Adli. Is he onside? He's played it back.
Offside?
No, he's not.
Yeah,
he's
it's
just offside.
Offside, because there was Pavard marking, excellent marking. Offside. Look at the possession. 56 for Ray Molina.
Controlled the ball very well. Here is Tell. Can he find a winner?
He uses
Can't
Tell
at the
a
moment.
little bit too much.
A little bit. Here's Okafor.
Yeah, he's in love with Tell.
To Pulisic. Pulisic. Musa. Musa back to Pulisic. Pulisic looking to dance a little bit and wins the free kick.
Yes.
8 minutes left on the clock here. Again, set pieces are
It's
pretty
dangerous.
crucial.
It's dangerous.
They are. And
conceding a free kick there is dangerous.
it's dangerous territory. It's a dangerous place. You don't want to give up too much.
Yeah.
Especially in that type of real estate.
So here we are, my friends. It's now the kick in from Milan. Milan in the hands of Arda Golasso of Turkey. Reinders will take the free kick. 82 minutes. This is kind of dangerous. Let's see. Good defending. The goalkeeper save is Y viene el último ataque para Rey Molina. A ver qué puede hacer en esta. Abre la pelota para Choupo-Moting.
You'll see cleared away there by Theo Hernandez. Is Benacer up towards De Catalare. Again, not long left here from either team's perspective, and I'm not too sure how much a point is really that useful for either one of these teams at the moment. As Mathis de Ligt will clear that forward. Choupo-Moting.
I think that not losing against these rivals, it's kind of interesting for both of them.
Yeah, well, as we said already, the way that this setup is for qualification, top team goes all the way through to round 2, doesn't have to play a playoff. Second and third of each group will play each other for the right to go to round 2. So, again, all of these points are worth their weight in gold. They may not inquire an extra day. Choupo-Moting with the strike, and he scored!
Goal! Argentina!
Yeah, what a goal!
Rey Molina en el último minuto.
What a time to score if you are Argentina. Brilliantly well-worked goal. There's a bit of patience with Choupo-Moting finding the controlled strike, and there's not any time left on the clock here.
And as you teach me, he was clinical.
He was.
He aimed like a CSGO player.
It's like a sniper waiting to take someone out there. It was unbelievable precision there. It was a great game to watch, and you can hear almost a ripple of applause from our watching gallery here.
Yes, of course. As usual in these tournaments, the Argentinian players support each other.
Yeah,
so
I noticed that a lot in Bali. They were very much like everybody was behind everybody. It's a great team feeling from Argentina.
Like a tight group.
Yeah.
The association is called Diva, and they support each other very, very well. So, the first match went to Argentina.
At least we believe, because we saw the graphics flip each and every single way. So we're actually not quite sure. We're not quite sure at all, because we've seen it change in the arena. We've seen it change on the screen. But we can only assume when we saw the opening head-to-head graphic of AC Milan was from Turkey, that's what we can assume.
For now, I'm a little bit confused as well, I might say, because also the players doesn't give us much.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to see any celebrations from the players, because they are quite far away from us within the arena. So it's quite hard to pick out what the score was. But looking at both players, you would probably not even notice whether Arda had scored just by his general demeanour. Ray, you would probably see jumping up and down if he'd scored. So we'll have to find out shortly and find out what's actually happened there. But as we can stay at the moment, it appears that it was Argentina that took the first game with a last-minute winner. As I see both teams gearing up for game 2. Yeah, we just had a bit of verbal confirmation from our Jeff Shreves, as it was, Barry O'Halloran off stream, to just confirm to us that it was Argentina that took that first game 2-1. So a really good performance there by Rey Molina. And again, for Arda, didn't do a whole lot.
We were right.
We kept our eyes open. We made sure that we had it right. And as you'll see now, from left to right, it will be Argentina once more. From right to left, it will be Turkey. And I don't really think Arda did that much wrong. That it was just in those key moments, as we said, about being clinical and being, kind of switched on. Yeah. Ray had those moments and was just a little bit better there as Adli gets into Rafael Leo. Gravenberg looks to clear that away.
In fact, Arda was more forward and more attacking than Muka hit last year.
Yeah, Muka hit, as we'll see, a strike going, it's just wide. It's hit the snatch at the back of the goal. But to take your point in regards to how different you'll see the game styles, Muka hit more of a defensive powerhouse. Yeah. Arda is a little bit more front foot, wants to throw in a couple of skill moves, maybe dislodge.
Yes. But still a little bit cagey.
He's still a little bit cagey, but I think that's more so the fact of, as we said, it's his first time representing his country here. Yeah. He has got previous experience representing his country, but sometimes at this stage, as we said, we've got to take into account acclimatization and all of these different factors, and it can be sometimes a little bit difficult for some players. We've seen some players who, have had shock results go against them. We've had some results that, have gone kind of as we would suggest in the form book. So it's just finding out what happens on the day as Rafael Leo leads it in here. Here's Adli.
If you're just joining, we have
Adli, Musa, Chukwueze. Chukwueze, great turn, good save from Ulrich.
Argentina with Bayern Munich. Right here, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, 0-0, 0-0. Thanks a lot to our friend Barry O'Halloran, the midnight kid.
He's our roving reporter while he is not commentating, so he's doing a very grand job for us indeed. And if you're wondering, if you didn't see the first game, finished 2-1. It was a late Ray Molina winner that took the game. Here is Adli, though. We are into game 2.
In fact.
Here is Adli again, looking for Origi. Upamecano clears it away.
He had to climb it because he was losing.
Oh, it was his last chance to continue that streak that he's got at the moment.
Yes.
As Musa finds Adli into Rafael Leo, double touch takes it round.
Very good dribbling.
Matthias de Ligt will clear it away. Here's Gravenberch. You'll see a lot of super cancels, a lot of fake runners here. As Sane finds it into Leon Goretzka. Goretzka looking to Gnabry. Gnabry back into Goretzka. Benacer leaves his foot in and gets the ball away. Musa up to Chukwueze.
And now is Ray Molina the one who is holding the ball, who has no rush, because I think, I don't have the table here, but I think he's the first one in his group with this result.
Yeah, it's certainly, again, at the end of day 2, it will be very important. Rafael, good save, comes back out to Origi!
Amazing. Amazing goal from Arda Golazo.
Bouncing on a rebound. Sometimes they are the easiest opportunities to tuck away in eFootball. If your keeper is on the floor and it bounces kindly to your striker in the box, especially one of Divock Origi's quality, there's only one thing that happens next.
You need to be concentrated. You need to have your forward in position. And that's what Arda Golazo did. So he's once again, as the first match, 1-0 ahead.
And you see it's 25 minutes gone here, and Arda has taken the lead. Here's Origi to Adli, but we've seen this already. Arda took the game took lead in game 1. You have to be careful and try and build on it. Here's Musa as he tries it again. Here's Chukwueze. Upamecano clears it away. Here's Serge Gnabry.
He's very dangerous on his attack.
He certainly is, and the issue is, though, is as we mentioned with some of the games that myself and Barry commentated yesterday, if you don't attack quick enough, you give the defenders far too much time to get back and pack up. And we'll see there was a corner. But if you don't attack quick enough, you just allow the other team to form up. And as a result, it kind of, in a low block scenario, as it tends to be called nowadays, I just used to call it defending. In a low block scenario, you essentially have just packed out your defence in your midfield. So you've got to attack quickly in these types of moments. As ball tries to go forward here, it looks like a counter-attack maybe on here. It's Chukwueze onto Origi. Origi fakes the pass here, goes back towards Adli. It's a good little touch inside there. Finds Chukwueze. And Alphonso Davies is well across to it. Here's Goretzka to Musiala.
And wasting a corner kick, it's very expensive in this game.
It can be. We've seen how potent they were yesterday. Here's Musa. Brilliant through ball to Rafael. He's got bodies in the box here. One of them's Chukwueze. Great save from Ulrich.
Great manual saving. He was almost defeated. Last resort was the goalie, and he used it very good.
It's a brilliant manual save there from Ray Molina, and it needed to happen, but the danger has still not gone here. Here is Chukwueze. He tries to backheel his way out of trouble. Instead, Matthias de Ligt will read that one all day. Here is Gnabry to Gravenberch. Here is Goretzka. Musiala and Tell now could be in on goal here. He's got men over, and a brilliantly timed challenge there by Arda Golazo.
Both of them are walking the tightrope.
They very much are. It's brilliant ball there, though, to Chukwueze. Can he find a man in field? He finds Alphonso Davies' defence. It's very much attack and defend. It's end-to-end stuff here. Who is going to make the first error? It's Rafael Leo into Chukwueze in towards Adli.
And they are both risking. That's why the match is a very interesting one.
Yeah, and any time it gets into the opponent's 18-yard box, it's who's going to execute. Yes. Who is going to execute better here? Because at the moment, it's both defences that are just snuffing out these attacks. Although, as we say that, Chukwueze finds a brilliant ball through to Divock Origi. Origi up against Upamecano. The strength of Upamecano takes it away.
Excellent defending, risking to have a penalty.
Still one more opportunity here. Here's Origi to Musa. Musa looking back in for Adli. It's cleared away.
For sure, the Arda Golazo gameplay get a lot better from game one. Even when the result is the same, I think that it was only one team in the field, and that was AC Milan.
It was a cleaner performance from him in terms of, but he also had a very clean performance in the first half of the first game. As we know, halftime team talks, and certainly even for the players on the sticks, it may take a moment for Ray Molina just to collect himself, say, hey, you were in this spot about 5 minutes ago. Wait a minute, I know how this goes. So he may need to just try and just get himself back into that mode as Musa finds it in towards Rafael. Back to Musa. Here's Okafor. We'll see the substitutes have come on already. It's Okafor takes it away. It's Pavard instead. Here is Leroy Sané. Sané forward to Gnabry. It's Benacer, wins it back. You've got to feel that for Arda to potentially go on and win this game, he needs a second goal here because it's a very delicate lead to have. Here is Serge Gnabry.
Yes, but it's true that Ray Molina didn't have any clear chances of scoring yet.
He hasn't, but the thing is, it will only take one, as we've seen from so many clinical players over this tournament so far. As Thomas Muller squares it out to Sané. Sané looking into the box. Kalulu with the header clear. It's out to Musa, who lets it run through, and will look towards Okafor, who does win it, and Adli has got Malayas over, and one of them is Rafael Leao. It's Leao against Upamecano. Upamecano, great turn inside from Leao. It's recovered by Chukwueze! 2-0. And there is the second for Turkey.
It's useless to have a great goalie when your defense is asleep.
When in terms of reactions, it's whoever reacts quickest to the rebound.
But I mean,
and more often than not within eFootball, it's the striker. So it's gonna, for those types of shots and those types of moments, you just need to as you say, the primera, just strike, and then hope for either a rebound or hope for the net.
We've seen 2 rebounds taken by Arda, 2 rebounds that were lost.
Yep. Absolutely.
By Ray Molina.
Absolutely. And Ray Molina may look at that and say, there might be something I need to work on. It's Okafor.
And now we will have a very, very interesting game. Because he needs to go for the equalizer, and that will give us more spaces.
Yeah, well, if Ray Molina is able to get one back here, it will certainly create a bit of an interesting finish, to say the least, in this game. But Arda looks like he's in again here. Here is Rafael Leao. Leao turns in the box, tries to get it onto that right foot. There's Loftus-Cheek who recovers it. Here's Benacer to Reinders. Reinders, it's cleared away. It's Choupo-Moting to Tell. Tell has runners. One of them is Conrad Lima. And Kalulu will intercept it and take it away.
He took the wrong direction. He should go to the center of the field in that case.
Needs to read the map and find out where he needs to go, certainly. Here's Pulisic, rolls it in, looking for Rafael Leao. Upamecano recovers it, and entering this last stages of this game, because this ball has very seemingly not gone out of play all that much. The more it stays in, the quicker these games go. You'd say that, again, as you quite rightly said, Turkey seem to be in full control of this game too, as Loftus-Cheek looks to deliver it into the box, and Kimmich will take it away.
It's very important how Arda keeps the ball, takes care of it, hides it. So that's what you need to do in order for the minutes to pass.
Yeah, absolutely. The ball is of a premium in events like this, against levels of players like this. The ball is paramount. It's critical to how you perform here. It really is. It is that critical.
And on the other hand, while Arda has the ball and hides it, Ray Molina tries to play in one touch because he needs speed.
Yeah, the thing here is, though, is that the way that Arda has got this AC Milan side set up, as Ruben Loftus-Cheek's brought down, Leao's on side. Leo, keeper's out, lobs it across to Okafor, and it's deflected off of the defender, and it's into the back of the net, and it's 3-0 now for Turkey.
Once again, the defenders are not on level.
It was Davis who prodded that home. It's just in the wrong net, unfortunately.
When I saw the defender there, I said, "Oh, he can clear it." Well, not.
Sometimes that may be a case where, rather than selecting the defender that's on the line, you may have to rely on the game.
Yes.
And they may be a bit better at clearing that ball. Here's Kingsley Coman, and the game looks to be completely away now from Ray Molina.
I think the game is closed.
I think it certainly has. It has that feel to it as we get into the last 15 minutes of this game. And just a reminder, of course, this will be split points for these two teams. So, Turkey will take 3 points, Argentina will take 3 points. And I would say, on the balance of both of these games, I would say that's a fair result for both teams, because I think Argentina were better in the first game. Once they got that equaliser, they grew into it. And in the second game, Arda has been everywhere. He's been all over this as Loftus-Cheek tries to make his way through.
And in fact, it's better than equalizing both games.
Absolutely.
Because it's 3 points each.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, yes, you may look at it and say, well, you know, this result was disappointing as Kimmich tries to bait forward to Choupo-Moting. Great sliding challenge from Theo Hernandez.
Opa, that was dangerous.
It was brave.
He risked the penalty once again.
It was very brave, but it was very calculated there from Arda Galasso. But you would say that he's been in control of this game, and you would say he's worth this 3 points, most definitely. Here is Kingsley Coman. Maybe a slight opportunity for a consolation. It's Thomas Muller looking for it, and Maignan takes it into his hands. It's very much meat and drink for the goalkeeper.
Bayern Munich players are lacking on stamina. They cannot run, and that's a problem.
And it's where substitutes come into play the most. I mean, I've said it before, and I said it to you in Bali as well, and I've said it to Barry previously. There's that golden period of anywhere between 60 and 75 minutes. You don't get drained. As Leao tries to head it on, and it's gone wide. But there's that golden kind of period between 60 and 75. So that way then is that your players have got enough juice to get to the end of the game. You've just got to pick your moments rather than maybe making subs at half time. And you saw the shot counter there just briefly in the top left-hand corner. There's only been one shot for Ray Molina, and that was that half-hearted effort from Muller.
That explains.
And there's been 9 shots, 7 on target for Arda. So you can see that's the tail of the game, really.
Yeah, that explains everything. So this match is coming to an end. It's 3 points for Turkey.
3 points for Argentina.
Excellent goalkeeping from Ray.
It is right at the end.
Keep that on mind for the finals.
That's the only thing that he could potentially even draw on there, especially in that second game. It was all Turkey, and again, like I say, on balance, it's a fair result. We said at the top, at the top of the show, you've got the runner-up from Bali, and you've got the third-place country. Granted, it's a different representative, but you've got second country and third country that are playing each other here. And you knew the caliber of this was going to be very good.
And the level, it's on par.
Yeah, and again, if you look at how Turkey's depth chart works, they've got so many good players from that country. You could, yes, it's plugged out Mukahit and it's plugged in Arda, but they have two very different play styles, as you said.
Yes.
So,
but both of them are top-notch players.
Oh, absolutely.
And they have like a very strong mentality. So here are the numbers. As Weza said before, 10 shots for
there's that
AC
shot
Milan.
at the end, yes. So it was the shot at the end. So it's 10 shots for Turkey in the end, and again, 7 on target. You're looking at a 1 in 3 strike rate.
Yeah, and one for Bayern Munich. So this explains a lot. Successful passes, 150 for AC Milan, only 70 for Bayern Munich, Argentina. So the tale of the tape has spoken. This is 3 points for Turkey, 3 points for Argentina.
Yeah, and like we said, it was a fair result. If you looked at, and again, when you cast your mind back to game 1, Ray Molina's injury time winner, so 92 minutes on the clock. It was, it had to be there or then. You couldn't wait for another game. You couldn't wait for another time.
So people say here, me cantan los goles mucho antes. Oh, people is saying that they know the goals before they can see them. Let me see, blah, blah, blah. Okay, thanks
blah,
a lot.
blah, blah. That's not how you approach our Twitch
No,
chat.
because
They were very unhappy if you approach them as blah, blah, blah.
But they are speaking languages that I don't understand. That's why I say blah, blah, blah.
But no, I mean, as we'll see the head-to-head shortly. We'll see it here, and I know that you're scanning the Twitch chat. We're going to see the head-to-head stats here for both of those games, and we can see the combined stats. And like I say, I would think just of a and I'm hoping the graphic just comes up here. But yeah, thank you. The graphic just comes up here. It was fairly well balanced. You can see that there was more passes for Arda. The interceptions are very, very close indeed. But you can see Argentina a little bit kind of gun shy in terms of taking shots. And again, like you said, Primera needs to just get those shots off, because we know that Ray has it in the locker. We've seen it all the way through Bali. We've seen it through all of the games that we saw him. We know he's got the ability to just fire some shots off, and he maybe just needs to take a few more gambles.
Yeah, I think here, in this case, he was choosing his opportunity because he knew what was in front. He knew that if you lose the ball against Arda, you are open for danger.
Yeah.
So I think that may explain a little bit what happened here. So in this case, the Turkey numbers are overwhelming. It's no surprise.
If you look at the passes as well,
Yeah,
in terms of the completed, Arda's completed passes is almost the total of Ray's attempted passes.
Exactly.
So it just goes to show you how comfortable he is on that ball, and especially it was that second game when you saw how comfortable he was on that ball. As you said, he was just passing it around. He was just making. Just kind of, it was almost like playground football. He was just basically just playing it around. And he was like, oh, well, you know, I've scored a couple of goals. Yeah, we'll just keep passing and we'll keep passing. And again, he kept finding his way around. Fantastic work from him in that game too.
So here we are in Iasi, Romania for IESF 2023. More than 100 nations represented here. Un gran abrazo a todos los amigos argentinos, a Paca, por supuesto. Todos los que estaban ahí in the chat, there were a lot of Argentinians.
Oh yeah,
of course,
no,
so
absolutely,
I'm just
of course. No,
you know,
as fandoms go, as we said in Bali, as fandoms go, you know, even as an Englishman, I can appreciate how fandom works with Argentina, and especially with South America in general.
Yeah.
They are an incredible people when it comes to the game of football.
In minutes, you are having great matches. We are having Barry O'Halloran, the Midnight Kid, along with Gueza. We are a team of 3 that works like a team of 300. But you will enjoy every match, every detail, every goal.
Yeah, and so coming up next, if I remember rightly from the schedule that we saw, it's going to be the United States of America, who I believe it's the first time they've sent a representative for eFootball against Iran, and of course that is Hassan Pajani, for those who are in the know, who I should have played about 4 years ago, but I never got the opportunity to. Due to technical issues, couldn't play him because he couldn't come to the groups. So it'll be interesting for me to actually see his gameplay up front and up close and personal, because I've seen it in other competitions, but I really would have liked to have tested my mettle against him. So it'll be interesting to see just how badly I would be beaten if I was to play him. It'll be very interesting, folks.
Speaking of old-timers, Mednasa coming as a player. Last year he was a coach. Amazing results for him in the first matches.
Yeah, I know that we had a lot of people requesting, oh, how's he doing on? How's he doing? We can bring you up to speed with the results that we saw. You may not have seen them. I believe he's played 6 games so far, has won 5 of them, lost 1.
Yeah.
So very good opening for Mednasa for Germany as well. And again, in terms of tournaments, I would say this is probably his first ever really kind of massive tournament.
As a player.
As a player, of course. Again, he's a brilliant content creator, and that's why he has the fandom he has within the Twitch chat, within YouTube. He's very well known, so we will get to no doubt see them at some point.
He's a great lad also.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
As a lot of people here that enjoy greeting each other, this is like a family thing. There's no ruses, no long faces.
Yeah, it tends to the way it tends to happen, or the way it tends to work here, folks, is that as long as no one's got a controller in hand, they're all best friends. Everyone's like, oh, how you doing? Oh, it's good to see you. As soon as you put a controller in hand, game face, oh, it's off.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see them afterwards. Having a chat, having a drink. So here we are. I will leave my buddy Barry and Gueza take care of this match. This is
the USA,
United States and Iran. Come here, Barry.
This is our rondo, folks. This is our Casta rondo that we're doing here. So I'll obviously cover it while we're here. But in terms of what we've got here now, Baz, it's the United States of America versus
I'm just
Iran.
mad to get in.
I was going to say, you were so eager. You were
just trying to run in.
He's like, Coach, I've got the bib off. I need to get on. Let's do this.
We've got a little graphic here as well.
But we're going to see the head-to-head as we'll find out what teams are being used. With any luck, hopefully for us, they won't use the same teams and they won't confuse us too much. But we'll work with it with what we've got. Let's see what we've got here. Very interesting. You see here, United States gone with AC Milan.
So the same teams.
Iran have gone with Bayern Munich. So again, we're going to see a little bit from each player here.
Yeah.
And again, in terms of rivalries go, I would say that this is going to be a pretty intriguing one, because I believe that I looked from the group stage earlier on, Iran, as you may not be able to see at home, but thanks to the glory of Barry O'Halloran's iPad, we're able to tell you that actually Iran have played 6 games, have won 5 and drawn 1. Yeah. So Hassan Pajani showing the level that we know he's capable of.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has a big name in the scene and he's shown it here. And I think on the flip side then, United States probably will need to get something on the board, I think, if they're going to make a stand, because they have today and that's it. You know what I mean? So it's going to be very interesting to see same teams, see how they manage with the teams.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. And that's the thing. You've got to look at it and say, well, emerging nations. As we say about kind of nations that are emerging, the United States is certainly going to be something where, yes, it might not necessarily be their preeminent game, but it's something, as we said, that these nations will grow into. Opportunities like this will then start to drive the discussion and the narrative around
and I think it's just to get younger fans in playing in as well and say, listen, there is opportunities there for me to play eFootball on a stage like this. I mean, who wouldn't want to be here representing? So I do think it's good, but I feel like as well that when you come here, you have to take something away from it. So I do think that there will be a big... This is going to be an interesting match because we've top of the group here. Obviously, United States a bit struggling, but anything can happen on the day, and we'll see how the teams perform. I know you said Hassan is a fantastic player.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, you know a little bit about him, obviously.
I mean, in terms of that, we as much as we talk about nations, we'll also talk about regions here. You know, as we said in relation to Africa yesterday, we were talking about Senegal and about Africa being an emerging nation in esports. Middle East is emerging out of everywhere. We saw how good Iniesta was yesterday. We know how good Iraq were from last year, and also even from this year with their results. You can see these nations. Lebanon, for example, at the top of their group as it stood at the start of the day.
It's a tough group as well.
It's a fantastic achievement for these like Middle East and Arab-speaking nations to kind of come up through. Because again, for us as Europeans, well, yourself being a European, me being somebody from the United Kingdom, it's been a little bit different. It's a little bit different for us in the sense of, you know, we'll only know kind of European players, whereas you come to events like this and you'll see a world view of everything. It's great to see that it's not just on our doorstep that the talent is there. It's actually, it's across the world that talent is there.
And you see different styles. We might see different styles as well. We're straight in, Wes.
Yeah, we are straight in. It is going to be Iran from right to left, and it is going to be the United States from left to right. Here is Lima to Tell to Vidovic in towards Tell early, and Mike now will come out and claim it.
Straight away, I mean, a chance there early doors. You don't want to see that if you're the opposition team.
Yeah, if you're the United States of America, it's not somebody you want to keep on your doorstep, but Rafael Leao may be making a way in here. As Rafael Leao goes for the stunning strike. Oh, it's just over the bar.
That's a high-risk shot. I think it was never going in with that much power, but I do like to see those stunning shots, Wes.
Risk-free reward, Barry. Risk-free reward.
You have to
take those opportunities when they present themselves. And he was very close to taking that. And I think if that hits the back of the net, it's probably ripping it off. Here is Lima, though. Here is Iran back on the attack here. Here is Tell onto Lima. Lima looking forward to Musiala. Tamori loses his man. Oh, what a goal!
Instant reply from down the other end, getting a stunning shot chance to that. Just absolutely nailed it into the corner. No stopping that, Wes. Beautiful feet in the box as well. And they had the warning sign in the first chance, but now, I mean, that's an uphill battle.
Quality finish, and again, it was one mistake there defensively. If you would look back at that on the replays, of course, when you see these guys here, they're all gamers. They'll immediately be skipping the replays, so we won't find out about it. But you saw just the displacement from Tamori. Just turned the wrong way, and as a result, the United States were in big trouble at that point.
Yeah. And I think if Hassan is able to play at his pace, which it looks like he's dictating the end-to-end, this could be dangerous territory for USA.
We'll see. Here's Vidovic. Oh, Vidovic has scored.
Just as we said it again, Wes. I mean, it's too open, I think, at the back, and I think this will suit him to just get the ball into those dangerous areas. We know how clinical he can be, so I think this is going to be Bayern Munich 2-0 up. I mean, it's a dream start, really.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start for Iran, and as we said, we waxed lyrical about Hassan Pajani before kick-off. It just goes to show that type of level that, as we say, that he possesses for his country. And again, it's great to see him on the international stage. We've seen him in previous world events before. But it's very good to see him back in and amongst it, because certainly, you know, as a kind of a statesman for Iran's esports, certainly up there as one of their best players.
Yeah, definitely. And
here
he has a big name.
Sane! Oh, it's off the post!
I mean, the confidence is high now.
And Lima with the stunning strike. Oh, what a save.
He's trying everything.
He's certainly got a bag of tricks that we're waiting for here.
Well, listen, when you're kind of at the top of the table there, Wes, as you said, when you've got the talent and you've got the confidence flowing, I mean, you can try this thing and play from the front. You're not nervous. You've got a day over you yesterday where you probably any nerves are gone. So
absolutely. And again, if it's confidence breeds more confidence.
It does.
So you know, you have those points in the bank. So you have the ability to go out and, as we say, maybe play a little bit more cavalier, maybe play a little bit more Hollywood, as I like to call it. It's a little bit more kind of, you know, eye-catching.
Yeah.
And certainly you can do that if you're around, and if, as we said, of the calibre of Hassan Pajani, it's not in any question here. As Sane looks to unseat Theo Hernandez from that left-back spot. It's that stop-start type of dribbling you were talking about. It's always a call sign for high-level eFootball plays, just waiting for that perfect opportunity to play the pass. Finds Lema. Lema with a double touch, takes it round to Tell. Tell turns around to the back, it's Vidovic. Vidovic, Musiala, Vidovic!
I mean, that is just absolute sheer class. He's drawn him in. He's drawn him in as best as he can. And when he commits, it's too late to make the change. So I don't think that there's any way back here in this first game unless he changes something. If he's going to continue to play at this pace, he's going to still be at top of the group at the end of this game.
Yeah, that was a brilliant finish there. And again, 3-0. It's a fantastic start for Hassan Pajani.
And a lot of the time, Wes, as well as you said, when the confidence is flowing, you can try different things that might kind of favour you later on in the competition. Not saying that anyone has a foot in the door yet, but you can try different things with different players that you mightn't usually play with.
Well, it's the old adage of flow state, isn't it? Once you start hitting flow state and you start hitting everything looks to work how you think it's going to work, or you just try it in the hope that it works, and it actually does. It's such a key kind of intangible is confidence. Here's Tell out to Sane. Sane looking back in towards the box. Can he find a player in? And you can see there's a very deep lying defender there for the US. He's playing everybody on side. Sane again waiting for that opportunity. Is Hassan. Plays it in towards Lema. Lema goes for the extravagant cross into the box. Vidovic! And the keeper parries it in.
I mean, it's a hat-trick from a guy that you might not, you might not say that he's the main man. But I do think that this is definitely something that they're going to have to watch out for if anyone else is playing Hassan later on.
Well, if you're talking about why we're seeing Vidovic, it's one simple reason: stat balancing. Stat balancing will make, as we said, as we explained to maybe some of, I think it was either the Dota casters or the CSGO casters about this, is that it will make your lower overall players a lot higher than what they should be, and it will bring down your star players, so the likes of Lewandowski and the likes of Harry Kane won't be as potent as they were previously, and actually some of your youngsters or some of your kind of fringe players on the bench will get a huge boost to be brought up to standard.
And that's why you're seeing Harry Kane not starting and his replacement scoring a hat-trick.
Yeah, you're seeing Tell, you're seeing Vidovic. I believe it's the first Bayern Munich side that I've seen utilise Vidovic.
It's the first time we've seen him, I think.
I've seen Ibrahimovic being used as well, so there's a lot of kind of details that go into this as Tell finds Vidovic, goes for the stunning strike, it goes high over the bar.
But there's just so much control here from Hassan. I know he's just going to go out and play his game, and I think that these guys are such top level that it doesn't matter if it's 1-0, 4-0, or if he's down. He's going to want to continue to play his game. But as you said, Wes, that flow state, and then when you mix in the players and the squad balancing.
Yeah, and here comes the USA trying to just give themselves something to shout about here, but instead the ball goes back to Manuel Neuer. Again, just coming up to the end of the first half as Musa tries to find Kalulu and does so successfully. Makers, who again we've not really seen from AC Milan players, and looking forward to Adli. Delit will clear it away is Neuer. Coming up to half time here, just entered injury time, not long left here. Can the USA get themselves on the board here? They can't, and that moment in time is Vidovic, and takes the touch away from Kalulu.
Runners again.
Vidovic around the corner, he's got so many runners. Here's Lema. Lema touches it into Tell. Tomori gets very lucky with the challenge and gets it away eventually. 4 goals to 0.
It's just wave after wave, Wes, isn't it? And there's nothing really that he can do to stop it, I think, at this stage because of the setup of the squads. I don't know whether they're going to change anything, but it just seems to be a mismatch in terms of even squads here and tactics.
We'll take a look here. I mean, it's four. Looks like, well, as we very briefly saw it, you're looking at, I believe it's 4-3-3 on either side. Yeah. So you just, again, it's looking like a kind of a matchup of who can perform the best. Yeah. And granted, like we said, in terms of if you'd have picked out a side beforehand as we get back into the second half here, a lot of players will be picking Bayern Munich just based on their stats within game. And again, that might be a different side, but this AC Milan side certainly have something amongst it. They just can't seem to find it at the moment as Sane goes to curl one, it goes out for a corner.
And I think as we watch this gameplay as well, Wes, right, something we've noticed in the last, I think yesterday as well, the likes of Carrot for Wales, the likes of the Arsenal style, Irma we saw, obviously the home man, it's the dribbling. Like, the dribbling is setting them apart and giving them extra chances to recycle the ball brilliantly.
It's giving you lanes to operate in as Lema finds Kimmich over the back, looking for Sane, can't head it back across goal.
Because if you can draw your defenders in And the way that the aggression works sometimes is that if you draw the defenders in and you don't get the ball, you're out of position straight away, you know? So
yeah,
it's a difficult...
And it just creates gaps. It just creates gaps. And intriguingly as well, you can see on the bottom of your screen there, just briefly before the graphic comes back there, you can see that the USA are one up on attacking, which makes your it gives even
line.
more.
Yeah.
It gives even more space to your opponent, because actually the reality is that you go more attacking, you'll leave more spaces in behind.
It's a hard one, but I mean, what else can he really do? I suppose he probably wants to score a goal.
Yeah, at this point you want to get in on goal and you want to make an opportunity, but at the moment, Azerbaijan is just closing everything down as Musiala onto Tel, on towards Sane. Sane looking back into the box. Can he find an opportunity here? He's looking for that eventual opportunity. Back heels to Lema. Lema with the strike. Good save from Magnan. And it's cleared away by Tamori, and Adli will clear it again, but it's only as far as Leroy Sane. Great back heel from him. Lema into the box and scores!
Yeah, it's a top-class finish again. I mean, it's just coming. You can see it coming from every attack that he goes on. I mean, you're calling in the teammate press there. That's a little bit of desperation, I think, to just win the ball back. But when that doesn't work, it's very, very difficult to defend manually when you're out of position like that, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's that recycling of the ball, fashioning another opportunity, and then pressing it home the advantage, because it is, as we say all the time, it is one thing to fashion an opportunity, it's another one to take one. As Sane looks to deal even more damage here. It's a good save from Magnan, and there's still another 30 in-game minutes here left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be a long day at the office here.
He has a massive understanding of what works in the game, what's effective. But the thing I've been impressed with is he's mixing it up, Wes. You know what I mean? He's mixing it up. He's had a couple of different chances there, taking on some long-range shots. I mean, he looks like a dangerous opponent for anyone at this stage if he keeps this form up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the thing. It's what we talked about a lot yesterday in terms of performances on live stream or performances on stage that just kind of let everybody know that you're here. Let everybody know, actually, by the way, you might want to start talking about me.
Yeah.
We saw we saw Irma's performance yesterday. We saw Greece's performance in the opening game from Marius. We saw even Bosnia with their second game that kind of really brought it home. There's so many nations here that are actually going, hey, wait a minute. Like, yes, you might talk about established players. You might talk about the players they represent. But actually, we've got a great level of gameplay here. And we're going to show you. And certainly we're seeing that with Hassan Pajani.
I think so, yeah. I think it's a great mix.
So we wait on the corner here.
I think it's just limit the damage now.
It may just be damage limitation as Hernandez looks to clear that away. Origi does so. Here's Serge Gnabry. Gnabry to Upamecano. Upamecano looking for the runner. It's back from Gnabry, but Magnan will claim it in. Here's Pulisic. Forward to Origi.
Great ball.
He gets it over the top here. Rafael Leao. Stanisic will close that door. Here's Wana to Kibic. Back to Wana. Choupo-Moting, and Thior will take it clear. And as far as Kibic, here's Rafael Guerreiro. Again, we talk about incomings and outgoings from Bayern Munich, but certainly Rafael Guerreiro kind of flew under the radar for a lot of people in terms of his transfer.
He's an incredible player.
And can be utilised in a variety of different positions. We see this great back and forth between him and Tel. Magnan will clear it.
I think Milan are an interesting choice as well, Wes. I don't know how you feel about it, but from talking to a few lads here playing, you know, between games and stuff, it's an interesting choice. They seem to be a difficult team to play with. They seem to be
that there is a particular style that suits if you're playing with AC Milan. As we see Giroud and Rafael Leao with a back and forth. There's two players over here if Giroud can find them. He's gone short to Leao. He's gone find it to Origi. Origi looking into the box here, punched away by the goalkeeper. Ruben Loftus-Cheek with the header down, Upamecano with the clearance.
Yeah, it's a brilliant call out from the keeper as well there.
It's the first real kind of
first big chance.
It's the first real look that America have had of the 18-yard box of Iran. And this has been a pretty, I would say, convincing victory here by Hassan Pajani. I don't like to call them before games are done, but, you know, if we certainly see something from the USA, that will obviously be at least some confidence to take into game 2.
Yeah, I think so. That's a lovely bit of play as well.
Lovely bit of play there. Finds it into Kimmich, back to Gnabry. Gnabry looking to just displace his opponent with a couple of super cancels there. Here's Kimmich to Rafael Guerreiro. Here's Tel. Tel into Choupo-Moting. Good save from the keeper.
Save. Yeah, but it's just, listen, it's not saying it's too easy is taken away from Hassan, I think, in his skill level. But this is just wave after wave of attack down either flank. If something's not on, he recycles it.
I mean, you only have to look at the possession stat that just flew up there. 63% of possession. And, you know, when we talk about the games that we saw yesterday and obviously some of the games that we saw already today, we haven't really fashioned in on, oh, well, what's a good possession and what's a bad possession. Yeah. The reality is here, all of this possession has been attacking possession. Yeah. It's not been, oh, well, he's played it around the back and he's tried to keep it, you know, kind of keep it locked down. Instead, it's all just been progressive. It's not been, there's not been any wasted motion from him here as Rafael Leao looks to try and get something going here, but Upamecano just dispossesses him. Is Gnabry to Choupo-Moting, so Rafael Guerreiro. Guerreiro in towards Choupo-Moting, and that will be 6.
Super ball in again. I mean, you see Guerreiro's skill set coming in there. He's got a lot of player skills in any position, and that is, what a ball that was, in fairness.
And Choupo-Moting, we've seen so many times in stat balancing mode over the years with Bayern be so critical to your successes when you play with Bayern Munich, and that's so gets himself the obligatory goal.
Yeah, Milan have just struggled, I think, in this game a lot.
And now the interesting question I'll pose to you here, with about 3 minutes left to go here, is: do you see a change in team coming for the USA? Do they change it up and go, okay, well, we're only you know, we've only got this opportunity once. Yeah. Let's try and do either something different or try and get some points on the board.
Yeah, I think so, but it depends. Some of these guys are kind of so used to playing with their norm that they don't really want to go away from that, I suppose. But yeah, it's a hard defeat now for USA here.
It's hard and it's been heavy, but they may just still get a consolation. But the door closed in their face once more by Iran. And here's Tell breaking through. He's got Choupo-Moting to one side, he's got Guerreiro to the other, and Kaluda will take it away. There'll be one more opportunity here, I believe. Here's Rafael to Theo, and can't cleanly get the ball in, and there goes the final whistle. It is a comprehensive 6-0 victory for Iran versus the USA in game 1 of this series. Yeah. Now you can see the stats on the screen. They tell you the story. 13 shots, 10 on target, 6 goals for Iran. And as we said, we barely saw any kind of the attack. We saw some nice build-up, but once it gets to that last 18, that's where it became a real problem for the USA.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well, like, that when we've said it once, we'll say it again. Once you get the first goal, I know you've said it before.
It sets the tone. It sets the tone
because
massively.
It means that you've set in and you can just say, right, even if I concede now, it's still a draw. Yeah. So you still have your point. You can still go out and express yourself, especially if you score early. It kind of puts your opponent straight away. Any defensive setup they have, any deep lying anchorman they have, or defensive or counter target tactics they've set for their strikers or DMFs or whatever they want to do it goes out the window, and that is frustrating. And it also means that you're kind of playing catch up straight away. Yeah. So it's very tough. And again, Hassan was definitely value for his money there. I mean, that was a fantastic performance from him. Take nothing away from him.
Yeah, and as we say, at the kind of the top level of things, you would probably suggest that actually you need a game plan for any kind of any situation you're in. If you're losing the game, you need plan A. Yeah. If you're drawing a game, it's plan B. Yeah. If you're winning, it's plan C. You kind of need that kind of fluidity, as it were. Yeah. But we didn't really see it from the USA. Hopefully we'll see something a little bit different in game 2.
Hopefully.
It's
a tough one. It's a tough position to have, because you don't know whether to double down on what you've worked on to get here, or to kind of change it. It's very hard to change this late in the day, really, I think.
I mean, I got speaking to a couple of players yesterday where they said, oh, well, we've learned a couple of things, but it's very hard to then employ it on this stage.
Yeah, right now.
And I can totally understand that, because obviously as a former player, there were things that I was learning at events, and then you try to employ them, and then actually you realise, oh, wait, I've gone against everything that I've already learned. So it's really quite a hard thing to do, to just balance it between what's your game plan and what have you learned, and then kind of almost merge the two together. Yeah. And especially at this level, with that type of almost beat down, as it were, it's going to be hard potentially to come back. Now, if the USA go into this next game and get the first goal, then we've got a different conversation. We've got a different conversation to have.
I mean, it's going to be very hard to stop that dribbling that Hassan seems to have perfected. And we've seen the guys that have really risen to the top, I think, be able to employ that defending or that attacking of just literally recycling the ball so effectively. Without they're not doing that many passes, but the passes they make are, as you said, forward thinking, and they're really just doing exactly what they want to do. So it's going to be interesting to see. It needs an early goal. USA need an early goal, really.
Absolutely. I believe we've just heard word that the game has now started, and it is as you were in terms of teams. It is the United States with AC Milan is Bayern Munich, who are being represented, or representing, should I say, Iran. Here's Okafor, Rafael Leao. You can see that crossfield ball that the USA keep going for here. There's a couple of changes of personnel, but there's a bit more aggression in that opening salvo.
Oh.
Here's Rafael Leao. Can he get the first goal? Oh, he just took a rough touch.
Neuer is happy to come out and just gobble that up.
Well, we've seen Manuel Neuer come out all too many times, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, he can be crazy sometimes.
He can very much come out and screw up any game plan you may have in the locker.
He's a sweeper keeper, really, isn't he?
It's Adley, and you can see there's a big opportunities here. Okafor gets it back in, and as we said, a little bit more aggression shown by the USA, which again is great for us to see because they're coming out and they're trying to maybe meet Iran where they live in terms of, okay, well, we can see that you like to get it into midfield, and we probably give you a little bit too much respect.
Yeah, I agree.
We've got to go out and we've got to impress our game on you. Here's Vidovic, though, in towards Lema. Stior intercepts it, and off we go again here. And again, as we talk about progressions of games, by this time in the first game, I think the USA were 2-0 down.
Yes.
So again, it's a fast-paced start.
Yeah.
As Sane looks to get a stunning cross into the box, and Magna will take the throw out there. It's going to be quick distribution here. You can see there's one-touch passes that the USA are looking to do and looking to execute. I think it's their final ball that they're struggling with the timing of.
Yeah, it's just the space and seems to be just closed down too quickly, and that's defensive work from Hassan is something to be applauded.
Sane goes for the long strike. We've seen that knock-on controlled strike. It's a very potent weapon.
Long-range curler from Sane is a beast of a player.
Yeah, but it's back the other way again once more as Musiala makes it down to Sane. Sane looking into the box here. That's a neat little ball in, but Lema has just gone offside there.
And as you said, Wes, yeah, look, it's. I think when you're at this level, like, you just want to get as many reference points as you can for future events as well. You know, not writing anybody off, but everything is a building exercise. You can get something out of everything if you want to.
Absolutely, and I think from a United States perspective, and as we said about players looking to kind of download people's gameplay, they're using that first game as Tell makes his way, and is he onside? He is!
Super finish.
And he scored, and Iran take the lead in game 2.
Yeah, it's a muted little goal. I think he's just not really, I think it's just the way that the game is going to go now. If he can't stop that touch and go, he's in trouble, I think.
And I'm just hoping that aggression doesn't subside from America, because they have been a little bit more, like I say, forward-thinking, a little bit more aggressive, which is what you kind of want to see. Because, again, if you give players too much respect and give them too much time on the ball, they can create so much damage here. As Vidovic and Adley takes it away, and you can see there's that first-time passing that seems to be Okafor to Romero. Romero has, I think it's Rafael Leao at the back post. The ball tries to go into the box there. Okafor to Musa. Musa, nice ball out to Okafor. Okafor, can he keep it in? He tries.
Heavy touch.
When he's out of play. But you can see there, chance creation a little bit better from America. They're siphoning those passes off. They're getting into better positions. And they're trying to play football, which is great to see.
It is. As you said, he probably showed him a little bit too much respect in the first game. You know, obviously as the league leader, or the group leader, I should say. I think he's come out now and just said, look, let's just go for it and play my game and try and, you know, enforce what I want to do a little bit more here.
Yeah, here's Kalulu looking to win the header. He does so. Here's Romero back to Kalulu. Kalulu fires one forward. Romero, you can see it's that one-touch passing he's looking for.
Yeah.
Which, again, is great to do, but you have to be able to execute those passes, and they have to be absolutely pinpoint. They can't be anywhere off. With one-touch passes, they have to be so fluid, but they have to be so accurate as well. You can't really waste the ball, especially against opponents like Iran. Here's Okafor, though, finds it onto Romero. Romero has numbers, and he has a bit of pace about him. Here is Rafael Leao trying to roll it across to Okafor, and Stanisic will say, no, thank you. We'll take that back the other way. Vidovic. In toward the channel for Tell. He's got a willing runner in Tell. Tell, a little bit of a skill move. Thior will take it away, though. Okafor is probably as good of a target man for this AC Milan side. I know they have Olivier Giroud, but he's a bit more mobile and still has a pretty good jump on him, does Okafor. At the moment, he's not really finding his teammates. Here is Theo Hernandez trying to win the header. Tell wins it instead. Musa will clear. Here's Theo Hernandez once more.
I mean, these balls there are just hitting hope, really. You know, and it needs to be more clinical and more controlled, I would say.
Yeah, there needs to be more of a direction that goes with them. As Theo looks to clear it down the line and does so well. But as we said, by this time in the first game, this game was away from the USA. So again, there's some progression here as we see Lema Lame into Musiala. Tomori will clear.
See,
again,
them passes are just, yeah.
Pass.
I mean, they're too hit and hope, I think.
Yeah, he's got to go to the ball. It's Vidovic. Lets it run through his legs. Where's he back to Lema?
Super goal. I mean, that's a fantastic finish. It all comes from the mistake, though, Wes.
Comes from the mistake. Comes from the inaccurate pass, and then it comes from the one bit of skill from Iran. And again, that's not to take anything away from Hassan Pajani's performance, but again, there's a lot of kind of wasted motion in the United States of America's play, but they are still trying, which again is what you kind of would like to see in a game like this as the ball goes over.
I mean, it's just sticking to his sticking to his players' feet. Like he's making the right options. He's not rushing things. You can see the possession. That's the big stat that people like. If you're able to play one-touch quick counter, you need to be super accurate with it. And when that doesn't work, you get caught in the break against a possession-type player. Possession doesn't mean sometimes in eFootball when you're talking about it, it doesn't mean you're going to be holding the ball at the back and, you know, waiting for things to happen. It means that you're taking an extra touch or two on the ball to control the chances rather than just one-touch passing, you know?
Yeah, and possession is not a negative word. It's more so, as you quite rightly said, it's about having the possession in the right places. You don't want it in. Let's say, for example, you don't want the ball in your own corner of your own half. You want it in the opponent's penalty box. As we'll see, good ball movement just towards the edge of half-time here, and again, just peters out for the United States of America.
That's the half.
That is the half. It goes in at 2-0 for Iran. Again, they're looking comfortable.
Look at that possession, though.
No shots registered for the USA, which again is something that you would want them to improve on.
Yeah,
something you would like to see them do something different with.
And I always say, when you're coming up against somebody, and obviously you, Wes, have played before, I think the most important thing from talking to guys and from playing a bit myself, obviously, not at this level now, but when you're playing, is to play on your terms. If you want to hold the ball and frustrate your opponent a little bit and make him work for the ball, you don't have to play gung-ho.
No.
You know what I mean? End to end.
It's a viable tactic as well, because if you're retaining the ball and you're able to move the ball about, the issue then becomes is, well, when does your opponent get the opportunity to get the ball off you?
Yeah.
That becomes the real opportunity. Is, okay, we'll try and draw him out. It's Raffaello stunning cross into the box and goes into the goalkeeper's hands. Maybe a moment or two earlier, and that might be a more profitable ball for the United States of America. It's Musiala. It's dispossessed by Musa momentarily, but he wins it back to Musiala. Vidovic, and advantage is given. And then it is
thinking about it.
Free kick given to Bayern Munich. There's Vidovic looking for the quick cross in. There's Tell. Theo Hernandez will head it clear. It's Musiala. Musiala again. Sane. Musiala in towards Lema. Lema has opportunities in the box, but Musa will clear. Is Adli forward. Is Rafael Leao. Is Divock Origi. Now there could be a little bit of traction here. Rafael Leao has always been the danger man for AC Milan. The USA looking to try and fashion an opportunity. Ball gone into the box here. It's fallen to Olivier Giroud. It's going to fall again kindly. Here's Adli. Adli with a strike. Oh, it's just over the bar.
That's the best chance of the day for him, I think. Neuer's gone crazy in goals.
Outside of that stunning strike in the first half, that's the clearest sight of goal we've seen for the United States of America.
It's just kind of a snapshot, isn't it? He just kind of powered up the bar a little bit too much.
I think he just panicked. I don't think he realised. I think he didn't realise the ball was going to go through to Giroud, and he didn't realise he was going to get it back to Adli. As the ball goes wide to Leroy Sané.
It's brilliant dribbling, Wes.
Brilliant dribbling by Sané. It's mesmeric at times. Is Lema. Vidovic, who tries to clever back heel, and instead it will be cleared. But you can see there, I think Hassan knows what the game plan is from the United States of America, which is get the ball into the centre and then distribute. If you're already reading that, there's going to have to be something that you do just slightly differently.
Yeah. Well, when you come up against a guy that has a different play style than you, it's very hard to change what you've done all
neat
along.
Flick there by Rafael Leao, and he'll still be onside if he can recover the ball, but he can't. It goes back to Neuer. Adli out wide to Rafael Leao. Kimmich will intercept it. Here's Leroy Sané. Benacer wins it back in towards Origi. Lema up to Vidovic.
Shutting down every attack. Doesn't make a difference. He's just shutting down everything. He's shutting down central play. He's shutting down out wide. It doesn't really make a difference at this stage. Musiala. Well cleared again. But I do think that it's going to be a case of if he can get the wing play working going forward, I think Hassan is definitely, like, if he uses the wings a little bit more, I think he can definitely have a massive say in this competition.
Certainly can. He's got another say in this particular game there, but he just got caught in possession.
But he does have a brilliant style of play. He's a winning style of play. This is what works. This is what makes you very consistent, because you limit chances to your opponent. You limit mistakes being made at the back, and you pretty much, he's a hard man to prepare for, because he does go out wide, but he recycles it in very, very quickly. And if the recycling isn't in, or if he's not able to get the ball in centre, he just holds the ball, which is frustrating when you come up against it.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to come up against.
But I would like to see Hassan use the wing a little bit more in terms of overlaps. I think that would make him, just to get a couple of more crosses in. He does seem very...
Just so that he understands, just so he knows what he's got at his disposal. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. You can see the corner of your picture, we've got a nice little camera angle, which I love there. As, you can see the players whilst they are in the game plan screen, so you can see the kind of... and I can say this, the traditional gamer lean that you see from everybody. So when game is on, gamer lean is on. The comfort of those chairs, you aren't going to need a backrest, because these guys have been leaning into this monitor. But yeah, I mean, looking at it, it's been a pretty solid performance throughout from Hassan Bajani. We've seen a little bit of everything from him so far, minus, as you say, a little bit of that wing play. But we've seen a lot. We've seen his defensive capabilities, we've seen his attacking capabilities most definitely, and we've seen his ability to just want to, as we say, just skillfully take the game away here from the United States.
And this is it, when he gets it on the wing, he kind of is putting it in straight away.
Brilliant strike. It's hit off the post. It's Guerrero with the stunning strike back in. But yeah, you're quite right. Gets that ball into that wide position. If you can find that inside pass, it causes problems for everybody. It really does. That inside ball will cause all types of issues, and we're about, what, 10 minutes away now from the conclusion of this series, as we called it, so we didn't confuse ourselves yesterday. It's a series, and then we got the games. Obviously, there are 2 game series. If you are just joining us, of course, there are 2 game series in the group stage. Each game is worth 3 points or a point, depending on what you can get. Of course, if you lose, you get nothing. And then, of course, in terms of qualification, top of each group at the end of day 2, top of each group will end. We'll go through to the second round directly, and second and third will play each other in the playoff stage. So there's a lot to talk about, and there'll be a lot to mull over in the next couple of days as to who is where and what they are looking to do, whether they're just here for the rest of the tournament just to watch it, or whether they're actually still participating in it. And having a look at how the group started at the start of the day, there's quite a few, I would say, looking at them, that may risk actually going into the playoff stage. I'm looking at the likes of, you look at Mexico and Luxembourg in their groups. They look like they could potentially be heading that way, but obviously results today will determine a lot. But you can see the quality of teams that are still left to play and still will be in this competition. I believe next up on our slate is Morocco versus Iraq. And of course, if you're looking at that from a perspective of what results are, Morocco have not dropped a point in this competition so far.
So they're going to be very, very hard to beat as well.
And then, of course, if you're looking at it from an Iraq perspective, they're in third in the group as it stands from the start of the day. Of course, we don't know how results go. If they're on the stage behind us.
But
as we can see, this has been a complete performance from Hassan Bajani.
It has.
And he's walked away with 6 points there. And again, I think the first game, I don't think it was as dominating as 6 goals should have been, because I think there was still more there from America. And they certainly learnt a lot more, did the US, in the second game. But ultimately, came away and lost that game.
Well, I mean, it won't matter whether, the USA lost 2-0 or 6-0. They'll be disappointed it's still 0 points.
Absolutely.
And for Hassan, I think, I would like to see him if he is under a bit of pressure. If he goes a goal down, is he still composed and cold, as you say, on within possession, where he needs to get that goal? Is he going to wait, to get a chance, or is he going to push it a little bit? That will tell me exactly how far this guy could go. But I mean, we've seen good performances throughout yesterday. We've seen guys stand up and be counted, and I think Hassan is definitely one.
It's one to watch
as this tournament goes on, because that's a huge result for him as well.
We're certainly getting a list of almost runners and riders of like not necessarily favourites, but people to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
You look, as we said, we look across the groups. You look at Germany, you look at Morocco, we just mentioned. Uzbekistan have had a really good start to this tournament here. Japan, of course, yesterday they're top of that group at the moment with Argentina and Turkey. So they're looking to cement themselves in. Obviously, I'm a little bit cheating here, folks, because we've got an iPad with the tables on. But you look at Portugal, MV from Portugal, who we haven't mentioned at all because he's not been on the stream. But he's not dropped a point. So that's somebody who, as we said, has got an online presence of being very good. But he can certainly bring it to an offline stage as well.
And there's a lot of lads like that. I know, you know, people in the live stream are saying like, oh, where's this player? Where's that player? You will see them. You will see them. We'll have a couple of good games as well later. That's going to be really good. And obviously, some of the players that we were talking to, they want to get that top spot in the group.
Everyone I speak to, when I say to them, you only have to finish top 3. They're like, no, I need to finish top 1.
I need to finish top 1,
And it's amazing how many times you hear that from people going, no, I need to finish top 1. It's like, what do you mean? And then when you go and look at the groups, you go, I see why. Okay, it's quite important. It takes that extra day's play out, and it certainly gives you a bit more air to breathe, a bit more time to just kind of soak it in. You know, you've got one extra series that you don't have to play.
And even Hassan today, like, we'll probably see in the head-to-head now in a second, but Hassan is definitely up there at the top, and we'll see in the head-to-head here.
We'll just wait for it to flash up.
Viewers should see it.
And then I will rotate out and let Farita come in.
But we have Hassan here. I'll just talk through that as Farita joins me next. But 8 goals from Hassan, 19 shots is huge, 15 shots on target. But look at the passes there. Farita, we're back together. I'm joined by the legend Farita here.
Thank you very much.
303 passes. You were watching from the sidelines there a little bit. Very impressive, Hassan. I mean, listen, a bit of hard luck, I think, from the United States player. It's a tough one because it is a hard match to, you know, or series to swallow now, because he's after losing 2 games. 0 goals across the 2 goals, 2 games, and 8 goals conceded. It's a tough one, but Hassan has really put himself up now, as I said to Wes. He's put himself up as, I'm here, I'm in Yash, I'm ready, I want to have some good fun, but I also want to win this thing. So
I don't like stereotypes, but Middle Eastern players are very strong, are very good players. They have plenty of energy on the attack side, particularly. They don't speculate. So I think perhaps it was on the books. I don't know if 8 goals is the real difference, but I don't think a lot of people may be surprised about that.
Hassan was fantastic. I mean, his ability, and I think the guys that have really stood up in this tournament so far are guys that they're just not making that many mistakes. You know, we've seen it where we're going to have players that are just able to get results, but also play their style of play, where they're like, I'm not going to give you the ball back, I'm going to keep it until I score, and I'm not going to have any mistakes. So I'm sure, you know, we'll have another cracker of a game coming up soon.
We will have a very short break, and after that, I will be sharing with my friend Barry O'Halloran, that Midnight Kid, another great match for you guys.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile Mob Expert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele Mob Expert și pe mobexpert.ro.
Cu Vodafone EasyTech, distracția vine cu tine în vacanță. Ai mai mult timp împreună cu familia și prietenii, fie că ești deja client sau te portezi acum. Vino în magazinele Vodafone și alegeți gadgetul sau telefonul dorit cu asigurare de ecran inclusă. Cu EasyTech ai tehnologie în 36 de rate fără dobândă, plus 3 luni cadou HBO Max și cea mai bună rețea certificată. Vodafone.
Să înceapă jocul. Pornim pe drumul către victorie în dubla cu Israelul.
Urmăriți echipa națională la Prima TV.
Naționala României e tot mai aproape de campionatul european.
Urmărește meciurile echipei naționale la Prima TV.
Suntem gata de luptă. Hai România, fii prima.
Hai România, victoria e cea mai importantă. Hai România, fii prima.
România-Israel pe 9 septembrie la 21:45. Naționala joacă la Prima TV. Cel mai tare festival ține tot anul la Prima Sport. Fotbalul, handbalul, tenisul, sporturile cu motor, basketul, rugbyul, canotajul sau gimnastica sunt mereu pe scena principală. Pentru milioane de români, Champions League, Superliga, cele mai puternice campionate din lume, meciurile naționalelor aduc idolii planetei zi de zi în fața ta. Prima Sport, spectacol fără pauză, sport fără egal.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile MobExpert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele MobExpert și pe mobexpert.ro.
And here we are once again from the beautiful city of Iasi in Romania. We are live. It's 37 degrees outside. It's a very hot day
Yeah, it
here
is.
in this Romanian summer.
Yeah, it is a bit of a heat wave, I think.
Yes,
I hope
yes.
we have a heat wave with the games as well now.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course. And we had some very good games, very interesting games. And now we are heading for a game which will bring us on stream one of the leaders
Yeah.
of his group.
Yeah, we've got Morocco versus Iraq here, and that's going to be a great game, I think. Morocco obviously playing from a position of power really now, where they're sitting pretty at the top.
Yes.
From day one, but it's all to play for here, I think, today, because Iraq definitely can still live 11 points. Morocco have 18 as far as we can see here. Haven't lost a game, and both teams high scoring.
Yes.
So we saw in the last game, you had Hassan at the top of the leaderboard for his group. This Morocco team, I think this player he's a very aggressive player from what I've kind of seen of him and what I've heard. It should be an interesting one.
Yes, and of course, taking care that the first one of each group goes to the place of jumping one
straight
instance.
in. Yeah,
so that's very important.
I think, now, is to get straight into it.
Let's see the heads up for this game between Morocco and Iraq.
So we've gone for Milan versus Barcelona, Farita.
Nice, nice. And the Iraqi player had an excellent tournament in Bali. I remember him very well. He was one of the surprises of that tournament. About his play style, well, he couldn't show that very much here yet, but perhaps it will be his lucky break against AC Milan in Morocco's hands.
Well, he's going to have a test on his hands with Morocco, because they're playing as AC Milan. Now, we've seen teams use AC Milan well,
yes,
and we've seen teams not use Milan so well. So that's kind of an interesting one. Barcelona kind of match up a little bit better to AC Milan, I think, compared to maybe Bayern Munich. But this is going to be a clash of first versus third.
Yes.
And as you said, had a great tournament in Bali. Morocco now looking, they want to take top spot. So it's all to play for here. This could go a long way in deciding who actually gets automatic onto the next stage, which is massively important.
Yes, because the ones that can get past that elimination will come better rest and will come, knowing that you are almost there. You are at the door.
Yeah, I think so,
what you came to find here in this beautiful city of Iasi. As we told you, this was the historical capital. It is the historical capital of Romania, with very beautiful sightseeing, very beautiful architecture. I'm glad that we will be able to explore the city tomorrow and the days coming by. So we are here for this match. Thank you very much to everybody on the chat, on Twitch and on YouTube. You guys rock. We will be reading your opinions during the match. So here we are with the Midnight Kid. Let's start the match.
We're straight in. So listen, I think what we're going to have to see here from Morocco, if they are playing as we expect, aggressive, there's going to be goals in this game. I think between both teams from day one, there was 30 goals. So we're going to hopefully see a lot of things to shout about here and a lot of chance creation. But every game takes on a life of its own. So let's see what actually happens here. Iraq playing as Barcelona.
And the question is, did they make a lot of goals because they are good attacking, or did they make a lot of goals because they played against people that defended not so well?
Yeah, well, that's always I think the biggest thing, Frida, as well, is limiting chances that you give your opponent. That's a hugely important factor of any game, and especially in eFootball, where the first goal is always vital.
Yeah, it's like it means a double goal.
It does, because you can kind of chill out then a little bit and wait for your opponent to see what he has. But brilliant start here. What a splitting pass that is to Leao. Oh, it's a brilliant save.
Good saving. I think it was not manual.
No, it wasn't. It was just, I think it was just a good save from the goalkeeper himself. And Abde with the pace on the wing. Abde.
I haven't seen much victories with Barcelona.
Yeah, Barcelona are kind of a difficult team to play with as well, because you've got, the stat balancing is huge. but it does kind of limit Lewandowski's high stats a little bit. Pedri is another player. You are kind of dependent on their player skills and their play styles, which is a huge part of eFootball, especially when you're playing to win. And Lee, Origi, and Leo. Oh, I think he should have taken a touch.
If you have balanced stats here, Pedri is just a short guy.
Well, I won't go that far now. He's still Pedri. He still is a beast, but you are right. Yeah, it does balance it out a little bit, and that's why we saw yesterday, remember we were commentating and we saw Ferran Torres was absolutely unbelievable for Barcelona. And it's just kind of teasing each other out now, I would say, looking for chances. Needs to cross it back across to Lewandowski if he can get it. He does, and there's 1-0.
Yes.
That's what we were looking for there. I think that's a great chance, and what a start I think that is.
And this
for
was
Iraq.
a classic example of a goal which is not a nice goal, but is a useful goal.
It is. I mean, they all count, don't they?
Yeah, of
so
course.
It doesn't matter if they're a golazzo, as you would say, or just a simple tap-in.
They all count as one. And for a fact, he's not using Ferran Torres.
He's not in this game. No, he's not. Which is a little bit of a switch up from what we've seen previously, because Torres has been one of the players that I've really noticed with the stat balance and has been very dominant. Looking for an instant reply, well cut out by Koundé.
Yes, because
Tomori.
If you use it open in the wing, he might find that second ball.
Yeah, he might, but it could be kind of an impact sub as well to bring on to see.
That's true.
You always have plan A, B, C, D. Looking to get back into it, but listen, I think it's kind of gone a little bit of a. I mean, Morocco coming into this, maybe there is that little bit of pressure on him as leader of the group, and say, look, if I get 3 points, if I get 6 points here, it's massive. But it hasn't gone that way in the first 25 minutes, being 1-0 down.
He had just one option that was saved by the keeper.
But as you did mention, this player from Iraq is a great player as well. It's a brilliant ball, and there is 1-1. I think that's a mistake, Farida, with the manual goalkeeping that can go against you, and we've just seen it there.
A deep ball, once again looking for volleys. That's the Moroccan style, and this game is 2-1 for
We didn't
Iraq.
even have time to discuss the equaliser when it's gone back to 2-1.
It came in the exact moment.
Lewandowski, simple ball down the wing, cut across, and Lewandowski is doing what he does best. And we did say he was limited, but he's still Lewandowski up front. First time shot as a player skill, of course, is huge. That's why he's probably in, and he's definitely paid off for the Iraq man today.
And this is for those that said, where is Ferran Torres? That's for you guys.
That's for you. That's for you. And it's just kind of, it's kind of flying by this game. There's a lot happening, a lot of movement from both players.
Yes,
and they're really going at each other here.
There were almost no fouls, almost no out of bounds.
Very free-flowing football. Chukwueze centers it into Origi. He's got the runner. This could be the equaliser. It is a beautiful finish for Ida.
Excellent game playing, excellent touches with the ball. When you press the triangle, you can do things like that.
True pass extraordinaire there is true. And that's when you get a chance like that, you just sometimes have to wait for the runner.
Exactly.
It's not all what you're doing, it's what maybe you're not doing as well. It's just waiting for the little AI runs to be made.
Your other eye looking, you know, second sight.
But it is end-to-end. Look, we knew that there was going to be goals. We did say and predict that there was going to be goals.
You predicted.
And we have not been disappointed.
4
goals
already.
And we're not done yet. And we've another game to go in this series as well.
I think we will have an uneven quantity of goals.
You think so?
Uneven.
Okay, so we're going to get a winner in these games. Is that what you're predicting across this series?
I think so.
Pedri, Rafinha, cuts inside. I think it's a free in. And I don't think we've seen on stream a direct free kick scored yet. I haven't anyway.
I haven't.
So I just want to see someone score, you know, a top class free kick.
Yes.
We see a lot of these trick plays, Farida. A lot of this is down to obviously the guys using manual goalkeeping, whether they're going to be a bit of mind games thrown in here, but we have the manual goalkeeping set on here. He can still shoot with Lewandowski. He does. I think he's going to have a pop with Lewandowski here, or a pass. He goes low under the wall.
Corner kick.
Yeah.
They don't have Messi anymore.
No. And Lewandowski stood up to take that one.
By the way, quite a show, Messi,
Yes,
last night.
beautiful. He's still Messi.
Oh,
Just letting it out there. The magician.
so we are watching Iraq 2, Morocco 2.
Sparta. Listen, this is going to be a good game, I think, from both guys, if they can continue at this pace, Farida, because that was a terrible throw there. I see Farida
Yes.
with your hands out,
I
questioning
cannot
the
understand.
decision. He's just offside as well.
Yours are the blue ones.
Yes. Well, Farida, you're here with your hands out. You're kind of dictating the play, I think, at this stage.
I get angry.
You're getting angry with the misplaced passes.
Yes,
but in
I
fairness,
do-
we've seen very few mistakes from either of these guys.
I need precision.
Apart from the manual goalkeeper mistake for the first goal, I think it was,
In
for
Spanish,
Milan.
we will say he salió a cazar mariposas. He went looking for butterflies.
You're teaching me new phrases
Yeah.
every day.
I'm learning them from you also. That's part of the beauty of this diverse team that we have here at
Yes.
IESF, with people from all over the world, exchanging views, experiences, making new friends. This is what video games are about.
It is.
It's over the times where you play by yourself with nobody else.
It is.
That's over.
And it's also, I think, as I was saying to Wes earlier, it's about showcasing your talents
Of course.
on a worldwide stage.
Of course.
But also meeting fellow guys that have, similar interests to you. Yes, you're rivals, and I heard Wes say that. You are rivals when you're playing.
Yes.
But it's, it's kind of a friendly rivalry.
Yeah, and also sometimes I like to see them when they arrange friendly matches.
Yeah.
Would you play me? I don't know. Well, perhaps yes.
Yeah. I thought you were asking me would I play you there.
No, no.
I wouldn't be able for that heat.
I cannot. I have a prohibition because I promise not to play with another human. Yeah, for sure. It's written.
We're back underway in the second half. If you are joining us, it is Morocco versus Iraq. And we get a nice little player cam there of the teams, of the players. And they look very focused. Very focused. And Morocco, just to give a roundup of it, they are currently the group leaders, with Iraq in third position based on yesterday's results. We will get confirmation of all of that towards the end of the day. But it's still all to play for Farida here as we tease out this match 2-all. We see the players there very focused.
Quite a patience for AC Milan.
Yeah. Very few mistakes we made. These guys are definitely at a very high skill level. That's a super ball in. This should be 3. Oh, it's a terrible touch.
He couldn't kill the ball.
It's a terrible touch.
It's so difficult to be able to kill that ball that came from the air in
That's
a
the
through
difference.
pass, aerial through pass.
But Barcelona will be happy that they're getting those chances.
Yes.
Because if you keep knocking on the door, you're going to get an answer at some stage.
Yes, someone will come. I hope it's not the witch. It's the
Rough
pizza
stuff.
delivery guy.
Yeah,
hopefully.
exactly. Late night pizza is always great.
So here we are. It's Opa! Mira lo que hizo
Beautiful play.
Rafinha.
Bit of a mistake, and a little bit of mistakes creeping in now. We didn't see it so much in the first half, but
Well,
they're probably getting a bit tense now.
And the heat
Crazy.
is also taking a toll
Yeah.
on all of us.
On all of us. Rafinha out wide as he loves to explode with the ball. Terrible pass though.
Mistake, rookie mistake.
Loftus-Cheek. Their new boys, Origi, looking to spread it to Leao, the danger man.
But
Beautiful ball to Adley. It's great strong defending from Christensen though.
These guys are good players.
Yeah, very good
You
players.
can see that they are good defending, they are good attacking. They make their mistakes like all of us do, but they have class.
Yeah. And sometimes as well, when you get rid of the ball, you're kind of taking a chance that you might make a mistake, you might lose possession, but you're still set at the back.
Yes.
So it's a case of trying to bring out your opponent to play a little bit.
And we haven't discussed this yet. I always look at these games, these pro player games. They don't carry the ball.
Yeah, well, a lot of them don't. We've seen exceptions. We saw Hassan when he was under no real pressure. We saw yesterday with the Arsenal style, actually, and a lot of people were saying how good he was.
But I mean, mostly 90% of them, they play at one touch.
Yeah.
I love to carry the ball when I play.
Yeah.
Because that's something that I cannot do on the turf.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for sure. So I like to do my flair. I like to do that kind of
well, a lot of that is dictated as well, Frida, if you look at the game plan here and the changes they're making, how central they're set up.
Yes.
And we saw it yesterday with Roxa. He's walking past us here, you might see him. But we saw with Roxa yesterday that he likes to control the wide play. And when you control the wide play, it's very high risk. And you're seeing it with these two boys. They're trying to keep it as centre as possible.
Yes, it's very narrow.
It's very narrow. And the reason why they don't hold the ball, as you say, and hold that possession and play the Farita way.
Yeah, it's for speed.
It's for speed.
I know.
Yeah, and it's for lack of making mistakes. That if you get caught in midfield, you can get exposed very, very quickly in this game.
And you also get your players tired earlier.
You do, yeah, you do. And it's more a measure of, if I'm going to make a mistake, how open at the back am I? And that's what a lot of these guys weigh up in milliseconds.
Did you ever use Roberto Carlos as a centre forward?
Yes.
We all did.
Yes, we all did. And many a goal were scored.
Yes.
Gavi, brilliant ball in. Lewandowski, that's excellent defending, high-level defending. Very calm, composed. Sometimes it's not all about goals that win you games. It is defensive manoeuvres like that. Manual goalkeeping, heading back to the goalkeeper like that.
Have impatience, don't rushing in excess. Also, don't keeping the ball too much.
Oh, it's a brilliant ball out to Fatty. Ansu squares it, but no one home. And Pulisic will take it out. He can't get it out, though. Gavi's putting him under savage pressure.
I think
that's a very strong challenge.
He kick it with the caster, with the plaster caster.
Origi can't win that ball. Very, very evenly matched game, hasn't it been? And we've another one coming up in this series. This could be a goal outside. What a finish! I think it was outside of the foot. We just had a little look there at the animation kicking in. It's a fantastic finish.
Yes, he heard me. He said, okay, do you think I'm injured? I'm not.
You're turning coach now.
Yeah.
Caster / coach. The players are within earshot. You might hear a couple of screams, but look at the calmness there. Look at the composure. Not going to panic yet. Not going to panic yet if you are conceding a goal like that. There's still time. Iraq up 3-2, and they will be delighted with that. I think that they've probably just shaded it and been the slightly better side. The Iraq player is very, very strong at scoring goals.
Yes, and he did well. Ferran Torres is now on the pitch.
Yeah.
As we said before, he was saving it for now. But on the last steps, he was clinical.
Yeah, he was.
Completely clinical.
But we've seen it today. He's used Rafinha in that role.
Yes.
And Torres now is more central. So it's very interesting to see the different play styles. Obviously, different play styles, you know, different cultures of how they actually probably play football as well, as you've mentioned. Torres here. Straight away, he's trying to make an impact, but he can't.
Yes, he played by memory. He should cross the ball to the middle of the box.
He won't want to concede from this counter. It would be a killer blow. Brilliant tackle from Garcia.
Yes,
just gets across. Didn't know much about that one, I don't think.
No, what a mistake.
That's a terrible mistake again. Pressure building, Chukwueze. Brilliant dribbling. But excellent defending again. Not really sure what he was doing there, Frida. He just seemed to be confused. He confused himself, he confused me and you.
2 times. 2 mistakes by Ansu Fati in a row.
This should be it. Oh, just spread it wide. That's all she wants.
Yeah, that's what all he wants to do. Kick the ball far away, let the minutes pass.
One last chance, maybe the ref might be kind to AC Milan. That's a nothing ball, really. But it might break down. It does. Chukwueze! No, that's going to end it.
Oh,
that's a brilliant result. That's a brilliant result for Barcelona.
I think,
and of course, Iraq playing as Barcelona.
He sweated.
Was he sweating too much? We might need to go up with a towel, Tim, because that was a very sweaty finish, as Frida says.
The last minutes, it was like grabbing the ball and let's see. Let's take a chance.
It is hot here. You can see that they are still focused. Listen, I think if you're, you know, Morocco, if you're Sparta, you're just probably thinking to yourself, that game was there for me. It was a very even game. You see the stats there as we're waiting for the next game. Interceptions, tackles. There wasn't much physicality in that game. It was very free-flowing. There wasn't many free kicks. There was no penalty decisions.
And they have the same quantity of shots on target.
Yeah.
So
No, like one offside for both teams, like 0 for Milan.
same number of interceptions.
Yeah,
same
very
number of
tight.
tackles.
Yeah.
So the difference perhaps was the efficiency on the last step.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, if you are Noor from Iraq, you are thinking at this and saying, this is a huge opportunity for me to get 6 points now.
Yes.
And to jump up a little bit and put myself into that position where I can actually put the pressure on here. Because if you are Morocco, you're probably thinking to yourself, I still have a bit of breathing room, but I need to get a result now. He cannot lose this game if you're thinking, if he's looking at qualifying as the top man in this group.
Yes, and also if you keep chewing the microphone on the headphones, you will have some...
You'll have wireless headphones then.
Yeah, please.
That's what you do.
Yes, please. But have you seen him?
He's hungry. Yeah. It's hungry work when you're winning games.
Yeah, me too.
We are seeing a little bit of the tactic side now, right? So this is the stuff I like to see.
Of course.
You can see the defensive on 2 players. We saw one of them is going to be, when you're playing a 3-man centre-back, what a lot of these guys also like to do is use defensive or else deep line on either a DMF or the right or left fullback. So you're effectively defending with 4,
yes,
then 5 with the DMF, and then you're pushing with 5 as well. So it's 5v5 the whole time, and that's where you get overlaps, which we will see today. We're straight back into it, Frida.
and you get 5 guys tired as well.
You do. It's high risk, high reward, but everyone plays that way.
Yes.
Everyone plays that way apart from a few.
And they also make great burgers.
Yeah.
5 guys, I mean.
Yeah, 5. Origi, Chukwueze, Adli, blistering start for Milan. Adli running, look for the cute little pass in there, but just a little bit too cute, I would say. De Jong, Musa, Origi trying to recycle, and now spread out to Pedri. And Pedri will look to get the wing playing. This is where we want Rafinha if you are Barcelona. Little trick inside, I would say. It doesn't work though. Just a little bit too casual there, I think.
Yes, and the game is not so narrow as the first one.
Yeah, well,
they are
different style.
using a little bit more of the field.
Ball to Abde. Oh, dangerous tackle. De Jong doesn't fall to him.
So we
Chukwueze.
may see more crossings, more aerial play.
Well, Barcelona definitely on the attack, but here come Milan as well.
And look what Omar says to us. Iraqi people are regularly chewing their microphones day in and day out. I know firsthand because I'm Iraqi myself. Okay.
Balde,
Thanks about the info, Omar.
Chukwueze, Adli. Chukwueze squares it at the back post. What a save,
Whoa.
manual goalkeeping.
All things that were done bad by the defense were corrected by the goalie.
Incredible defensive maneuver from the goalkeeper. And we said it in the last game. Stopping shots with manual goalkeeping
Yes.
can win you games.
Yes, and in this case, he was also lucky that the defense was not beaten, because on the rebound, you may get a goal anyway.
Musa, strong challenge. Again, there's a little bit, kind of the tempo's been upped a little bit.
Yes.
There's a few more
Yes.
mistakes being made, but I think that's kind of, they want to score first and get that momentum building.
Yes, it's more risk, also a little bit more tiring.
Koundé, strong header.
We have Weza in the chat. You may chat over Twitch with Weza himself.
He's in analysing, even when he's on the side there to us, he's still analysing his score updates. He's got every update going here for us.
And he likes to be greeted on stream, so consider yourself greeted. Zorro Inetero, Fierito, saludo, impecable la transmisión. Thank you very much. They say that the stream is going well. Thanks a lot, my friends.
Thank you, guys. We have we had any predictions in the stream? Maybe
No,
Wes could predict this one as well if he's in the stream.
No, because until the groups end, I will not do any prediction. No.
It's getting a little bit chaotic now, I would say, but they've definitely upped the tempo. There's a lot of interceptions in this match.
It's
to the
more
first
like
one.
a casual game.
Yeah.
This seems a little bit more like the game you may play with your friends at home.
And the minute that they have the ball, they're losing it again. Koundé now is striking a great figure up front. Brilliant ball to Rafinha.
Opening the field.
Back to Koundé. This is going to be the cross in. Stunning. Doesn't get it in. And now we've got the counter. It's 3v3 if he can get it out. It's still 3v3, I think. Both out wide. Got the extra runner, Origi Musa. Terrible pass for Ida, just breaks down at the final bit there.
El Goico.
Musa, Adli.
Pidiendo cosa, Goico.
De Jong again. Playing that kind of anchor role there at times. Helping out his other partner in crime, I would say, DMF style. Abde, Lewandowski.
Nice touch.
Rafinha. Pedri, Lewandowski. Rafinha's in if he can square it. It's brilliant defending again.
Now I think we have a little bit inclined the field in favor of Barcelona.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
So you think the goal is going to come from Barcelona? Is that what you're saying to me?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that he's pushing more than AC Milan.
Yeah, I think Milan are looking to probably just control the play a little bit, but the game doesn't seem to be going that way. And two identical corners. Such is the precision of these guys. We're going to see a third identical corner. It doesn't clear the first man. Pedri, that should be a penalty, surely.
Yeah. Isn't
Ref
that a
says
penalty?
no, says play on.
Isn't that a penalty?
We'll have to have a look back at that one, I think, if you're Barcelona. But that's one he's got away with. Pedri was strong. He stayed on his feet. Maybe there wasn't enough contact there. It looked like it from our vantage point. High up in the commentary box, of course, for Ita. We might even have seen it clear, you know?
At least do go to the
Brilliant
VAR.
ball. Leo, what a save again. De Jong recycles it back.
Can we say that the MVP for this match so far is the goalie?
Definitely in this game, yeah. The manual goalkeeping has taken a notch on. I love to see that. It adds to the skill level of the players. Brilliant running. Well cut out again. And these guys are just nullifying each other now. That is exactly how I would describe this game. Anything that they're trying, it's just so many interceptions. I'm going to be interested to see the interceptions at halftime if we get this screen up here now. Because I'd say it's gone way up. There's a good uptick in it. 18-16. I think we only had 20 versus 22 in the last game.
Yes, that's
over
true.
90 minutes.
That's
We're nearly
true.
at that in the first half already. So that's probably a bit of nervous energy coming in.
And they're playing more openly.
Yeah,
I think
it's very
they are
open.
risking more.
Yeah. Well, we have
Sometimes
a
you need to
slight
do that.
alteration to Milan. You see Leao there out wide. That's probably what you were calling for as well. But then you see what it becomes in midfield is it becomes just a battle in midfield of who can turn over the player enough in possession. And that's where you get your goals from when you're playing narrow.
It's like a steel barrier. It's very difficult to pass by. Once you pass that barrier, you are one-on-one with the goalie.
Yeah. But Sparta will be kind of... I think he'll still feel this game is here for him, but he needs a result out of this game, I think. I know he's top of the group from yesterday, but he's kind of found his match here today in Iraq's Noor, hasn't he? He's found this guy. I know you talked about him in Bali, that he was an impressive player, but he has found his match here, I think, for Ita.
Yes, I think so. It's a balanced match, a nice match, an interesting match to watch at home, like you are now watching us from all over the world. People from Peru, people from Argentina, people from Iraq, people from Morocco. Everybody's there on the stream. Let us know, where are you watching this from?
Lewandowski, Pedri. Sometimes it's not all about the goals, it is about the manual goalkeepers as well. We've seen some excellent saves today. Brilliant manual goalkeeping, which I love to see. I keep saying it, but I do love to see it. Adli. Brilliant ball into space. He's got the runner, lovely. Leo. Oh, another fantastic save.
Three
This
saves
is
in a row.
Incredible save. We've seen it on both ends today. It's a brilliant break on here though. Rafinha gets it out wide. He cuts back. It's excellent defending, or maybe a bad dribble there, I think, by Rafinha. And now we're livening up here. You hear the crowd in the background a little bit as well. I'm not too sure if it's coming through on the stream, but Adli, lovely
People
spread.
watching from France.
Origi, Chukwueze. First goal of the game, maybe? No, it's solid defending again.
France played the World Cup final in Qatar, maybe? I don't remember it very much. I think they did.
Okay, yeah, I think
don't
so.
know.
We'll check your stats. Lewandowski! Oh, it's...
Oh! No!
Oh, my days.
No.
Farida, we've both got our hands in our heads here. I know they can't see on stream, but my God, that is incredible passage of play.
Very incredible. I mean, he will dream with this all night, you know.
He does everything right, Lewandowski, but he just can't squeeze it in, and then it just doesn't bounce to him favourably. Nearly gets an own goal.
Yes. But luck was on Morocco's side in this one.
Crazy. Sparta lives to fight another day. And this match is far from over. Sometimes these tight, tense games can be as exciting and exhilarating as free-scoring games. What a pass! But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Farita, to use an expression. The goalkeepers have been the tail today.
Yes, very important.
Some
very
brilliant
important
saves, manual goalkeeping called to the fore, and something that we will see as this competition goes on.
Exactly, and Wes is coaching us from the chat in Twitch. Thank you very much. However you say, boss.
He's giving pointers here beside us. He's laughing like a maniac here to our side.
He's making game plans.
Yeah,
game plans.
He's checking things out. He's laughing like a crazy.
No, he says you are going to do that later.
Oh, is that what he says?
Yeah. But he used the verb, I will instruct. So that's what you have when you deal with sergeants and generals.
It's a big overlap on here on either side. Can Barcelona find the goal that they're so desperately looking for?
Yes, they need it.
Brilliant block.
Need it. Because, you know, when you have so many saves, there is a saying that says, los goles que no haces en el arco contrario los ves en el tuyo. The goals you don't make on your rival's goal, you see them being conceded in yours.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Oh, that's brilliant defending just to get over manually there. Origi, he's got the break on here. This is what Sparta's been looking for all game as we head into the last 10 minutes. He's got options. Musa. It's probably the wrong option, I think, there. He had a man overlooking him. Loftus-Cheek, De Jong. Abde. Lovely defending again from that Milan. Back four or back three, it looks like now. No, it's still the back four. Just a deep roll for Hernandez as that left back.
Let's see if he can close the deal on the last one.
It's great defending again. It's just been very tight. It's been very, I would say it was kind of a chaotic game. A lot of interceptions, a lot of mistakes being made, a lot of pressured passes put into space that didn't really need to be there.
Last modifications. I wonder also at the speed they make the substitutions.
Yeah,
I love that.
Instant.
It's automatic.
And you know why that is? They don't want their opponent seeing what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's all about mind games, and it's all about, well, if you're bringing on this player, will I bring on this player?
And it's also like having Bluetooth on your head.
Yeah,
boom, 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 boom,
the
boom,
reflexes.
Boom, done.
Well, Ferran Torres, your man, is coming on here now, I will say, and he's going to be playing through the middle with Gavi.
Yes.
Rafinha is staying on for that width. Fahy is coming on. Gundogan is coming on as well. So we've got a lot of changes from both sides. Milan.
Abdi is really tired.
He's tired, yeah. He's tired. Well, the heat in Yash here is tiring. It's tiring, so draining. We could get a last-minute winner here from either side. Sparta will be looking to get something out of this game as he goes on another attack. Okafor, we've seen him produce the goods so far in this tournament with other players using him. Pulisic. Patient build-up. Oh, it's patient defense as well, though. It's like a chess match, this one.
Yes, and they both know that there is just one chance.
Yeah.
Who will take it, that we will see.
This could be it. This could be it. Last chance, double touch. Oh, it's an incredible finish.
Amazing. We said there's just one chance. Who's gonna take it? And you heard it from Barry, from the Midnight Kid. Can this be the one? Yes, sir, it was the one. You saw it.
Incredible finish. Brilliant finish. And there's, again, where we're talking about the impact of the subs, the impact of players coming in with fresh stamina, fresh legs for Ita, and coming in and making an impact the minute that they come in, whether it's scoring, assisting. You've seen it time and time again. And I think Sparta's left it too late now. I think he has. I think it's Barcelona's day here. And this is a massive, massive result for Iraq.
Yes, it's an important result. Perhaps, as we said before, the stream looks very good for Iraq because in Bali he was clashing everyone and he's crashing everyone here as well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, when you get your chance, you have to take it. And he was composed. I know I'd love to see that next replay. I'd love to see that next replay where we're talking about it and we see that finish, because it seemed to happen very quickly where we had it in. We heard the boys in the background shouting and roaring.
Yes.
That, you know, that's a massive result, because Iraq coming into this, right? You talked about Iraq, okay? And you said that Noor is obviously a fantastic player, and you see what it means to him, right? But Sparta from Morocco had a brilliant day one yesterday.
Yes.
He was top. He hadn't really struggled for losing points.
I think that he knew that the match that he needed to know that he was already on the next step was this one.
Yeah.
So these kind of matches sometimes work as hinges, you know?
Yeah.
That's very important.
But that's a huge, like, that is a massive 6 points for both, for Iraq there, right? And the loss of 6 points for Morocco.
Yes, exactly.
Because now you've got that leapfrog where Iraq are in the prime position to be able to qualify. Now listen, there's still a long way to go yet. Obviously there's more games, but that was, I mean, I enjoyed that one. I hope you guys watching at home enjoyed it as well.
I think it was one of the best matches that we had, and let's see what the numbers can say about this.
Yeah, I think when we do look at the head-to-head, whenever we do look at that, but just to talk about that before that, Frida, that's a psychological one as well. That if these two guys are to meet again, and we see that with the swings of, listen, it's okay if you're beating the bottom of the group, right? If somebody hasn't had a good tournament so far, okay? But when you're playing guys that you might have one eye on and say, we might meet again in the future, my friend. It's a very big psychological one to not just win the first game, but to win the series outright that you've played. 2 games, 6 points, huge result for Iraq.
We have also a saying that says, te picó el boleto. That means he punched your ticket.
Yeah.
You know, like in the train where they punch your ticket? Well, something like that may happen. Okay, you are on the first, you're leading the group. Let me have your ticket. Boom. I'm here. I'm here.
It's that kind of swing that comes with it, where you're like, I'm looking up at you, and now I'm looking down at you, because I'm the leader now, and it's my tournament to play.
When you beat the leader, like everybody starts looking you in a different way.
Yeah,
you know what
we start to make a bit more noise.
I think so.
I think that's probably what's going to stick out there.
And what do you think, guys, at home? I'm just reading what you're saying here. Thank you very much for all the comments. Thank you very much for everything that you say and do for us. Thank you very much, M. Valerie 22, El Tornado, Mourinho, thanks a lot. Let's see the stats of this game that has just ended between Iraq and Morocco.
Yeah, we're going to see here now on screen, and for anyone watching at home as well, we did talk about the interceptions, and that's kind of where Sparta and Noor were very, very similar. Very similar. 4 goals, 2 goals for Sparta, 6 shots, 7 shots, passes successful. Very, very similar. But at the same time, Farida, I think the big one there was that game, the first game in the series was kind of, it took on a life of its own with the goals. But in that one there, it was all about patience. Very crazy in certain parts of the game. A lot of mistakes made. But getting that win at the end with that chance was beautiful.
Yeah, it was like the cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, it's a great way of putting it.
It was very important. Well, so this is the head-to-head. This is how this match ended. Beautiful game between Morocco and Iraq. And we are heading for some more matches today.
Yeah, we have some more games coming.
We have some treats.
We have some good games coming left. And for a lot of people that were looking to see Spain and France, they're going to be coming up later.
Yes.
We've got some good games, I think, coming. There's a lot of shouting going on behind us. We'll have to see what's going on back there, but I'm sure we will see it when we see the rest of the groups and stuff. But listen, what an absolute brilliant game, and I think we are going to be taking a short break. I need a little rest.
Yes, a little break, and we will come right back with more games for all of you from here, from Iași in Romania.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile MobExpert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele MobExpert și pe mobexpert.ro.
Cu Vodafone EasyTech, distracția vine cu tine în vacanță. Ai mai mult timp împreună cu familia și prietenii, fie că ești deja client sau te portezi acum. Vino în magazinele Vodafone și alegeți gadgetul sau telefonul dorit cu asigurare de ecran inclusă. Cu EasyTech ai tehnologie în 36 de rate fără dobândă, plus 3 luni cadou HBO Max și cea mai bună rețea certificată. Vodafone.
Să înceapă jocul. Pornim pe drumul către victorie în dubla cu Israelul.
Urmăriți echipa națională la Prima TV.
Naționala României e tot mai aproape de campionatul european.
Urmărește meciurile echipei naționale la Prima TV.
Suntem gata de luptă. Hai România, fii prima.
Hai România, victoria e cea mai importantă. Hai România, fii prima.
România-Israel pe 9 septembrie la 21:45. Naționala joacă la Prima TV. Cel mai tare festival ține tot anul la Prima Sport. Fotbalul, handbalul, tenisul, sporturile cu motor, basketul, rugbyul, canotajul sau gimnastica sunt mereu pe scena principală. Pentru milioane de români, Champions League, Superliga, cele mai puternice campionate din lume, meciurile naționalelor aduc idolii planetei zi de zi în fața ta. Prima Sport, spectacol fără pauză, sport fără egal.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile MobExpert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele MobExpert și pe mobexpert.ro.
And just like that, I transformed from Farita to Wes. Just like that. It's a brilliant magic.
Bit of magic
in the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the 15th edition of the World Esports Championships in the eFootball category. What a game we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, did you hear the noise being made back there when that last goal? And there's lots of noise being made now, I think, as this competition ramps up. What a result as well for Iraq.
Yeah, well, we know, as Farid will no doubt have mentioned on commentary in terms of his performances in Bali, getting to the top 8 and really kind of putting himself on the map there. As we mentioned already about these emerging regions, emerging nations, Iraq certainly putting themselves on that bracket and on that pathway. And certainly it was a big, important result, given the complexity of the group at the moment.
Yeah, because I think we had it before. We had before there, as we just see, Morocco had that point, I suppose. But now with the live, you can see Iraq getting into that position, because you've mentioned it. We talked about it before. I was saying to Farita, how important is that automatic spot through? Because you can chill out a little bit, you can relax a little bit.
But the only issue it becomes in that group, especially, is that home nation's in there. Romania are in there. Of course, we're going to see the next matchup here, which, again, for those of you who weren't here for the schedule, it's Iceland versus Luxembourg. We'll see Manchester United versus Manchester United. So we will have to
pay attention now, really, here.
We will have a look at who lines up where. Of course, you've got Tinder, again, former esports competitor in other titles.
Yeah.
So again, has a little bit of experience. Although having spoken to him, there's not that many people that play eFootball in Iceland, so you struggle to kind of get the reps in. Of course, on the other side, and I have to make sure I pronounce this correctly because he taught me this in Bali, it's Daniel Araújo.
Okay.
Is how you pronounce it.
There you go.
But again, very formidable player within eFootball. Again, Luxembourg have again, one of their stars in terms of their crew of esport athletes they bring to these games or to bring to these competitions or these championships in Daniel. So it's going to be an intriguing matchup between the two. And again, with it being Manchester United versus Manchester United, you're going to have, again, it's going to be down to who can put
probably
their skill
more
level
tactical
on.
I think, as well. And as you said there, Wes, like you talk about Iceland, like it's great to see it on this stage, you know, where you're going up against guys, and obviously as we go on, you'll see the more, you know, maybe well-known names that you see. But now when you get a chance to see, like, listen, I can actually do this, I can actually be on the stage, the showcase games on the stream, like, it's a great opportunity for them to actually showcase their talents, like, which is what it's all about, really.
Absolutely, and it gives nations platforms to build upon. So, you know, you do look at Luxembourg, and again, as we said about kind of nations who are emerging, you wouldn't necessarily associate with esports. Iceland not really being one of them, Luxembourg not being one of them. They get to share a stage, and yes, you know, as we communicated in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat, there's a lot of, where are these players? Why are we not? The good news is, folks, is that there are no kind of easy games here. Like, all of these players have qualified through hard work and dedication to the craft.
Of course.
So the reality is that whatever you're going to see on stream is actually going to be quite a competitive game. It's just a case of who puts their best foot forward here. Of course, if you were looking at the form book, as it were, you'd probably be thinking Luxembourg have got that, you know, have got the slight advantage here. If you look at the live groups, for example, I believe that Luxembourg are just ahead there, and Iceland still have got a ways to go in relation to their kind of their aspirations here. But you know, when you do look at it, Luxembourg have always been promising on the world stage, as I do try.
Yeah, well, I think if you're looking there, Wes, like you'll see,
you can see there, they're in the same group as Lebanon, Mexico. You've got Egypt, Iceland, and Mongolia.
Which is a tough group. Like, all of these groups obviously are tough. Mexico, very, very strong position, but we can see it here. We're straight in, Wes. We're straight in.
We are straight in here. It's Iceland from left to right in the red, and it's Luxembourg in the, as our Argentinian friend said, the Banfield stripes from right to left.
He's claiming them kits now as well.
He's going to claim them all day long. Here is Bruno Fernandes to Marcus Rashford. Eric Bailly will intercept it. And again, if you're talking about what this game means to both players, Luxembourg on 10 points, Iceland on 6 points. And second place is 13 points with Lebanon, and Mexico are flying at the moment.
What a chance, Wes! What a finish, Wes. Just as you were saying that there, taking a chance just as he gets it. Happened in the blink of an eye, really. What a finish, though.
Fantastic start for Luxembourg. It is 1-0. What a start for Daniel Araújo, and he will need that going into this game if he wants to cement one of those top 3 places. He certainly may not be able to catch the first place in terms of Mexico, but to solidify one of those playoff berths, he will need the results here. But the same for Iceland. They are in that chasing duo between Iceland and Egypt. So they are in that pack, and they still have that opportunity to get into that top 3. However, it is going to be a very difficult task, and you don't want to start off a game conceding very
No,
early.
you
because,
don't.
as you said before, and as we've said before, it's a bit of a slippery slope. Once you
It is.
concede one, you've got to be careful that you don't go and concede another. You want to get that next goal, as Casemiro will play to Lisandro Martinez. Instead, it falls to Mason Mount. And Iceland will lead that one clear, and McTominay will win it back, and it's pressure from Luxembourg, and it's cleared away again. Here's Mount
That
to
central area
Sancho.
is very important again in this game straight away, Wes. You can see there that it's all about interceptions, it's all about turnovers, and it's all about limiting those chances, giving your opponent that in. But when you concede a goal early doors, a lot of that goes out the window, and you just have to come out and play a little bit and get back involved. You don't want to play from the back foot. Brilliant touch there from Sancho.
Sancho
Beautiful.
to Rashford. Rashford back to Sancho. Jadon Sancho has men arriving. Eric Bailly gets the foot in, and it'll be Henderson that will gobble that ball up.
It's a bad ball in, really. There was nothing else on unless he went back post.
He's throwing it long here, though. Here's Mason Mount, and Wan-Bissaka will clear it away again. You can see the options forming for Iceland. They're trying to knock it into that centre-forward position and then play out again, as you'll see both players here. Love that shot of seeing both the players in reaction. Here is Jadon Sancho. Sancho with the strike, and Henderson makes the save.
That's something to look out for there. He's done that twice now with that kind of special double touch, that ball roll as you see there. It's a very unique animation, and it's very hard to stop if you time it right. We saw a couple of players use it on day one to very much good effect, and it's definitely been something to watch here.
I think it's known by the kids as double touch level 3. If
Level
I'm not
3,
mistaken.
yes. To get the technical definition.
As the kids say.
Yes.
But as we'll see here, again, you just see that wide shot of the two players. You can see the headphones both in. Gamer Lean in full effect. It will be for all of these players.
Tunes on as well, chilling out. But not really chilling out. But
they're certainly trying to get rid of the noise that is surrounding us, because of course you've still got Dota 2 games here. You've still got other eFootball games going on at the same time. There's a lot of noise here. Vocal people here who are cheering themselves on. Here is Anthony Martial, McTominay to Rashford.
Lovely stop start
Rashford
again, and
to
Rashford makes the
Casemiro.
run now. There
In
we
towards
go.
Mount, in towards Rashford on side.
I think
No,
he's
he
off,
wasn't.
is he?
He was just off.
Just off, Wes.
He was just offside. Henderson gobbled it up.
Well, you can see there that he's trying to trigger that run in with Rashford, and when Sancho has the ball, he's getting a bit more direct, using the players very effectively, their skills, their player styles. Obviously, Rashford is going to try and get the ball into the box as best he can. Sancho's more of a flair player, so seeing a kind of nice mix, I would say, here, and a fairly good skill level, I would say, here as well, Wes.
It's a delicately poised game at the moment. Again, 1-0 in terms of eFootball and just football in general. It's not the scoreline you want. You want to be able to get in and try and play on. And there was just a slight opportunity there, just slightly overhit there for Jadon Sancho. But you want to get this second goal. That's where the importance lies.
There we go again with Sancho.
Sancho with that double touch.
That's 3 or 4 times he's done that now.
Yeah, Daniel appears to have a desire for the flair. Most certainly. Here's Rashford. Fernandes in towards Rashford. Can Iceland get themselves a goal here? They're still looking for it, and Mason Mount will lead that one clear. Here's Casemiro.
Casemiro is anchorman extraordinaire. I'm sure a lot of people watching will know he's the main man in that midfield area there.
He certainly is. He will break up play like nobody else will, Casemiro. But, of course, when it's Manchester United versus Manchester United, you've got to also combat Casemiro.
Yes. His counterpart.
Also Scott McTominay is also quite effective in that kind of role of just playing spoiler.
He is
Martial
with the
tries to weigh his way
balancing.
through. Martial, unmistakable with his gloves in any weather condition, and that will be left to go out for a corner. So on the balance of play, I'd say this is a very fair result at the moment. It's not quite been Iceland getting into it just yet. As Rashford looks to get the header on, Henderson will make the save. But Iceland seem to be making inroads. They're not quite getting the opportunities in front of goal, but they're certainly getting their passing game going.
Yeah, I agree. They've shown flashes.
Let's just see Martial just tries to find the ball around the corner. Instead, it's the butcher, Lisandro Martinez, who will take that one away. And it will be Luxembourg back on the attack here. It's Martial and Rashford combining brilliantly, and Rafael Varane will close the door. Minute of injury time here, as we see not too many stoppages. Bruno Fernandes looking forward, finds Martial. Martial trying to find the extra pass. Wan-Bissaka makes a bit of a hash of the clearance, and Casemiro will fire that one clear. And there goes the half-time whistle.
That's just a little bit of pressure, I think, with that last chance there, Wes. That's a little bit of pressure coming at you, where you just need to take that little bit of... You just need to be more clinical. I know, look, it's easy for us to say it here.
I think there just needs to be a bit more risk.
Yeah.
That needs to be there. It's like, look, you're not going to lose anything by taking a shot.
Yeah.
And you know, yes, you may have issues further down the field, but as we'll see here from right to left, we've got Iceland coming back again. Eric Bailly will head that back for Luxembourg, and again, it's broken down just into a slow and steady pace here, and then by that I mean as in the ball is just going backwards and forwards. It's like a metronome at the moment. Here's Sancho, looks backwards towards Martinez. Martinez forward. That would have been a very good ball.
Offside trap there. I haven't seen that all tournament really. First time we've seen it. It's very high risk.
It's a very big gamble. If it's not timed correctly, you can be in all kinds of trouble. As the ball goes across to Martial.
But this is what you need to do when you are chasing the game. You need to take chances like that. And Iceland will just want to get back into it. Another break here, Rashford.
Rashford looking to get in, and Eric Bailly will
just at the distance there. Bailly's a fast player. You don't think it, but with that stat balance in the game, Wes, he becomes, you know, like the prime version of himself. A very, very strong defender.
Yeah, you kind of take the base physicality that he's got, and you add a bit of pace as Varane comes to try and get one. The
took everything in his path there.
It's Jadon Sancho. Sancho across to Martial. Iceland on the breakaway here. Good work there from Iceland, and nearly gets around the back there of Eric Bailly, but Mason Mount will clear it.
Sancho is just on so much ball out wide. And he's looking for him every single time. Every time. Double touch, levatory foot roll, double touch, whatever you want to call it, lads. There's a lot of controversy about what people call it sometimes.
It's tomato and tomato in my opinion. Yes. That's exactly how it is, as we'll see. But you can see there the game plan from both players. Get it to Sancho. He has so many skill cards, or so many player skills at his disposal. He's a very powerful player to have, especially in stat balancing. You can see he's got the dribble, he's got the ability to make the passes, he's got the ability to take strikes on, as we've seen already. And he's trying 60 minutes gone here, it's still delicately poised here. Again, 1-0. It's a fragile lead. As we'll see, ball go wide to Marcus Rashford. Rashford dummies back inside, takes a double touch, plays it on to Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes back into Sancho. Sancho just takes a bad touch from Rafael Varane, takes it away from him.
Very strong challenge there again. Brilliant challenge. Just patient defence as well. Not committing too much. And then on the other side, just break down a play again. It's very
tight between these two teams. Here is Martial. Martial looking for a player. Eric Bailly nearly gets caught in possession by Marcus Rashford. But again, Eric Bailly will clear, and Luxembourg will live to fight another day there. But they do give away a free kick just inside their own territory.
I think we're going to see subs change this game. Substitutions, if they come on now. We might see a substitution right now. It's what I do.
But they have to.
You're seeing.
I think they have to make some type of adjustments. They have to make some type of changes here.
And you can see that similar kind of setup. We've talked about it. We'll see it as this tournament progresses as well, Wes. When the tensions start to get a bit higher and the matchups start to become from guys that have, you know, topped their groups, you will start to see this where the tactics will be very, very central, but try and get those manual runs triggered out wide, because that's where you can cut in. Roxa does it fantastically well. You know, Mestre is a great player, we'll see later as well, but also, you know, some players are able to do that central play, and when it works, you can just put 6 goals past.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the same from Japan yesterday in terms of their dribbling capabilities.
Incredible.
The level was very good. As we'll see, the ball goes short here. Scott McTominay to Christian Eriksen. Ball into Martial. Here's Mason Mount. What can he get done here? Scott McTominay back into Eriksen, looking for Rashford, but again, it's that condensed midfield.
It's very,
you'll see now the condensed defence that's there. There's Garnacho on towards Martial. 20 in-game minutes left here. Martial cuts the ball across towards Højlund. Good save for the goalkeeper. Will he be scrambled away? It will be. It's a really good save in the end.
Oh, it's a huge chance. It's a huge chance, Wes.
Very big chance that's gone away, but the danger has not gone yet. As we wait for the ball to be potentially cleared across halfway. Here is Marcus Rashford, and how much will that chance be rued by Luxembourg?
Well, it's the chance he was waiting for, and he just couldn't get that break in.
One solitary goal so far, but again, as we said about these games, it will only take one opportunity or one piece of luck or piece of skill or an error that will lead to potentially a drop point or two here as the free kick gets given. It's a little bit too aggressive from Luxembourg, and it's getting closer towards their own goal.
Yeah, I think when you are taking chances like that, you just have to keep knocking on the door and hopefully getting a result out of it, or getting a goal out of it. But
ball to Eriksen, McTominay Mainu's on now for Luxembourg. It's Ganasho, and again, as we said about stat balancing, having those youngsters at disposal at Manchester United, they're very good to have, especially if you were looking at them from a, potentially from like a Master League and a potential perspective. You can see that the type of players they would develop into.
Yeah, of course.
Here's Rafael Varane. Scott McTominay, not long left here. If he has to come, it has to come now. Here's Jadon Sancho. Sancho looking to bait his defender. Trying to bait a challenge there. It was really good defending in the end by Luxembourg. Here is Højlund.
It's a terrible pass in there.
Away by Rafael Varane. Here's Mason Mount. Rashford. Eriksen. It's cleared away there, and it's Mainu again who will clear it. Here's Martial to Bruno Fernandes.
Big break on.
Barney intercepts it again. Is Scott McTominay. Casemiro again just doing that role of disruptor. Martial, Garnacho. Bailey intercepts it. Wan-Bissaka. Scott McTominay will look to get that ball forward, and Sancho has not got long left here. Again, it had to be now, there or never really for Iceland.
Too slow there, I think.
Here's Mainu looking in towards Højlund. Højlund has men over if he can find the ball across. Looking for Garnacho at the back post. He's pulled it wide. That's another big opportunity gone by the wayside for Luxembourg.
It is. It's more than a half chance, I think. Could he have taken a touch and brought it in? It's easy to say here, but I think he could have. He had more time than he thought there.
He certainly did have way more time than he thought. Ball goes to McTominay. Here is Rashford.
Casemiro again
disrupting. There's not long left here. It's going to tick over into injury time. We're going to see how much the referee has added here. There's not been a lot in terms of stoppages apart from the substitutions as we get to the business end of the game. Will there be one more opportunity here for Iceland? It's Mount, it's Sancho. Sancho looking across the field, finds Rashford. Rashford, can he find a shot? And he goes for the swing strike. Oh, it's just wide. And that is the last kick of the game.
He's done everything right there except score. That's the only option he had on. He made a great go at it, but unlucky, I think, there in the end.
And you can see that as well. That was Iceland's first shot on goal. And it could have been the most pivotal one. And instead, it goes by the wayside, and Luxembourg do take 3 points from the first game.
Yeah, well, look, it's a great result for Luxembourg. I think they'll be looking at that and thinking to themselves, we're just going to go from strength to strength here and climb up the table and get those points on the board. And Iceland, I think, they have to do something different here. They just didn't threaten the goal enough. I saw some nice passages of play. I saw some nice skill, but I didn't see enough aggression going forward with the ball in terms of creating chances in front of goal, Wes.
Okay, I believe it's the same as it was before in terms of kits. We'll wait for the graphic confirmation as to who is fielded on what side here.
I think it's just a rematch, so I think
it may just be a rematch. I didn't see a selection of sides. It looks like it is Iceland going from left to right on your screen, Luxembourg going from right to left. Henderson launches the ball forward. Sancho wins the header. Casemiro trying to lead that ball forward again. Here's Rashford to Sancho. Sancho, neat little drag back there.
Lovely.
Plays it in towards Rashford. Rashford getting away from Eric Bailly. Rashford making his way in on goal. He's got Martial. He's rolled it into the back of the net.
Brilliant finish. Absolutely a finish of top quality there. We thought with Sancho with the drag back was the chance gone, but Rashford won that ball brilliantly and squared it. Excellent start.
Rolled it in for Luxembourg. They go a goal ahead as they did in game one. And it may be a misery compiler, but instead it's wheeled away there by the goalkeeper, but it's coming back the other way again. Here's Luxembourg on the attack. And free kick given in quite dangerous territory.
A blistering start. I think they'll probably look to this and be thinking to themselves, we have goals here if we want to, because Iceland are going to have to come out and play, and that's the worst thing that could have happened there at the start of the game in terms of you don't want to concede early doors, but when you do, it's how you react.
It's Rashford on the free kick. It's McTominay who takes it away though. Eric Bailly.
Ball again squared, but Casemiro acting really as that kind of extra centre back, probably has deep line on him. We didn't see a great ball through to Rashford, squared. Varane does clear it out, and Sancho again, he was on a lot of ball. Wan-Bissaka and him are having a serious battle on that flank already, carrying on from the last one as well. On both sides, both players using Manchester United. And Casemiro, McTominay spreading it out, Wes. Mason Mount more central. Sancho
gets it wide again, finds it in towards Rashford. He's got two at the back post. If you can find Eric Bailly with the block. It is a corner ball.
It's good play. I mean, I think it's good patient play, I would say, is what I would consider that. And just waiting for the chance to open up, waiting to see what the game is going to give you.
Varane. Here's Rashford down to Sancho. It's pulled wide.
And Sancho should have done better there. I think his technique was just a bit lacking. Not to slate him too hard, Wes, but I do think that was just kind of more, you know, that he should have just probably finished that bottom low. Does everything right.
Yeah, I was going to say, again, it's one of those moments where you're not quite sure whether they have, whether you realise you've got enough time on you to be able to actually, you know, pull off what you want to do. So you kind of snatch at it and then you make a problem there instead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you do look at the group like as well, Wes, like Iceland haven't struggled to score goals or have struggled to score goals. So that's probably followed through into this game as well, compared to, you know, Luxembourg and them don't score that many goals, I would say. But Luxembourg, they're very evenly matched players, right? And when you get very evenly matched players, it's all about having that chance up front and taking it.
Yeah, it's the moments. It's the moments that are in the games that will define them. Like, for example, that moment with Sancho, that missed opportunity could potentially come back and bite Luxembourg.
It could.
It's, you know, you go 2-0 up, you then gain real control of the game, and then you can kind of really take it away from your opponent. Whereas, you know, if Iceland have a chance down the other end, they need to provide themselves the opportunities to get into those positions.
Yeah.
Here's Mount to Martial to Rashford. We see something we might do here. Here's Bruno Fernandes onside. Bruno Fernandes!
Oh, what a cracker of a goal.
Equaliser for Iceland.
That's a brilliant finish, Wes. I mean, on his right foot, bottom low, beats the keeper. Everything is lovely about that goal there. Brilliant finish.
Brilliant ball movement from Iceland. Have found the back of the net. What a move that was, and finished off beautifully by Bruno Fernandes.
And first shot on goal across 2 games, and what a finish it was. It was worth the wait, Wes.
Very much worth the wait indeed. If we're looking for those types of moments in the future, you're certainly looking for those being the opportune moments that these players have. If that's what Iceland can do, more of that, please, Iceland.
Yes.
And the same for Luxembourg. This looks like it's going to really kind of set a light here, just a little bit. It looks like that's going to set the fire of the game now.
I think it's going to shape up a little bit better now. Very attacking base. Mount.
Here's Mount looking in towards the box instead. Rafael Varane will launch that one clear. Sancho in towards Martial. Takes a bad touch.
Yeah, potentially, very heavy touch.
Potentially, I think that's one of the pitfalls I see quite a lot with some of the players here. As we'll see, Martial finds it.
What a
brilliant
tackle.
ball. It's a great tackle from Bailly. It's a good recovery from Mount. Here's Martial. And to come back to that point.
Mason Mount again, getting on a lot of ball. A lot of ball. Trying to be that creative playmaker style while mixing it up as well. I think the thing is with Sancho, if you're using Sancho like this, you need to just be able to get the ball into your main players like he's done here.
It's Bruno Fernandes looking again for a driven or a stunning pass.
Stunning pass through.
Just to kind of bring our Twitch chat up to date. If you are just joining us, or if you've just taken a break, these are long broadcasts. It is Iceland in the red from left to right, and it is Luxembourg from right to left.
Ball
as we
through
see.
to Martial.
Martial, he could steal away from the Frenchman. He can't. That's a brilliant save.
He should have squared it though, as if you see over the right shoulder of Martial there, he should have squared it. We won't have the beauty of the replay, I don't think. These boys just want to get straight into the action, but that's a huge chance, I think. A massive chance there.
Yeah, massive opportunity there. And yeah, as we mentioned, that is the graphic that we're looking at. From left to right is Iceland, as we see the corner go in. Left to right is Iceland.
Yes.
Right to left is Luxembourg.
Yes.
Right to left from Luxembourg is green and white. That's what you're looking at. And reds are Iceland as the ball goes in and it's cleared out and away. But at the moment, it doesn't really matter what kit you're in because the game is level.
Yeah, it is level. But I'm sure the chat are on top of it anyway.
Oh,
they're on top of it. They are the guys, the main guys.
They're giving us everything that we need and we're giving everything back to them. So it's kind of that circular nature of esports, is that you've got to give back to the chat when they're letting you know about certain things. We certainly have seen a couple of things that we didn't spot. Yeah. And they've informed us of it. So it's been great. You know, we appreciate the support that we are getting in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat.
Yeah, and it's great. And as this tournament progresses as well, you know, you can...
I mean, the fandom's only going to get better as well, because obviously, you know, you've got players who have not appeared on stream as yet, still may not appear, potentially until the playoffs, or even the knockouts. So, you know, there's still some players to come, but the game that we're focusing on right now is injury time. It's Luxembourg trying to get the cross in. And they can't
just
get
a little
there.
bit not clinical enough up front. I think there's been a lot of chances being left on the pitch here that they should be converting a few of them. So that's just something that they'll need to look at into the future. But listen, these guys are both very similarly balanced teams and players. So when you're both using Manchester United, you kind of are negating each other, really, and you're kind of balancing each other out,
well,
with the different players.
It comes down to a little bit of skill gap then, because it's who can put the best Manchester United to use. As Sancho looks to make the header, here's Mason Mount. Mount looking to get in on goal. Casemiro looking to scramble one clear, and that is half time.
The ref is letting the rough stuff go. He's letting them at it.
He's
that looked like a free there.
I don't mind that from an England perspective. I don't mind that as an Englishman. You want to let the game be free. You want to let the game progress.
Yeah, we're straight back into it. But look, as we said, Wes, this tournament will take on a life of its own as it goes through the day. As it goes through the day, and you have different players. When the groups start to kind of, how would you say, they start to take shape, and you see who's in there. Then the drama and the storylines come in. Iceland and Luxembourg, they'll just want to get through their group, which is a difficult group enough as it is. So that's going to be interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the state of play across the other groups, while we just take a quick respite here for the game plan, you look at Group A, Israel top, Armenia and Kosovo in second and third. If you look at Group B, Bahrain top of their group, France and Algeria second and third. There's a couple of nations there who aren't quite where I think that the form book would be in terms of you look at Group C, for example. Iran top their group. We saw how good Azerbaijan was earlier. But Greece and Georgia, Senegal kind of still in the mix, but only level on points. They're not level. They're only fourth. So some of these nations are not really performing where you would suggest they should be, as Martial makes a way through. Here's Rashford in on goal. It's Luxembourg. It's Rashford. He's got a man over. He's played it over to Sancho, and he's pulled it into the side netting. He just took one too many touches before he makes that pass, and that is costly.
I thought it was me playing for a second there. That's like something I do.
Just one
missing
extra
an open
touch.
chance like that. That's a very tough break, I think, and he just needs to. He needed to give the ball quicker there, but it just kind of. I think it kind of. I don't know. Are we having an issue here? But it just took on a little bit of a weird kind of flight, that ball. There was a lot of pace on that pass, and I think that's a huge chance gone a-begging yet again, Wes. And look, we are just having a quick look here, but just go back to what you were saying with the groups, Wes. It is interesting to see some of the teams come and how this result with Luxembourg and Iceland will shape up that group if you look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look, Mexico off and away ahead on 24 points. The next team down from them is Lebanon with 13 points so far. So you've got Luxembourg, Egypt and Iceland, and there's a 4-point gap between Iceland and Luxembourg, as you see on your screen. So this result is important.
It is.
If it's at 1 point, it may just keep Iceland in the running for that third spot.
It could do.
But it doesn't really do anything for them, because Luxembourg already have taken 3 points from the first game.
Yeah, which is a massive result.
So you look at it and you go, well, the balance it may not quite be there.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call because they are evenly matched. But as the stakes get higher, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see different play styles, and it's going to who can produce it on the day, and that's it.
Absolutely, you will. Here's Bruno Fernandes and Iceland. If they're looking for a bit of a hero here, they're going to have to find one quickly. There's Marcus Rashford, and the next goal really will be pivotal.
Sancho's never going to win that.
Here's Marcus Rashford. Mason Mount. Mount hooks one into the box, looking for Martial. Varane will head it clear.
And Sancho's putting a lot of his ball in centre and then making his runs and getting the ball back. He's done that a few times now. If you were to look at it,
it just pushes the defensive line back. Here's Mason Mount trying to get past Rafael Varane, but tired legs starting to play here. You may start to see substitutions here. They are important to really make them at the right times. We're now into that golden period, as we mentioned, in terms of that 60th minute to 75th minute window. That's where you really want to be making your substitutions. Marcus Rashford got some space here. Bruno Fernandes back to Marcus Rashford. It's in towards Mason Mount. Mount takes a double touch. Iceland in and around the penalty box here. Martial looking for an extra pass. It's just one too many passes.
Yeah. And one thing as well to notice, if you've got any super subs on the bench, Wes, we know the impact they can have.
Absolutely.
It's a massive player skill in eFootball.
It's Bruno Fernandes chucks one into the box. It's Wan-Bissaka against Sancho.
Strong.
Wan-Bissaka wins there. It's
a huge overlap here on again from either side, but he just can't get it out. Casemiro being the monster that he is. What a ball, but it's cut out again by that centre back, by Sancho on the wing. Little flick, little trick. It's what he does, but Wan-Bissaka's been fantastic. I think today that's been a ding-dong battle. Rashford, it's end-to-end. A lot of action here, but without any goal chances really yet to speak of.
Absolutely.
Stunning cross in.
Here it is, Sancho on the rival.
What a ball.
It's a great ball in. Those stunning crosses, they're devilish. They are devilish when they get going here. There's the Sandro Martinez. Iceland just trying to break through the lines here, and they do so successfully. It's through to Jadon Sancho. It's a great manual save. It's back to Bruno Fernandes. Stunning strike, and it's into a defender and out for a corner.
Brilliant defending, manual save, then to the manual defending. Excellent. Just get your body on the line. Use that blocker, interception skill set that he has. I mean, I've been very impressed. We've said it time and time again, Wes, as we see a little screen here. You see that 3 centre-back. I know we keep talking about it in every game, but it's so important to have that 3 centre-back set up. If you are going to concede goals centrally, a lot of the time it's because the gaps come from not being clued in to that centre-back movement. And you see their counter-target on 2 players to keep the stamina up.
Yeah, absolutely.
It works sometimes. It depends on your play style, but defensive on your full-back. So if you've got defensive or deep line or, you know, like anchoring, sometimes I think the defensive is the best one because it means that they don't push forward. So Wan-Bissaka is effectively acting as a 3rd centre-back across the middle. As we've seen time and time again. Yeah,
well, you can see there it's the traditional, as we say, traditional within the eFootball esports realm. It's the traditional 3 centre-backs and a full-back, but it's not really a full-back because you stick him on defensive, it makes him a full-back. As Mount looks to try and get it in, Garnacho will clear it away. There's Rashford, and he's pulled it back in towards Mason Mount. That is into big trouble, a big issue there. Wan-Bissaka is winning everything in the air against Jadon Sancho. Here's Højlund to Scott McTominay. Can Luxembourg break through and get themselves a game winner here? It would be very important for them. On the same side of things, if Iceland can get a game winner here, it would be absolutely massive for them. There's Casemiro to Garnacho. Garnacho to Rashford. Dalot intercepts, and it goes to McTominay, and McTominay will launch that forward to Rashford. Højlund.
Great ball.
Through to Rashford. Can Iceland steal one here? It's Eric Bailly again. Brilliant defensive work by Eric Bailly. All is still not out of danger. 10 in-game minutes to go here. What has been a fascinating tie between Iceland and Luxembourg. The game is not over here though. Højlund onto Rashford. Rashford with a stunning strike. Great save from the goalkeeper.
Brilliant save again.
That is a wonderful save. And Sancho just a little bit too tired to grasp hold of it at the back post.
Good break on here though.
It's a great
Rashford
break
with
again
the legs.
Here. Rashford down the other end for Luxembourg. Tries to play the cross. Dalot will come across and
could have gone
just
anywhere
run it out of play.
But yeah, it's end-to-end now as they look for the result here. I think like a 3 points here will be huge. I know that they won't want to lose each game, but I think go for it if you are going to go for it. Now is your chance. The subs are on. You've got fresh legs, and you can just see the difference with those fresh legs of the runs forward. 5 in-game minutes to go here. Casemiro again snuffs it out. Even his defensive capabilities don't really wane with how much fitness he has. As Rashford breaks his way through for Luxembourg, Varane will clear it away. And there's 3 game minutes left to go, plus some stoppage time. We've seen how chaotic that stoppage time can be. Yeah, we surely have. We might see a late winner here. One of the nations will be hoping there is a winner to come in this.
Yes, there's Rashford, there's McTominay. There's last chance potentially going to Luxembourg here. It's Garnacho in towards Rashford. Rashford knocks it across the box.
Oh, what a finish! Calm, collected, and he's going over to the fans. He's going over to the crowd.
Kick of the game, and as I turned round to look, you could see Daniel Araujo out of his chair.
And that's
he knows how important that goal is.
That's a huge goal. We just said it. I mean, that injury time, Wes, you called it. And we just said that if it was going to be a chance, just go for it. Just go for it now and see what happens. Got the overlap, brilliant bit of movement. And the super sub was there to tuck it home, as we like to see. So
Rasmus Højlund was announced, as we said. We've spoken so much about transfer players, but Højlund gives this Manchester United side such a different option.
Yeah.
Yes, he's, he is quite tall. Yeah, we get it, but he's actually quite quick.
Yeah, he's just able to score. That's the big thing.
And it's that combination that you have between. And there goes the final whistle.
Final whistle. That's a very, very tough result.
It's very
Anytime
difficult.
losing like that is
you can see
difficult.
the shakes of the head and the smiles. That I think there is a big mutual respect between the two there, because I think on one hand Tinder knows how difficult it was for him.
Yeah.
And I think Daniel understands how difficult it was for him, but he knows the importance of that last-minute goal. It takes a 3-point game to being a 6-point game, and then that really gives him a bit of a gap now.
It's huge. It's a huge result.
And
Absolutely
it really,
huge result.
as we see, though, I will say this, how important this was. In terms of the other scores in that group, you've now got Lebanon on... You've still got Lebanon on 13 points, Egypt now on 12 points. Luxembourg, obviously, will then be on 16 points, and it's going to be quite... It's going to be quite interesting to see who ends up in that playoff, because the playoff there is going to be a great watch for anybody.
It is. Well, the excitement levels start building when you know that this is your chance to actually get through to the next stage.
Absolutely.
When you're playing your first couple of games, you're saying, right, I've always got next game, I've always got next game, I've always got next game. But then when the points start to disappear and you're saying there isn't that many points left up for grabs here.
That's it. That's when you know it's important. And also, again, from the complexion of that group, you know that Mexico are so far ahead.
They're already kind of...
You know that they're pretty much home and hose.
They're pole position.
And you know how hard it is. So, you know, we obviously will have the head-to-head come up shortly, but it was a fascinating game between those two players.
Yeah, it was. And look, skill levels, they were, as you said, there's probably a lot of respect there. They were also very evenly matched, I'd say. They both came out in the second half there. And the subs, again, that last 20-minute period, 30-minute period, 60 minutes onwards, it's like it takes on a life of its own. Anything can happen.
It's absolute chaos. Once you hit your substitute bench, and once you start to kind of get fresh legs on against tired legs, anything is possible. It's almost like Looney Tune Land in Space Jam. Anything is possible.
Yeah, anything can happen, especially when you have the players to come on like with the super sub ability, or with guys that have got that stat balance and that are able to just give you that extra bit of oomph. Like, lack of a better word.
For example, Garnacho, Mainu,
brilliant double touch to set that.
Højlund coming on as well. It creates such a different dynamic for any users of Manchester United. So if you are at home and you're looking at developing players potentially for your dream team side, Højlund you might need to take maybe a look at him, because obviously as a youngster you'll see him, you'll have the ability to train him up. It might be something for you to add to your kind of weaponry as it were.
Yeah, well, I think so. And I think if you are looking, and we'll probably see in the head-to-head as well between these two guys, I'd be interested to see the interceptions, because it did seem with the head-to-head here that we're going to have on the screen in a second, we did see that if the interceptions are going to be similar, I would say that they were, but it's hard to know. 62, 65.
If you saw how close that was, that's unreal. But you also see the amount of passes as well. The numbers are so almost even in terms of, it's very rare that you see that, both in terms of interceptions and passes completed. It just goes to show you how much of an end-to-end game that really was. And I think for Tidor, it was a difficult game to come into. I think he knew what was on the line, and he gave a very good account of himself.
He did, I think, especially in the second match.
Certainly provided a very good account for himself. But again, I think that big game experience from Daniel, I think it just showed. And then I think as you saw the explosive celebration at the end, I think he knew what it meant. He knows what it means in the complexity of the game. And as such, he's able to just kind of take there. So I think we are going to be cutting to a quick 5-minute break. I think when we come back, I believe we have Thailand versus Chile, on the schedule. So we'll be back after this.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile Mob Expert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele Mob Expert și pe mobexpert.ro.
Welcome once again to this wonderful city of Iași, Romania. What a wonderful tournament we are having, Wes.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a great lead-in even from a group stage. We've still got playoffs and knockouts to go yet.
Yes.
It's exciting as this for the knockout phase and for the playoff phases. I think we're in for a great tournament.
And we've seen many matches that perhaps people didn't knew very much who's playing who, but the level is amazing. We didn't have, not at least that I remember, not one match that you say, oh, this is so uneven, oh, this is so out of the league. We had a very good level around every group.
Oh, absolutely. I think even when you've had, like, say, first games where, for example, I think it was Irma's one on match day on the first day, where it was 6-1 in I think it was 6-1 in the first game, but the second game you saw it get a lot closer, a lot more kind of technical.
And, even in the Iraq USA, which was I think the biggest in terms of goals.
Iran versus
it
US.
was still a match that.
Yeah, like for example, the first game was a blowout. The second game wasn't so much as a blowout. But what we have now got coming up for you is Thailand versus Chile. It is a clash of regions, a clash of play styles, a clash of cultures, you might say.
Yes, of course. Let's see the heads up for this game. A ver qué pasa con Chile.
Yeah, fantastic to see. So Chile, we have Manchester United. AC Milan is Thailand. Again, it's a little bit of a theme we're seeing. There seems to be 3 teams really that are getting used here, or at least from the teams that we're seeing on stream.
Mostly.
It's either Bayern Munich,
Manchester,
and the odd Barcelona. And the odd Barcelona. But AC Milan seems to be a real sticking point for quite a few players. But it'd be interesting to see how the style clash happens here. Because
and we have Javi Diaz, which is a known guy in South America, in Chile. Chile used to have good players always. We also have, I've seen from Colombia, Mr. Paniagua, very good one. So let's start the match.
Well, straight in and from right to left, it's going to be Chile in the white kit, and in the red of Manchester United, it is going to be Chile going from left to right. Here is Benacer to Krunic. And it'd be interesting to see the clashes of these two players. Of course, we know of like the Far East in terms of, like, we saw how good Japan were. Thailand have their own kind of leagues and international leagues. Indonesia have the same thing. They're going quite well. The motorball goes into the box, and Kalulu will head that clear. And I think there's a lot to be said for nations playing amongst each other on a regular basis. It gets you ready for these types of tournaments because it's very much steel sharpens steel.
Yes, exactly.
You know, if you're playing against good players from around your region, when you get to an event like this, it isn't so much of a culture shock if you're playing somebody who is a very good player.
Yeah, and also in this case, the time zones won't help, because even if you watch a lot of games live, you will never go ahead and see live a game from the Southeast Asia if you live in Chile. So this is very interesting also.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you're looking at the complexion of the tables, Chile are top of their group at the moment, and Thailand are second. So Thailand have 6 points behind Chile before this game kicks off. So again, if Thailand can take this away from Chile, they may have a chance of taking that automatic spot. But Anthony makes his way into the box and Kalulu makes the save. So it just goes to show you the caliber of teams we're also bringing to you here today. You know, it's, again, you're looking at players and teams that are in the forefront, and you may see again further down the line.
Also in the last years, we've seen how much did the eFootball scene grew in Thailand, in Indonesia, in Malaysia. Very good players coming from the Southeast Asia.
Yeah, they've traditionally been an incredible region to generate players from, as have South America in this regard. You see Chile, you've seen Argentina, we've seen Brazil already on the live stream. You can see the countries, Colombia, as you mentioned. There's so many good players coming out of South America as well. So, you know, in terms of the style, in terms of the clash, it really does make for a very intriguing tie here, because I think if you're Chile, you just maybe want to kind of keep this tight and not concede and just maybe nick a goal and hold it, rather than go all guns blazing, as it were, and try and take the game away, as we see here is good ball movement from Bruno Fernandes, and Fernandes finds it towards Rashford. Oh, it's just wide. First sight of goal from Chile.
First try, first really try. Also, as the format of the tournament is based on points, if you just draw both games, you may be opening a door to someone making 6 points on your group.
That's the thing, if you look at who is...
Another match.
Well, actually, we've just seen a quick update of the table, might I add. So this just show you about the data we keep getting coming in. It's actually now a case that Thailand actually played 2 games before this.
Yes.
Are level on points with Chile. So this could actually, if I'm doing my maths of the games, this could decide who finishes top of the group.
Yes, exactly.
And of course, how important that is, because at the moment, it's Chile by goal difference.
Yes.
So
And
this is very important for these 2 teams.
if you go first, you skip one playoff.
Absolutely, you do. And again, you see here's Krunic. Ball in from Rafa Leo, and Casemiro will clear it away.
And what you're hearing on the background is esports athletes cheering for their teammates.
And getting themselves pumped up is all I can do. Maybe not the language I am used to, but I'm going to say chanting of that is very much getting yourself hyped up.
Yeah.
And of course, looking at this here, this is very tense for both of these teams, because I think, again, if you're Thailand, you know what you need to do, and if Chile, you know that if you can just draw both games, that's it. And
Better defending by Thailand.
it is, but they're looking to attack here. Here's Rafael Leo. Rafa Leo, great touch in field there. Looks to try and find it into Krunic, but Lindelof will clear it away. Here is Scott McTominay.
They play
Bruno
quite
Fernandes.
the same
He's got
style.
such a wide player out here in Anthony. We know how good he is on his left foot, but he chooses his right, heads it in on goal. It's away, and it's just scrambled in, and it's Scott McTominay, and it's Chile that take the lead.
Gol chileno, señores.
He was there, and it almost took a lifetime to go in after that parry from Maignan, but it needed the touch of Scott McTominay to take it over the line.
Yes, once again, the goalies are doing a good job, but when you concede a rebound in the box, you know you're up for something.
You've got to be quick, and you've got to be the most reactive to it. It's certainly there. Chile have come up trumps there.
So with this result, Chile is at the top of the group, right?
Chile will be at top of the group, because as it stands, they are level on points, and the only thing that separates these 2 teams is goal difference, and Chile have a 7-goal swing in terms of goal difference in their favour. So it would need points from Thailand, not goals. As we'll see, poor giveaway there to Scott McTominay. Here's Marcus Rashford, and Tamori will clear that one away. Here's Rafael Leo. Leo forward to Adley. Adley looking to drive forward here, and Thailand looking to try and find a response. Here's Krunic. Krunic takes a dummy, plays it in. It's a brilliant reverse ball to Origi. Origi onside. Oh, manual goalkeeper from Onana. Onana had no idea where he was.
Quite a mistake on the defense from Chile. They weren't on point. They weren't concentrated enough. And that made almost for AC Milan / Thailand.
And they're on again here, potentially, is Rafael Leo, and he runs out of real estate, and he's out of play, and as 45 minutes close in, as we said kind of off broadcast, these games go so quickly.
Fast. Yeah,
but but it's because of the level that's here, nobody wants to kick a ball out, nobody wants to concede a free kick. They just want to play and play and play.
There's no dead time at all.
There really isn't.
Seems like basketball.
It very much is, without the scorelines, might I add. As we go in at half-time, it is that solitary Scott McTominay goal that gives Chile the lead, 1-0 here. As you see there, no shots on target from Thailand, no shots at all from Thailand.
Nothing. He just concentrated on the defense stage, but of course you cannot win a game if you don't shoot at target.
Absolutely.
So you can defend very well, but you need at least 1-2 opportunities in order to be able to make something. Let's see.
What's the old Wayne Gretzky quote? Is that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, that's true.
And certainly that applies here. Thailand need to start getting those shooting boots on. I will refer to your Spanish again. They need primera. They need to go. They need to go. They need to take those shots early. But at the moment, the ball is in the wrong part of town for them. Here is Casemiro, and here is Chile leading on the attack here. From right to left, here's Jadon Sancho. Neat little double touch to take it away from the defender. Neat double touch around it. McTominay, Rashford lets it run for Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes dancing around in the box. Oh, that's a brave
that
challenge.
Was risky.
We have seen them given, but the ref didn't on that occasion.
Yes, it was risky.
Here's Iketarare. Down the line for Rafael Leo.
And it's like a breeze of air in the match.
Yeah, it's like a fresh air coming out of nowhere.
But
ball in.
How important is
It's massively important. Thailand need to get this ball moving. They need a shot on goal. Here's Benacer in towards Rafael Leo. Can't get the shot away. Lindelof comes through and takes it away.
Good defending by Chile.
Kalulu again. Kalulu.
So now the question is, would you shut the game and retreat? Or will you continue attacking if you were Chile?
If I was Chile, you have to get the second because it just gives you that extra buffer. The only problem is you can only get the second without risking too much. So if you risk too much, the issue becomes you risk too much, you leave gaps. Here's Adley.
Yes, that's true.
You can really take the wind out the sails out of the opponent if that happens. It's certainly something we need to keep our eye on here.
Nobody quite understands what happened. It's 1-0 for Chile. 1-0 gana el Javi Díaz de Chile, señores.
It's Rafael Leo, though, and Thailand will be looking to get one back. Here's Adley, De Ketalare. In towards Origi. Origi chips it in towards Krunic. Krunic with a shot, he found the net! And Thailand equalise!
Just what you said, Chile tenía que hacer el segundo. Chile didn't make the second goal, and now they are lamenting it.
Now the kind of the pendulum swings again.
Yes, exactly.
We're now kind of back to as you were, except there's some slightly tired legs on, which is why you're now seeing the substitutes between these two players. If you look at the body language of both these two players as well, I know I keep mentioning Gamerline, but it's every single time.
Yes.
It's as though they're playing their pals on the couch. They are wanting to win this, but it's just slightly more important than playing your pals on the couch. They are representing their countries at the World Esports Championships. But it's great to see that happens. That happens. It happens everywhere. But looking at this here, I think this now is delicately poised. It is anybody's here now.
So here we are waiting for the second half. Let's see what happens here. It's 1 for Chile, 1 for Thailand.
All goes long here, and Chile were looking for a quick entry there, and they didn't quite find one, as Marcus Rashford was a foot offside. Going to be Maignan to lift that forward. And towards Giroud, here's Reinders. Van der Beek.
And please let us know, where are you watching this stream from? I will be reading Twitch, I will be reading YouTube.
And I imagine they'll be engrossed in this game at the moment between these two teams, knowing what it means, knowing what it means to both these sides about the result that could potentially come by here. It is something that both teams will want to get their supporters involved with. Here's Rafael Leo. Thailand on the charge again. Here is Reinders. Rafael Leo in towards the box looking for Giroud. Oh, it's just over the top of him and just into the path of a Manchester United defender. Here's Luke Shaw to clear it away. 71 minutes gone. Here is Amad Diallo.
Shout out to Waida Mau. Whoa, that's difficult.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a tongue twister.
No mercy.
Here's Rashford, swinging a no mercy. There's Mainu.
No mercy. Oh, Chile. No, Chile, lele. Chile, lele. Chile 2. Tailandia 1.
They have made their inroad and they have made it pay. It's just down the wing here. Gets the wrong side of Simon Kayet. Kayet's left standing. Rashford dribbles in right to the byline and just chips it into the back post where, again, everybody could have been Curio there. I could have scored that.
Yeah.
And I don't mean on the console. I mean physically on the pitch. I could have scored that. But again, fantastic to see from Chile. They've got that second goal. It only took them.
Be careful. Now it's Milan, AC Milan.
AC Milan still on the charge though. Thailand still trying to find a way in here. Giroud to Reinders in towards Pulisic. Pulisic, Loftus-Cheek! 2-2!
Sometimes you cannot leave players like Pulisic by themselves. You cannot do that.
No, you can't. Again,
it can't be legal.
The ball's bouncing around. You have to clear your lines there. You have to. I know it's not the prettiest way to play, but you have to get rid of it and you have to clear your lines.
So
Reinders.
2 times has been climbed this game.
So who's going to finish on the hill at the top of the end of the game? Who's going to end up on the summit? Is it going to be Chile or is it going to be Thailand?
Excellent game, and we have one more.
And more important, yeah, exactly. We've got one more game of this, which is fantastic from a viewership point of view, especially from a caster's, because this has been incredible. As Baldy's bounced out and away. It's an AC Milan throw, so Thailand have the ball in Chile territory. Olivier Giroud trying to win the header. He is that lightning rod when he comes onto the field. He has that ability. As Varane heads it clear, only as far as Rubens Loftus-Cheek may be. Diallo is beaten to it, and there's Loftus-Cheek. Here's Benacer.
We are on the last part of the match. One goal here can make the difference, can seal the deal.
Pulisic with the drag back, Loftus-Cheek heads to the cross. It's Olivier Giroud, great save! Manual save there from Chile. It had to be made. What a brilliant stop from Onana.
Amazing save, so important at the minute 84. This is very, very important. Maybe the play of the match.
It might just not be. There might be another goal here. Rashford trying to win the header. Kalulu just about stretches to get that clear. Mainu doesn't get hold of it. Casemiro does, but Olivier Giroud robs him. Here's Reinders looking down the left-hand side, but Lindelof will win it back. We are entering into injury time, and there could still be one more opportunity, but who's it going to fall to? It's going to, look by the looks of things, be Chile. Van der Beek onto Mainu.
Yes, Chile is looking for the last one.
Mainu in towards Martial. Good save. Paddy down. Rashford! A time to score for Chile right at the death, but there could be one more chance in it here for Thailand. Ball into the box. Lissandro Martinez heads it clear. Luke Shaw will flash out anywhere.
Outside.
And that is it. It is end of game one.
Amazing
and it is Chile
match.
3-2.
Amazing match.
Fantastic game.
All the match was the same. Chile starting the attack. Chile marking the first goal. Thailand equalizing. And that second goal, Thailand equalizing. It needed to be on the last minute, the way to win this match.
Well, it had to be. And again, looking at the way, both teams are very evenly matched in terms of how that they were competing. And again, when we talk about teams that are competing in those moments, we talk about it, it's the key moments of the game that make all the difference. And that was exactly what it was here. It was just that vital moment at the last minute. And it was Chile's to take home and take the lead. And again, it was a ricochet, it was a rebound.
Yes,
but again, it's who reacts. And of course, Chile would have been, I would imagine, thundering the shoot button as quickly as they could. And as a result, they find themselves with 3 incredibly valuable points. Because what this means now is that for Thailand to overhaul Chile, they would need to win, but by a big long distance. Yeah. Now, we've seen games. We saw some in Bali where it was double figures and beyond.
Yes.
I don't think that this game has that in the locker because these teams are so evenly matched.
It's not easy because how can you win like 3-0, 4-0 with a guy that had just gave you 3 goals in a row? So Absolutely. It's difficult. So here we are. For the second match, el segundo partido entre Chile y Tailandia, Tailandia y Chile. Javi Díaz defendiendo los colores de la roja.
Yeah, it's the same as we were. It is Chile in the red and it is Thailand in the white. And Thailand will know what they need to do. Chile will know what they need to do.
We all know what we need to do.
Yeah, grab a drink and grab some food and get comfortable because this will be a great game as McTominay tries to find his way in. Chukwueze will clear it away.
And grab a fan if you are in Europe because we are having a heat wave.
It's very much a heat wave. Here's McTominay. The heat seems to have condensed itself on this desk and in this arena. Here is Anthony. Anthony with quick feet. Here's Chile looking to try and find an inroad. Good drag back there. Finds the ball into the box looking for Fernandez. It's cleared away.
Yeah, someone is comfortably seated, watching this game, enjoying it.
Absolutely. You wouldn't want to go anywhere, not with the way that this game has been so far. Of course, again, if we're casting our right forward, we've got Spain versus Bhutan. We've got Jordan versus Pakistan still on the slate, as well as, I believe, Kosovo versus Trinidad and Tobago. So those are, I believe, our remaining fixtures for the day.
Yes.
And it'll be a very interesting watch for all of us, really, to see how these games pan out.
And I'm starting to think about the crosses, who may play against who in the playoffs.
Oh, I've seen that. That's beyond me. That's like Minority Report trying to bring all the things together. I can't figure that one out. Not just yet.
No, but
it'll be a very exciting one once we find out what those games are going to be.
Exactly. And I'm hoping for some crosses to be had here. For now, until now, I think there's no much surprises on who's leading.
Well, I think
more or less.
I think more or less, and as we were kind of slowly going through the groups just before or just in the previous game, we kind of earmarked a couple of groups where you say, well, hold on a minute, that team is higher than what you would probably expect. So, for example, Iran are topping their group. Yes, we know Hassan Bajani and his abilities. But again, it's a new place, it's a new arena. You would have thought, well, maybe he might not be able to bring his A game. He has done, and he's leapfrogged. And as a result, you've got, I think it's Greece and Georgia and Senegal, I believe, in the same group. And one of those three teams is potentially going to miss out, and it's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those occasions.
That's
so
true.
I think once we find those fixtures and once we see what we've potentially got to look at, in the following days. I think it'll be very interesting to look at. As Divock Origi into the box looking for layout. 13 minutes gone here, and not too much to speak of so far in terms of chances. McTominay in towards Rashford.
Sit comfortably with your computer, with your TV, with your phone. Watch this amazing game. We have plenty of games coming up next. Miguel Mestre from Spain.
You've got France versus Algeria as well, I believe. I forgot about that one as well in the back of my head.
Whoa.
Yeah. It just came into my head there. I'd completely forgotten. Not that I wish to disrespect any nation, but I completely forgotten. We've also got France v Algeria as well. So we still have quite a few games. But settle in, relax. We're getting into, our kind of stride here on stream as Anthony plays it to Rashford. Back to Anthony. Anthony and Chile looking to develop the play. And what's being given here, I believe,
offside?
It's a foul back the other way, and sometimes you see these 50-50s and you see them given, and you think, there's nothing in it. But the referee on that occasion has decided it. Here's Chukwueze. Chukwueze to Origi. Origi. Rafael Leao with the strike and finds the back of the net. Brilliant start for Thailand. They'll need some more of those.
Yes, that's what he needs. He needs to shoot from outside the box. And sometimes it's not just shooting from outside the box, it's also thinking outside of the box.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You have to really think ahead in these types of occasions.
English-speaking metaphors.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, wow. I tell you, you're getting used to it now.
I will have to book that separately.
Don't get you too used to it now, Fraser. Don't get too used to it. It's Scott McTominay. Here's Rafael Leao, and it's just breaking down slightly in midfield.
I return home, nobody understands me.
They think I'm Argentinian when I get back to Birmingham. Here is Adley. Adley to Rafael Leao, to Ketelare. In towards Origi. Origi looking around the corner for Chukwueze, but Luke Shaw will
much better football from Thailand now. He's dominating the game.
Much better indeed. And again, this might just be, again, looking at the way that the results have panned out, this may just be kind of almost an idea for getting ready for playoffs.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
He may not see that he can get that many goals to overhaul it on goal difference, or it may actually. We do need to even find out what whether it's a head-to-head breaker or not. But, if we went traditionally with goal difference, he needs goals.
It's also a way of saying, okay, I may have lost the first game, but here I am. Yeah. I'm still alive. I can offer something to this tournament.
Yeah, I'll win a battle if I can. Which again, looking at it in terms of the two-player, or in terms of there's also an intriguing battle below these two sides, is you've got Hong Kong, China, and you've got Norway on 11 and 10 respectively.
Yes.
So they are waiting in the wings, potentially try and get their points back in. You've also got Somalia are sitting on 6 points. You still have that very outside chance of finishing third. So there's a lot to be said for this group. And that's what we said about the amount of nations that have sent representatives here. With it being an open qualifier, it's open to all, so you can send representatives. It's great to see so many countries who are kind of coming here and saying, actually, you know what, we can play a bit of eFootball. Let's just see the ball into the box here. Rafael Leao will clear that away. Here's Victor Lindelof.
I think I may not have the exact count, but Chile hasn't shot a target yet in this match.
Yeah, it doesn't appear, I don't think they have. I think they've had a couple of opportunities to dribble in. That's been about it. Here is Chukwueze, here is Rafael Leao, de Ketelare. There's Hernandez to Adley. Adley looking into the box here. Lindelof. The other way to Bruno Fernandes. First half about to come to its conclusion. And, but it may have one more exclamation point to say. Here's Scott McTominay.
Viene Chile. Viene Chile.
Brilliant through ball to Sancho. He's just offside though. Moved a second too early.
Very, very sharp.
Well, actually, it's a second too early or a second too late, depending on what your perspective is.
Exactly, exactly. But was so sharp, so near.
He looked like he delayed the ball enough, Chile. He looked like he delayed it just enough, just to be able to get an opportunity there, and instead
he went into the offside trap.
He went the other way. But you can see the demeanours both quite well. Thailand incredibly focused. You can see Chile a little bit more relaxed. I think knowing that they've got 3 points, they'd be a little bit like, okay, we've got some game lean, but we're not hugging the screen, as it were.
Exactly. Because he knows that with this result, he's still okay because of the goal difference, as you said before.
Because of the points, it'll be 3 points ahead. If it stays, oh sorry, no, tell a lie, it'll be goal difference or however the tiebreaker is worked out. Actually, we might need a clarification in our ears as to what is the first breaker in terms of points. Is it head-to-heads or is it goal difference? We will, I'm hoping, find out from one of our production team. But we will bring that information to you when we have it. There's Bruno Fernandes to Sancho to Rashford. To Martinez to Rashford. Adley, Chukwueze, Divock Origi. And McTominay takes it away.
It's like Thailand is putting the heat on the game.
It certainly is. Here's Rafael Leo. Adley takes the block away.
Whoa. No dribbling for Chile.
It's not required at that point, I don't think. I think they just needed to get the ball down and just kind of get in and amongst it.
Just throw it somewhere else.
Exactly, indeed. Here's Benacer.
Rashford can't do very much.
Rafael Leo wins it away. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Here's Scott McTominay. Benacer. Scott McTominay again. Benacer. Chukwueze. Origi. De Catalare. Origi. Back towards Chukwueze. Chukwueze with the stunning cross in, and Ananda will take it clear.
So it's 1-0 for Thailand. The first match was 3-2 in favor of Chile.
Yeah, it's been a much more controlled game here. It hasn't been as frenetic as the first one. 60 minutes in here, and we seem to be seeing that a lot. It's almost like the adrenaline gets drained out of the players with that first game.
Yes, that's true.
And then trying to recover and kind of go again, as it were. It's quite a task, especially in these conditions. As the ball goes through here, looking for Rafael Leo.
It's like they afford to risk a little bit more on the first match than on the second one.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it just comes to that kind of come down. Is that if you've, as you said, if you're Chile, you may have had a spike of adrenaline for the fact that you won last minute winner. As ball looks to be going in for De Catalare, header on there, and it's going to be cleared away by Luke Shaw, but you can see that there's probably that spike in adrenaline, and now he probably realised he doesn't have to do too much because he's got that win under his belt. Here is Luke Shaw down the line for Jadon Sancho. Although he may just set back into life here as Sancho tries to get it over the top for Anthony, headed back by Theo Hernandez. Anthony was a little bit flat-footed there, but it's been away here.
He kept running just in case the goalie did some last-minute mistake.
Here's Rashford in towards Anthony, and Hernandez will clear it back to Mayan. It was a bit close quarters there, but
now Chile's pressing a little bit more.
He is certainly indeed. He's just trying to put a little bit of distance here. Here is Scott McTominay. McTominay forward, it's cleared away. It's Rafael Leo. Adley. Rafael Leo. Benacer. It's Rafael Leo again. De Catalare in towards Rafael Leo. Lindelof intercepts. Good challenge there by Lindelof. And again, not long left here in the game. And again, if you're looking through it from a merit point of view, Thailand will be pretty happy with the fact that they've been able to take 3 points here if they can maintain that. As we said, 1-0 is a very dicey lead. Here's Anthony. Anthony slides it into Bruno Fernandes, and Kaye will clear it away. Here is Adley. Adley to Rafael Leo. Rafael Leo. towards the Catalare. Bicycle kick clear. Slight acrobatics there from the Manchester United defence. Here's Bruno Fernandes.
Opa.
Right back heel.
Nice touching by Chile.
Sancho Rashford.
Goal! Chileno!
Yeah, I love it. I just let you go. When South America, any South American nation score, I just let you go. I've got to let you go because this is great. Brilliant equaliser in truth, though.
Amazing.
Again, it's all about recycle ball.
Amazing.
If the chance has gone, the best way to get it back, just get the ball and recycle it back into position. You saw the back heel there that was going on as well.
Yes, yes.
You saw that.
Those are the cases in where the back heel is useful. It's not just nice. It's useful.
Yeah, it's not used in a. It's not stylistic.
Exactly.
It's just effective.
Exactly.
Found his way into the box. Brilliant goal from Rashford, and again parity restored. And what that now means, of course, is that there is now a point difference between these two teams, and not just a goal difference, which is the vital. Probably say the vital part here for Chile.
Yes,
but
of course.
Whether Chile wants to go out and be extremely dominant and now try and take the winner, maybe? I don't know. We
I
have
don't
to
know.
see what happens in mentality.
This game punishes when you are cagey in excess. I mean, it's so difficult to hold a tie. It's so difficult. I think it's more difficult than winning a game.
And I think sometimes, though, you can get punished for being greedy.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
If you overcommit and you're too greedy, the game will punish you. So it's just about striking that balance. You can see substitutions have now come on, and it seems to be a perfect time whenever you've just scored to just implement some substitutions. You see Hernandez has now got Amad Diallo he's got to contend with. Yes, he had Anthony for a good portion of the game, but now Theo Hernandez has got that to worry about. Here is Casemiro launching that forward, looking in towards Rashford, in towards Amad.
And he looks like he's controlling the game now.
It's good footwork, and Kaya hits that with a trailing leg.
If you don't see the score and you just see this game, it looks like if Chile is winning, even when it's a tie.
Yeah, they look like they're the aggressor here, but Thailand are trying to find their way back in it. Pulisic has Giroud in the box if he can find him. Pulisic tries to square it across. It was just a wrong type of pass there. Yeah. You needed to really zip that ball in instead, but it was lofted and it was
and also there were more red shirts than white shirts. That may explain also why he lost it.
There's quite a fixed target you can aim at. Here is Rashford. Chile looking to put the exclamation point on it here. Martial looking to chip the goalkeeper.
He rushed too much.
Rushed a little bit.
Yeah, he rushed too much.
Magnan was able to take that down. We enter stoppage time here.
I would keep the ball if I was him.
I think he won't have time to do much else. Here's Christian Pulisic down the line here for Divock Origi. Thailand looking for a bit of patience there. Finds Olivier Giroud. He's got a man up the top should he need. Goes for the stunning strike. Oh, what a goal!
What did I say?
What a goal from Olivier Giroud!
What did I say? What
That's
did I say?
a stunning strike and a half there. It's buried into the back of the net.
What did I say? You
Brilliant
have to hold
finish.
the ball.
Brilliant finish from Olivier Giroud. And with the last kick of the game, he's taken it away from Chile in game 2.
So he will dream about that chipping.
It's an error. It's an error. It's a costly error, but it's an error nonetheless.
Yes.
Both teams walk away with 3 points. We'll leave it up to the admins and the statisticians as to what is the game breakers here in terms of the groups.
Yes.
I know that sometimes you come to competitions and it's goal difference.
Exactly.
Sometimes you come and it's actually head-to-head and
you
things
will,
like this.
You will know.
You will know on socials.
Of course.
I'll let the admins do their work.
Of course.
As of right now, that was a fantastic advert for this group.
Exactly.
Between Thailand and Chile, would love to see them again at some point in this competition because that was a very entertaining game.
I think so. And you can see the disappointment on the face of Javi Diaz. He's not happy at all, and I mean, I can relate to it. He just had 4 points on his pocket, and on the last ball of the match, you lose the match, as you won the other one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I mean,
it's injury time winners. It's what you it's almost in premium kind of business that you see here. You know, business is good for injury time winners at the World Esports Championship.
As you said before, it's like steel sharpening steel.
Yeah.
You won on the last minute, you lose on the last minute.
Yeah.
It's you pay and charge with the same coin.
Yeah. It's been a brilliant game, and it's been a brilliant series to watch there between those two teams. Again, as you said at the top of this, or at the top of this particular section, you know, yes, the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat may not know these two nations, may not know these two players all that intimately, but they'll get to know them now. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was
of
a
course.
fantastic game. Fantastic game for both Thailand and Chile in terms of their gameplay and their level that they're bringing here. Certainly not nations you would really want to mess with if you're ranking it through to the knockouts, playoffs, wherever you want to encounter them.
Yes.
Those are not two people you want to mess
And
with.
everything happens for a reason. The matches are picked because there are some interesting things in each one of those. Many layers, many layers. Let's see the statistic for this match that we shared with Gueza.
Yeah, as
Chile.
you can see there in terms of the interceptions, relatively even, slightly more on the Chile side, but you can see there the passes as well. Very few passes given away there by Thailand, very few. But from those passes, Javi Diaz was able to actually get those goals where he needed.
Exactly.
You can see there slight differential in the shots on and the shots taken, the shots on target.
Yes.
You can see there 100% shot on target for Thailand, got themselves 4 goals. You can see there as well. So quite a good premium for those two players to have those shots.
Perhaps
you can see why they're the top 2 in their group.
the only difference may be on the successful passes. So I think this may be the only difference.
Oh, absolutely,
between
yeah.
them.
And you can just see there's just a slight bit of. It feels like at least with Chile, there's a slight more gamble in their attacking play style. They like to gamble on trying to get a better pass on. Whereas with Thailand, it's a bit more methodical. It's a bit more thinking about where we're going to pass it and how we're going to get to there. And I think that's the difference. The difference in the two play styles. Thailand a bit more like methodical, a bit more thinking about what they're going to do, and Chile acting a bit more on instinct, a bit more on emotion, which is great to see.
And he plays very different when he's winning than when he's not. The difference, some players you cannot see the difference. It's like they don't care about the score. In this guy, Javi plays really different in one opportunity and the other one. So let's have a small break. Coming up next is Spain here. Whoa,
Spain
whoa,
versus
whoa.
Bhutan coming up next.
Just a minute.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile Mob Expert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele Mob Expert și pe mobexpert.ro.
And here we are from Iași, Romania, with the amazing The Midnight Kid.
We're
nice
back.
to have
We're
you back
We're back
on the stream, Barry. So we have a very interesting game. Spain
we do
against Bhutan.
Yeah, and for everyone asking to see Mestre, obviously a big name in the Spanish esports scene, it's going to be a good game, I think, for him. He'll want to obviously see if he's able to score a few goals today and give us a little bit of skill.
Yes,
that's what I like to see, and
yes,
a bit of vamos.
Let's see the heads up for the game. Let's see what we have in store for this game. Mestre will play with Manchester United, and the Bhutan player will also play with Manchester United.
So we're going to have to focus a bit now and see.
Yeah, we have to concentrate
a little bit and see. But we have Spain there. Like, if we're looking at the we're looking at a little bit at the groups here, and hopefully be able to see as well towards the end of the day. But Spain leading the line, obviously at the top of the table. They look fairly comfortable, but Peru, with joint points there, 21 points apiece.
Do you remember what I told you yesterday? That you have to go to Peru, because Peru has a very interesting eFootball scene.
Yeah, a good culture there
from
as well.
the PS days. And Bhutan needs to win this game or say goodbye to the tournament.
I think so, They need to put points on the board now, or else they're in trouble as we kind of get towards the end of the game. So Spain are obviously looking down at the rest of the table, but they'll definitely want to cement this spot and, you know, not have to go through
in fact,
the second
they
or third
share
spot.
Points with Peru.
They do.
So
they do. And even Slovenia are right kind of behind them as well. So a lot of goals from Spain. But we will see, because Spain and Mestre, known Mestre, and obviously we know his style, right? He's obviously a big name, but we'll see how he kind of adapts to this here, because he has been in good form.
Exactly. Let's go to the game. Here we are with Gueza, with the Midnight Kid, with you, my friends.
Straight into it, Farita. Straight into an attack.
So it's Spain with the green shirts and Bhutan with the red shirts.
First chance not cleared. McTominay, Varane. And I think if I'm Mestre here, I obviously want to get a good start, but if you are Bhutan, I mean, you don't want to concede early doors. You don't want to concede early doors if you are Tashi, and he is going to want to have, you know, to keep this game as tight as possible, not play at Mestre's tempo, because Mestre is definitely one of the more possession-based players, skill-based players. Very rarely makes mistakes as well. Kind of has that Spanish flair, that Spanish style, keeping possession, pass and move. You know, very technical as well. So,
but I think he's the most brainy of the Spanish players.
Okay, perhaps you said that, not me. So
even more than Jose, even more than Alex, he knows how to expect the moment.
Yeah.
He's like a doctor.
Yeah, well, they all have their strengths, obviously, but Mestres is definitely, as you say, it is that football IQ as well, I suppose. But they all have their strengths, obviously. Bruno to Casemiro. Garnacho starting today. Rashford and Bhutan getting a little bit of joy down the flanks now.
We need to thank Alex Alguacil that make a shootout for us on socials yesterday.
Yes.
Gran abrazo al querido Alex.
A legend, Alex.
Al granadino que está en el Hotel Granada.
Rashford.
So here we are. Upa.
Bruno.
Viene Bruno Fernandes.
Anthony. It's very cagey.
Yes.
And I think this will suit Bhutan. This will suit Tashi if he wants to keep this game tight. You have to kind of keep it tight against a free-flowing Mestre, though.
Yeah, but
because he can score goals for fun.
It's worthless. A tie is worthless for him. He needs to win this game.
I know, but I don't think you want to lose the game in the first 25 minutes either, because Mestre gets a goal up. It's dodgy.
Yeah, but you have to win this game.
Well, you do, yeah, but it's easier said than done. How do you think you'd fare against Mestre now?
Me?
Yes. Come on.
I will take the controller from him and run away. So our color man from Birmingham will confirm us that
he's confirming now.
Mestre is with the green shirt.
He's the statistician today on this game. He will be back.
Opa.
Oh, beautiful.
Ooh. Very nice play. Very classy one.
Yeah,
very classy one.
And just in an instant, that's what Mestre can do. He can just drag you in and then, you know, attack.
Yes.
Very, very clinical.
He made the fake, the through pass, and off he went. Opa!
Oof.
Defense error.
Makes
corrected by Bailey.
Ball to Anthony. It's a stop-start again. Mestre just teasing, looking for the pass to Bruno. Doesn't get on the end of it. Keeper plays on. It's a risky one out the middle. Gets away with it to Eriksson on the counter. But nothing on, no options there. Garnacho hugging that left flank. You know, no point playing Garnacho if you're not going to play the wings. Bruno,
Back
overlap.
heel.
Brilliant defending. Martial could not get away for Rita.
2 back heels in a row.
Beautiful ball. Onana comes and collects. It's a lot of pressure being put on by Mestre now. He literally just can't clear it.
Hero, the keeper was a hero in that one.
He was.
But it's kind of starting to put the heat on.
Yeah, I think so, I think. Not that we need any more heat here today.
Oof!
Just like that, as we said, mistake at the back, it has to be said. You never play it across that area.
Yes.
You cannot do that against a player of any quality, but especially Mestre.
You know, 5 Romanian lei is €1. One mistake from Bhutan is a goal from
Yes,
Mestre.
I mean, Mestre
that's the
is-
exchange rate.
He is lethal in front of the goals like that. You just can't give him a sniff of it.
You can't. It's like showing a lion a piece of meat. You know, you don't want to do that.
There's only one scenario for that. Bruno again looking for that back heel. Mestre's in a very comfortable position here now, but Bhutan still has a bit to play for. And as you said, Farita, Tashi needs points on the board. You know, there's no point, playing conservative, I think. That could play into Mestre's hands.
Exactly.
Though.
Right now, you have to kill or die. There's no in between.
No second chance. Unless if you want to stay and progress in this tournament, you need to be turning into a bit of an assassin here now. Rashford,
Opa!
beautiful. Oof, what a save.
How classy is the Mestre play.
Yeah, he's a beautiful player to watch. And that's the style you like to see as well,
Yes,
Farida.
of
You
course.
like the little bit of panaz and a bit of flash.
Of course. I like the number 10, classical 10 on my team.
Yes. And those little deft touches and tricks, the right stick dribbling, mixed in with the player skills that you do have. The double touch is very, very dominant on the scene. And guys that are able to do that, as we see Martial take it down the left, McTominay on the overlap.
But see that he doesn't carry it, not even a centimeter.
Yeah. Well, that's what he does. He just limits the mistakes. And Mestre is one of the best at that. He very rarely gives you a sniff at it. And when he does look like he's out of position, he just blocks it off. So, but we will see Tashi has still a say in this game, I think, if he can get going at all.
That's the maximum amount of terrain that he will walk with the ball.
Yeah.
It's like not even a square.
Yeah, because what happens when you get to this level and playing somebody like Mestre, a big part of it comes into, and I think it was you always said it. I think it was you. You said that these guys, Mestre, is used to playing on, playing brilliant rivals all the time, regularly through the year, and that does take it because you have the reps in your head. And you have it on the pad as well, the reflexes that you know what to do at all times.
And he doesn't risk, he only may risk a bad pass, but I mean the essence of the game is such that doesn't allow errors. Because as you don't carry the ball, you won't be opening your lines.
Exactly, and it's a very controlled game, and that's what happens when you come up against a guy like Mestre. I mean, it comes up, and a lot of people, I know the fans watching on the stream on Twitch and YouTube, they're asking, where's Mestre? Where's some of these bigger players?
Yeah.
You're seeing it now. You're seeing Mestre in full flow here, putting serious pressure on Tashi and from playing from Bhutan. Both players, if you just joined us, starting with Manchester United, and Mestre is one up for Rita. So it's all going to plan for the Spaniards so far.
And if you've seen, he had the chance of carrying. Everybody will try to go straight to the final line with Rashford in that case. He didn't. He expected the runner, he waited for him, he passed the ball.
That's a very big skill in itself, is waiting for the AI and the runs for the AI to trigger and then popping it in, popping it left or right, and if it's not on, recycle it. You don't have to push it. But a lot of the players do push it.
I think that's the difference between pro players and mortals.
Oh, that's an absolute brilliant finish
Mamita.
again. Just a little shimmy, kind of a double movement, I would say, with Martial.
So classy, so classy.
And it is 2-0 to Spain.
Es una lección la que está dando Mestre. It's a lecture.
Yeah, he's giving him a little bit of a lesson here in just being super clinical. And as we said, he is like an assassin when he gets those balls.
And I like that he's very respectful anyway. He doesn't play like a jerk. Excuse my French.
Which is a big part of it as well.
Yes.
Well, I think if you're Tashi here, Farida, you just kind of have to limit damage limitations, I suppose, and limit that damage of getting caught on the break. But it's very difficult because Mestre is such a high-quality opponent.
And in my case, doing fouls. when I'm losing, I start.
You're old school, though.
Yeah,
You're old school,
course,
you see.
of
That's
course.
the thing.
Yeah, I like to do my tackles from behind.
You're a tactical mastermind behind
Collect
breaking,
red cards.
Yes. Breaking up the play. But that's part of what a pass. Oh, that is absolute phenomenal passing.
The
is a
pizarron.
goal.
This is a blackboard play.
That is an absolute peach of a goal.
3-0. Total dominio del Español. Total domination.
Well, we hope you guys that were waiting for Mestre, it has been worth the wait because he's putting on a clinic now. He's putting on a show.
Yes.
And with no disrespect to Bhutan and Tassi, who is representing Bhutan, this is a difficult ask for him now. Oh, here we go. No, behave. Behave yourself.
He listened to me when I say he was not.
He's starting to put on the flash. He's starting to put on a little bit of extravagance here now.
It's like he heard me saying, what a respectful player. He's not playing like a jerk.
Well, I think sometimes you just have to play how you play. And that's it. He likes his tricks, Mestre. He is a very, very skillful opponent for anyone that's going to come up against him.
First touch.
This is a fort. Mestre doesn't miss those, and it's just in the minute he gets that chance. This is turning in, as we said. This is turning in. Anyone watching at home as well, and they're thinking, how can I bring my game to the next level? Mestre is showing you. We've seen it with some other nations as well.
He's showing you his cards.
Yeah, he is, and he's a top class guy. And as you said, he just loves winning, and he loves winning beautifully.
Yes,
he likes beautiful football.
Exactly.
And we could see any scoreline here now if Bhutan do not get to grips with Mestre's
And he will keep trying.
Oh, he'll keep going.
Yeah.
He wants to give the fans, everyone that's been waiting for Spain to be showcased here, he wants to give those Spanish fans, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat shouting for Mestre, and they'll want to give him a show. He'll want to give him a show with some beautiful football. And again, this match has flown by here, 75 minutes on the clock. No, you can't make mistakes like this at the back, playing off in the back. Martial will take the corner, and now we might see some subs from Mestre, not that he really needs them. And Tashi from Bhutan, both playing as Manchester United. This has been a very difficult match for him. And I think when you get a look at the stats, and we have another game to go, of course, in this series of 2 games, but I think when you do look at this one, you are seeing the levels that some of these guys can reach when things start flowing from them.
If you're Tashi, you are thinking, do I have to play another game? Why? Why?
Well, listen.
Is this mandatory?
Yes, anything can happen in the second game, but Mestre, look, we know Mestre, you have a couple of the favourites or early favourites. Mestre is one of those, isn't he?
Yes.
And you can see him. He's so calm, he's so focused.
Yes.
He sticks to his game plan. He has that Spanish flair and passion as well.
Oof.
And that could have been another one. But the thing, I suppose, with Mestre that people like to watch, he's just one of those guys that you always know you're going to get a bit of a show out of him because he's so classy, dribbling, everything is on key. So
I don't want to say that on my prediction before the tournament, I put him as one of my 2 favorites.
Yes, you did, and I saw that, of course. And he's going for those little corner kicks. And this is where you might be saying, what good is a 5th goal now to Mestre here? Will he just sit back? But the thing is, right, Mestre is probably not looking at this game. He's thinking, what can I focus on to learn in the next game? And there's what he's done. He's had 3 corners, the exact same.
He was training the corner. Training the corner.
That's exactly what we're just after saying there.
Whoa.
And Mestre made the point very easy for us to analyse there. That's exactly what he would have wanted there, because if that set piece could come back into fruition for him later in the competition if he gets through.
And I think this is the biggest goal difference that we had in the tournament, at least on stream.
Yeah, well, we had Japan as well, and had I think it was 6 that had finished. But yeah, today has been the biggest today. That could have been 6 or 5. We are at 5. That could have been 6 there. No, Nana is probably summing up how Tashi is feeling. He's like, will you keep the ball out of my net? Because it's not. It's just like a magnet. It's just attracted to that defender, that area of defense. But I don't like this playing out at the back for Ita. It's very, very dangerous. We already saw him concede a goal in the first half. We might see him turned over again. He is turned over, and that is it. Ooh, I thought it was number 6.
But how nice that back heel was.
Yeah, it's beautiful play, but you cannot give Mestre that much time to close you down. 14 shots, I think I saw there flash up, 10 on target for Mestre. So that is a phenomenal stat. And the stats are not going to make for pretty viewing for Bhutan. And Mestre's not done yet. Mestre's really making use of being on the showcase matches on the stream here.
He will use all of his chances until the last one.
He will, and he'll keep going. He wants more. You have to be ruthless at this level as well, Farida, don't you? You have to.
Yes, of course. You have always need. That's also being a honest player.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, brilliant football. And Mason Mount to Martial. Have we a chance from Tashi and Bhutan? Rashford. Lovely dribbling, lovely pace, lovely power, lovely speed. But again, Mestre with that defensiveness.
Isn't it amazing that they're both using the same team, but it looks just like they don't?
Yeah, it's all how you use the team as well, and I think Mestre has got the best out of these boys. And the thing is, once you can, I think Arsenal and Manchester United are very similar, that once you can get the ball through the lines and feed it into your danger men, Rashford, Martial, with the stat balance in the course, that if this is your first game watching, what an insanely good pass there from Hoyland to Hoyland. This is number 6. It's not, he drags it wide. I give him the curse of the commentator.
But I think that, as you said before, he's trying stuff.
He is. He's testing out things now.
He's testing, he's trying, he's calibrating. I mean, he couldn't care less about it's 5 or it's 6. He was more focused on, let's see, if I kick from this position, what happens.
Yeah. He's testing things out. He's getting his reps in, and Tashi from Bhutan is, as you said, Farida, and rightly so, they're both playing as Manchester United. But when you hit form with a team and you understand exactly the strengths of those teams and the team that you have, Sancho is dancing at the moment on the pitch. Rashford, the curl shot.
He's still trying things.
He is, but
because these are things that he didn't do on the other goals. It's not by chance.
No, it's not. He's testing out things. That's what all these top guys do. They say, right,
it's kind of training in a game.
A little bit, a little bit. 5-0 it ends, and Mestre is pretty much value for his money there. Look at the stats.
The stats.
16 shots, 10 on target for Mestre. That tells it all. We don't need to analyse that one too much.
Amazing.
Mestre with a complete performance. In fairness, that was a phenomenal performance. He's been worth the wait. He's been worth the wait.
Will they swap teams?
We're going to see. I don't think so. We could go into AC Milan though.
Yeah.
We could go to Milan.
Let's see.
Ooh, we've got a very interesting choice here.
Napoli.
We haven't featured Napoli already in this game. I think this is the first time that anyone has used a new team.
Yeah,
we've had Barcelona, AC Milan, Bayern, we've had Arsenal, and now we have Napoli.
Napoli for the first time.
Yes.
The Italian champion.
The Italian champions, and of course they've got a really very strong side. We will see a bit of wing play as well, I would say here, if it's me. Zielinski is a phenomenal player as well. I don't know, are you familiar too much with him?
I prefer with Simeone because he's from Argentina. He played in Banfield.
You're biased, though. You're biased. Come on.
Hello, Guillermo Bias. That's my surname. Yeah, of course.
No, but like they do have a very strong side.
Yes.
But I think it's... Listen, I hate using the word kind of a defeatist attitude, or it's kind of... What is he really to lose here? He probably wants to throw a curveball at Mestre. This might be good as well, just to get a feel of how Mestre deals with a little bit of a change. He probably hasn't come up against Napoli too often.
Yeah, and also he may be trying things himself. So perhaps he's thinking, I will go for the 3rd place in the group.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens if I use Napoli.
Yeah. Well, we'll just get 100% confirmation that it is Bhutan that is using Napoli. I think it is anyway, but we will wait on the graphic. I don't think Mestre swapped teams.
It was Bhutan.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah,
but
it was Bhutan.
As we saw there, like, people have been asking for Mestre. They're talking about him a lot. There is a couple of the big names starting to rise to the top now, but we're going to get straight into it. And it is Spain playing as Manchester United with Mestre.
From left to right.
From left to right. And it's nice to see a change up in team and get Napoli in for the Italian guys that are watching the stream.
Forza Napoli.
Oh, Rashford into Martial. This should be one. It's a smart finish, and I don't want to add insult to injury, but this is
3 in-game minutes. This will be a massacre.
This is a disastrous start for Bhutan and Tashi. And listen, it's not a nice place to be.
Yeah.
After losing, the first game of this series, and now look down 1-0 within 3 minutes, I think it was, for Eden. We've seen some early goals, but that is a disaster start for Tashi.
3:47, the first goal.
And Osherman, Zielinski, a player I really like to use myself. Osherman is a difficult enough player to use, but they do have some nice solidity in the squad. Anguissa, Zielinski and Lobotka in that midfield, but a little bit of lacking up front, I think, with this squad balancing, or this stat balancing. Raspadori hugging that flank, being well marshalled, or marshalled, I should say.
Okay,
What a pass to Martial. Stop, start, there's the little triangle. Anthony. Still not clear to Rashford. Bruno. What a save from the keeper.
Yes, it was a nice try from Spain. This match will probably go to him. This is pure logic.
This is a bad position for Tashi to be in. And he's still trying to play it out from the back. And listen, I know people watching as well. We've all lost games, Frida. We've all lost games.
Course.
We've all come up against an opponent that the matchup doesn't suit you, the team doesn't suit you. I think Tashi probably feels that maybe he didn't pick the right team for his style coming up against Mestre, because Mestre is so good on the ball that he might have maybe wanted to stay a little bit more defensive, and that's why he switched to Napoli. But it just begs the question, is it too little too late, or is Mestre just going to give us a rinse and repeat performance? It certainly looks like he's getting lots of similar spaces. Oh. Look at this. And the rebound. Oh, it doesn't fall for Bruno. We thought that was going to be two, but the chance is still there.
Good
Anthony,
defending.
what a... It's a tough break again.
This guy is so good.
You can see there that he shoots that long-range curl shot with Anthony. He knows he's going to get the rebound.
And he knows that his other forward is right in position.
That's why he does it. He knows this game inside out. I mean, he plays so many hours of this game, and a lot of these guys know that there was a high chance there the goalkeeper was going to spill it. When he spills it, he's got the player in. Boom, 2-0. But can we get a game on our hands here? Tries the stunning shot, and Johnny Evans.
And you know, it's like when you're watching two trains going to crash, you know what will happen if the rebound is given.
Yeah, exactly. Zielinski trying to get his troops going again. Lobotka and Guisa. But they are in dangerous territory here now, because it could be a 3-0, 4-0 before half time even, as they close the gap. This is a tough position for him to be in. I think that Mestre is just one of these guys that, even from speaking to him around the event, he seems very focused on this event. He seems very confident. And that is another goal. And it is 3-0, and he's done that corner. In the first game as well, we saw that corner. That's something to watch out as Varane gets the ball in the back of the net. It's 3-0.
And I would like to see if he will use it on another game. He for sure knew that
he will.
He used here and worked.
Yeah.
Will it work against a more seasoned player?
That remains to be seen, but he will be tested. I mean, listen, all of these guys that are going to top their groups, the next phase of the competition, I know we've got games left here, but the next phase of the competition is going to be really where you have top v top. You know, you've guys that are tested, they've got their points, and now it's into knockout.
Today we were talking about using Ronaldo as Roberto Carlos as number 5. In that time of the game, in that period, the corner kicks were almost half a goal. But on this tournament, we haven't seen that.
Yeah, and we haven't seen many set pieces either. Penalties or...
This one from Mestre might be the first one to give the corners a very good use.
Yeah, that we've seen on stream that we've watched. Oh, this could be a goal here. Double touch into another double touch. Just didn't get the animation off. Lozano. Strong defending from Luke Shaw. And we've got number 4 written on this chance here, but it's a brilliant block. Has to clear it though, and he doesn't. And this is the problem all day. Mestre is like, I mean, it's just too easy. He's just closing. Brilliant. We're seeing a bit of flash. He must know that you're watching, Farida, because he's giving you a show here.
Yeah. He's being a little bit naughty.
And again, we've got that coverage system from Mestre that he likes to use. And there's the touch and go. He's in. Martial! And it could have been
It
4.
looks like if Manchester United had at least 1 or 2 players more.
Yeah, I mean, he's just the free-flowing movements of his play is really breathtaking. There's a crunch and tackle put in, but it misses everything, man, ball and all. Oshie as I call him, Oshiman, one of the most feared strikers in Europe. It's 3-0, Martial with the double, with the brace. Varane with one from the corner. We've seen that corner be used in the first game. It'll be interesting to see it in the rest of the game. But listen, Tashi just probably wants to get this game over now. Mestre has been definitely full value for it. And he's looking very strong in this competition now.
Yes, he's on the same path of the first game. 3 goals in the first half.
And he does top the group as of now. And Peru obviously on the chasing pack. I think goal difference is all that separates them, but that will be updated, of course, as well with these 2 matches. So he's in a very, very strong position. Lozano is through, though. Can we pull one back for Bhutan? What a manual save! It's a brilliant save, Farida. In fairness, it is a fantastic save.
There's an Argentinian song that says, "Ni el tiro del final te va a salir." This means not even the last shot will go in.
Yeah.
Ni el tiro del final.
Oh, now we're seeing the different measure of corner kicks in. Rashford's on the break. Oh, beautiful. Cheeky, as you said. Cute little ball through to Anthony. Anthony's got the pace, plus he's got the man across. Oh, it's a terrible pass.
Excellent defending.
Pass. Yeah.
Excellent defending.
Brilliant defending, yeah, I agree. Fantastic positioning.
It may look worthless, but I mean, we need to give him the credit he deserves.
Yeah, no, he's steadied the ship a little bit, but Mestre has just been you see how smooth he is when he goes from attack to defense as well, Farida. It's something to admire. Like, he just flows through the pitch. Trying to get that shot off again. And as you said, Farida, it seems like every time the ball goes into an empty space, there's a Manchester United man there.
Yeah.
Look at that again. It's just making our job very, very easy here to analyze it, because Mestre is playing the perfect game.
It's like 20 red shirts and 5 white ones.
And he's in again with Martial. Lovely squared across. Oh, and that's not what you want to see, but when you put it into the danger area, put it in the mixer. That's what I like to say.
The defender.
Yeah. It's just, look, it's a tough break for him, and I kind of, my heart goes out to him a little bit, because it's kind of, sometimes you come up against an opponent and a matchup that just doesn't favour you, and Mestre, this is as good as I've seen him going forward with the ball in a long time across all competitions. He looks flawless here today. Obviously, we'll have to see how the group shapes up, but he's definitely putting his hand up and saying, "Yeah, look, I am one of the favourites, and I'm backing it up here now when I'm on stream." And it could be 5. Rashford double touch.
Last year,
Bruno doesn't fall for him.
We had Jose, who is Mestre's teammate last year.
Yes.
He was coached by Alex Alguacil.
Yes,
Later on, they went separate ways.
Yes.
And there's like a lot of Spanish, very talented players.
Yeah, the Spanish scene is extremely, extremely strong. But I think as well, and it's something that maybe you could touch on, Frida. We touched on it yesterday when we saw Mexico, we saw the Arsenal style. Brazil, obviously, with Felipe Mestre. Obviously, your own Rey Molina from Argentina. There is kind of a change. Like, every player might play, the top players play a similar brand of football.
Yeah.
But you see that bit of flair come out. Maybe how they've grown up playing the game.
Exactly.
You know, playing the series as it's transitioned over. And then, like, they have a different style of attack, defense.
Exactly.
And then you can kind of see them like have that bit of flair with the South American players, and the Spanish guys are like that too.
If you look how they play, you will understand from when did they started playing the game.
That's a great point. Oh, it's a terribly dangerous ball, and you cannot do that if you want to stop conceding goals against Mestre. You cannot be your own worst enemy. And Mestre is looking at top scorer now.
Adding on what you said, Mestre, Miguel, and Alex, besides being European, have played against
it's another goal for Rita just while you're making
a
that
lot
point.
of South American players.
Yeah.
Over the years. I mean, they've been to South America many times. I know them from 6, 7, 8 years, even when they are really young.
Yeah.
These kids grew playing against the Brazilians, the Argentinians, the Colombians. So that's why their style blends in so much.
Yeah, it does blend. But I've noticed as well with the Spanish guys, you know, Alex, obviously a phenomenally gifted player as well. They love to control the games.
Yes.
They love to make kind of not be risky.
Exactly.
But when they get that they get that chance and they can smell the danger that is there, they just really are clinical up front. And you're seeing it here. No mercy from Mestre.
It's like a shark when they see blood.
No mercy. And if Mestre wants 7-8 goals, he's going to take them.
Yes.
If he wants to put in, he'll try to rack up his goal scoring difference as best as he can, because if you look at the table, that is what separated before this game took place, Spain and Peru. So it's definitely an important feature.
So for sure he's not lifting the foot from the gas pedal.
No way. And I think for Tashi as well, I think his question has been answered of, did I pick the wrong team in the first game?
The answer is no.
It's no. I think he's just ran into a very, very strong opponent today in Mestre. Mestre's putting serious pressure on, even in the 80th minute, as we do round off this game and this series between Bhutan and Spain. Mestre, as we said, definitely one of the favourites, and even more so now as people get to analyse his play and see what he does so well. He's kind of the full package, really. We saw that manual save as well. We saw good defending, zonal and man defending, man coverage. But a lot has been down to Bhutan's Tashi, who is representing as Napoli here. He's been the architect of a lot of bad mistakes at the back as well, which I'm sure he'll probably go back and probably regret. We could get number 7 here, though, for Rita.
In fact, changing the team didn't look like a very thoughtful election.
Yeah, I think he probably had to, though, because if you lose that high of a scoreline, you probably have to change something just for change's sake. You know, you just have to do something different. But listen, Mestre has shown anything you throw at him, he's going to have an answer for.
Yeah,
and it hasn't not phased him. And he's in again here if he gets the ball across, which he will. Touch, double touch, foot roll, and that is a phenomenal finish.
It's the 7th.
Incredible Sancho animation there. It's skill move.
So
beautiful.
This is the biggest result from today, I think, if we add the matches.
It is. It's the biggest result, yeah. It's the biggest result. But it's literally been every attack. Mestre has looked incredibly effective, clinical, and as you said, he's like a shark. He is an assassin. Once he sees that there is a chance there, and if he wants 8, he's going to go for 8.
And if he can make 8, he will make 8.
Oh, he'll do it. He'll take as many as on offer. But there we go. It was a buffet of goals for Mestre. And you hear Farida clapping here beside me. He's trying to contain his excitement for that result for Spain. He's trying to be unbiased, and I appreciate that.
No, I'm unbiased. But I mean, this was my prediction.
Yeah,
you know?
you were right. I mean, listen, Tashi is a great player. Anyone that's here, right? You might say 7-0. Oh, he got smashed. Tashi's a fantastic player, but Mestre, everything kind of went right for him today, and he did get a couple of breaks, but he also is a top-class player. So we will see some of the statistics here in a minute whenever we get them.
Yes, of course. Of course. Here is Mestre. Is Mestre there signing?
Mestre is signing in the result and saying, listen, let's get it, let's go and be ready for the next one. But listen, he wanted to be on the stream, he wanted to show his class, and he definitely wanted to see if he was going to be one of the favorites. You definitely have to listen, when you're on the stream, right, and you're being showcased, you need to back up being one of the favorites, and he's definitely done that. So respect being shown to the two boys here. They're just having a little chat amongst themselves. Nice to see this kind of behind the scenes as well, Farida.
Yes. Also, Cams is there.
Cams is waiting. Cams, of course. See Venom there off the left shoulder of Mestre. And Mestre is definitely being... He's put maybe a target on his back for some of his opponents later on as well, because
that's true.
That was a no mercy display from him. Absolutely incredible.
True. So let's see, when we got the info, we will share it with you, how this game went. I think that is also the record of goals,
I think
also
that was
in the
13
statistics.
goals, was it, over the two games? 7,
so.
6 the first one, 7 in the second.
So. Amazing,
incredible.
13 goals.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Mama.
I mean, the Spanish, when they score, they do score a lot. So I will say that, right?
Yeah, that's
true.
But
it is a case of Mestre has now cemented himself, and we'll probably hopefully see the groups or the head-to-head, whatever we get up here. People will see at home. Listen, a lot of the favourites that have that favourite tag, they're favourites for a reason. Early favourites, even before a ball is kicked, because they have the pedigree, they know the ins and outs of the game, and they're able to do it. This doesn't phase them. This doesn't phase them on the big stage.
They have the attitude also.
They do. Yeah. And they have they have it in their locker of how, if plan A doesn't work, plan B goes to plan C. So we will have a little check here and see at the groups. We have Wes coming in as well for this next game with me, but we'll take through the groups. Israel topping the Group A with Armenia and Kosovo in third. We will be seeing a game from that. Group B, Wes, who's joined me?
Yeah, Group B, you've got Bahrain at the top of the group at the moment. We are about to see France and Algeria here in terms of guaranteed. Of course, I'm trying to keep the Twitch chat up to date with everything as the YouTube chat as well. You can see Iran, Greece, Georgia in Group C, Portugal, Uruguay, Kazakhstan. There are still some games to be played here, but this will give you a brief snapshot of what you are seeing across these groups. And as you can see, some of the
ones there,
big standouts, you're looking at Senegal in fourth, Jordan and Pakistan, who we'll see later on in that clash. That'll be important. You're going to see Kosovo versus Trinidad and Tobago later on as well.
From France as well, a big name on the scene as well, so that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and we're going to see the next groups along. And we'll see Group E, Group F, Group G, and Group H. Of course, we go from Groups A to P here. We've got Japan, Argentina, and Turkey. Interestingly enough, we saw Turkey versus Argentina earlier on today, and it may get a rerun in the playoffs here.
I mean, Japan have been, I kind of think, one of the stories of this competition so far. Then Group F, you have Panama up top. We haven't really, I suppose, a couple of heavy hitters in here that you would have thought maybe this is a group that's potentially up for grabs. Group G, Wes, as well. We do have the home nation there.
Group G, you've got Morocco, you've got the home nation, Romania, you've got Iraq. We saw Morocco and Iraq earlier on. You can see the effect that it's had on these tables. You can see that how close some of these things are. Vietnam, Colombia, the Netherlands, of course. It's a big group there.
It's a huge group there. I mean, Netherlands and Dominator obviously playing from Netherlands. He'll probably be a bit disappointed not to be up in the top spot, but then again, there's no bad players here, Wes.
No,
I know we have a few favourites.
And for those wondering in terms of Ben Nasser, in terms of topping his group at the moment, I believe there are still some games left to play in these groups, and of course these groups will change dynamically.
Yes.
I'm sure that we'll get a rerun of this graphic towards the end of the stream with all of the data in. You can see Mexico again; they've been heavy hitters in their group. Lebanon, Luxembourg, Egypt. You can see Chile, Thailand, Hong Kong, China. You see Indonesia, of course, they have blown their group away here.
Look at the goals conceded.
Ukraine and Namibia. Yeah, they've been very, very good.
Chile have one goal conceded too. I mean, listen, as we said, we keep saying it. There's no bad team. It's just more a case of some of the favourites coming on have been the heavy hitters, right? But then you have guys like Mexico, Indonesia. We know what their standard is. We know the class that they have. Mexico, we saw him on stream. I was blown away by the actual talent that he had. But then you also look at Chile, you look at Indonesia, you look at Ukraine there. It's wide open, I think. Mednasa, you know, obviously being very, very strong as well. I know people are asking for his games and stuff. We will probably see him in the next stage.
Yeah, well, it'll either be in the knockout stage or it'll potentially even be in the playoff, which, again, has its own foibles. Now, the interesting group for me is Group M. Now, I took a look at this just off-stream in terms of the stats that are here. That's how tight it is between Saudi Arabia and Serbia.
Yeah,
that could potentially go down to goal difference. And then you've got potentially there one of three big nations being in the playoffs alongside another big nation. Because Syria, again, are no slouches when it comes to this gameplay.
Yeah, and also even there with Group N, we have Wales leading the line, Lebanon and Bosnia and Herzegovina. I mean, Wales have been an incredible package as well, I think, in what they've started to put together with Kerrit. Obviously, we just have a little wording there, but we know, we're rolling with it. We have a Wales. We know Wales have been.
We know the flag. We know the flag colours.
Yes, so we know the flags of our neighbours.
We've played a lot of eFootball. We know what these countries are. You can see there in Group O, you can see Chile, Costa Rica, Italy. Certainly, that's what it's looking like from the graphic that's here. And of course, Group P: Spain, Peru, Slovenia. So again, there's going to be a lot of potential.
Yeah, and we just saw in Group P there, we just saw Spain. So that obviously is going to come in. You know, there's now been 10 games played, I think, from Spain, including that one, or maybe 9. So it just depends. But I think Spain and Peru, as far as we're aware, and we'll be able to update this towards the end, they are locked at the top. But Mestre is after putting on 13 goals there, Wes, which goal difference could make the decision here.
I mean, certainly looking at the live data that we can see, obviously we've got the graphic there and we've got data that we have access to, which we've obviously been keeping all of you guys up to date with in the chats. Because, of course...
You're multitasking.
I am multitasking. I'm keeping people up to date. People want to know how Portugal have done. Clapped by MV has been playing fantastically off-stream. No doubt we will see him in the knockouts. You can see the likes, as you said. Wales are putting good performances. Brazil have rallied. You can see that there are so many countries that have now started to just creep up. The Netherlands had a bad start, but Jos has kind of pulled it out, and he's started to kind of play it the way that we know. So we're going to see this next matchup here, which is France versus Algeria. Now, by my reckoning, and by the data that we can see, France need at least a point to take the automatic spot.
Okay.
And Algeria need at least a point. No, I tell a lie.
Come on.
France need more than a point to seal top spot.
So they need a win.
Algeria need more than a point to get through to the playoffs. And this is their last games of the day. So that's how tight this is for these two teams. We're going to have a look and see the matchups in just a second once they are.
The stakes are getting higher now, Wes.
This is it. This is it. You get to the end period and everyone goes like, we're just, we're aiming for top one, and this is,
but now
it's very jovial. And now all of a sudden the temperature in here gets a little bit hotter. the tempers get a little bit more frayed, and everybody starts to worry just that little bit more.
Yeah. Well, I think like Cams, especially, we know, we'll see the matchups whenever in a second here, but Cams is a phenomenally gifted player.
We know that, absolutely.
Has he hit the heights yet in this tournament? We've yet to see, because we haven't seen him on stream. Obviously, we know what's happening with games being played. Obviously, there's more than the games we're watching. There's more games being played.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But has he hit the heights? Well, and in Algeria, little bit of an unknown before it.
That's it, and that's the danger. It's Schrodinger's eFootball player. You don't know what you're getting until you open it up. You really don't. It's kind of that mystery box. You're not quite sure what you're going to get, and especially knowing what is on for these two teams and knowing what's at stake. We're going to see the two matchups here and see who these two teams are picking. And let's have a look and see what we've got here. So we've got AC Milan on Algeria's side. And I must say that French jersey, very much a fan of that French jersey. It looks very, it's calling very 90s French. That is very 90s French. But Cam's hooking up with Bayern Munich, and again we're seeing that as a matchup throughout. And a lot of people are asking in the chat, who are the meta teams here, and who are the guys that who are the teams that people should be looking at? And it seems to be that it's just slowly inch towards Bayern Munich and AC Milan. We're going to go and see this game straight off. Hopefully we will get that footage to you in just a second, and we'll get off and running. I think we'll be going straight in.
There we go.
And here we are. So it's going to be France from left to right with the Bayern Munich black kit, I believe, and AC Milan from right to left, and Algeria in that white kit. So again, looking at it, I mean, I'm sure, of course, when we have these pauses, people are just making sure the controllers are connected correctly. Everything's where it needs to be.
We don't want to lose a match because your buttons are wrong or somebody's missed the pads.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's like no one, making sure that nobody's brought the turbo pad they use from home.
Yeah.
So
that excuse might work, as I said to Freedy when you're playing against your older brother. Oh, my pad's not working.
Yeah. Oh,
but you're
giving me the terrible pad. Oh, why have you given me the discount pad? Here is Musiala. Here's Tel Musiala looking back in towards, and Magnan will take that away. So yeah, as I said, from the data that we have
the changes coming now. I think as we get a little look here,
so
we'll have a look at ourselves.
So we'll just have a quick glance over our data tables here, and we're looking at it. And as I mentioned, this group is incredibly tight. Bahrain are on 19 points at the top of this group. France are on 18, Malta on 13, Algeria are on 12, and it's Origi in on goal. Origi, it goes wide. That is a big chance for Algeria very early on.
It's a brilliant chance, and it just kind of comes from nothing. A bit of a mismatch of chances there, or collisions or rebounds, I should say, Wes.
Sometimes you have to just take those chances. When they fall your way, you have to take those chances, especially when you're against a player at the level of Cam's ability.
I agree.
Yes, May had a slightly disappointing season with Monaco in the eFootball Championship Pro, but we know he's capable. We know he's very, very capable. We've seen him on multiple occasions, be on multiple events. As we'll see Tel here. Tel looking to play Musiala. Theo will come and take it away. We've seen him do it on so many occasions when he's almost at his best when he's representing himself.
Yeah.
That seems to be the pattern. I think there's more personal pride there for Cams, and obviously repreing his country at the highest
level.
The
talent that they have as well at their disposal is an incredible achievement.
The depth chart there is quite deep, as we know from many different nations. Here's Krunic in towards Okafor. Pavard will clear it away. Here's Kimmich back to Pavard. Goes wide to Rafael Guerrero. It's that lightning rod that I mentioned earlier about how easy he can slot into a squad. Here is Musiala. Krunic will win it back here. Here's Kim Min-jae. Musiala. Rafael Guerrero. Towards Vidovic, and headed down. Really good defending there by Algeria. And again, Algeria not looking, how should we say, not looking out of sorts.
They're not phased anyway.
They're not. Yeah, there's a respect there, but there's no fear as we see Adli pick up the ball here. He's got two players over, and he can't find one because Dayot Upamecano sticks out a big right boot and says no, thank you. Here's Kimmich, Guerrero. Oh, double touch from him, but Thior takes it away. And that seems to be the kind of the essence of these games where we see AC Milan versus Bayern, is that AC Milan seem to have that physicality in number and tell, especially in stat balancing, just can't quite get that danger that we see from him so many times.
No, I agree. You have to use the strengths of Milan. Like, they're a hard team to use, but when you do carve open that space, you do have to...
Here's Origi with the flick on, finds Adli advancing. Kim Min-jae wins it back. Here's Kimmich, Benacer. Benacer looks to play a ball forward there. It's Rafael Leao. Leao onside. Can he finish? And it's a good defensive switch there.
And Neuer was out there.
And Neuer was ready to chop down
Neuer
a Portuguese tree in Rafael Leao. He was ready to come out flying there. But luckily for him, his defender got back and bailed him out. Didn't need to. Here's Musiala, and Thior will win it back. Here's Divock Origi. Adli in towards Rafael Leao. Leao turns inside. Rafael Leao with a control strike!
Oh,
Rafael Leao!
And the crowd
and Algeria take the lead!
That is a phenomenal finish. Tight angle as well, Wes, but that's what they can do. And Algeria
And he's in again here. He's in again. It's Rafael Leao. Can he make it too? Leao! Oh, it's a brilliant save from Neuer. Had to be made.
The game of chicken, and I think he blinked first, Wes. I think he just needed to take that on a little bit more because Neuer was out so far.
Yeah, had to be made there. Had to be made by Manuel Neuer. It was a brilliant manual save in truth by Cams.
Save.
There's a short ball to Okafor looking for the stunning cross into the box. It's not cleared convincingly. Krunic, Okafor, back into Krunic. Krunic across the box towards Origi. It's stumbling all around in there. Kim Min-jae finally sticks the boot on it and clears it away. And now Vidovic to Rafael Guerrero. Krunic will intercept. Origi to Adli. Kimmich will win the ball back here and it'll settle down just a little bit once more. Guerrero to Tell, to Vidovic. Musiala to Kimmich. Imagine fans of both teams here be glued to their screens wherever they are in the world, because this is setting up to be fascinating viewing. Here's Joshua Kimmich who intercepts the ball, and there's numbers forward for AC Milan now. Now they have to retreat. Here's Vidovic across towards Musiala, and Calabria will take that away down the right-hand side there. Rafael Leao. It's Divock Origi. Adli. Can't play it forward. Pavard intercepts it. Here's Joshua Kimmich, Leon Goretzka. We know how capable Cams can be, and we know how capable this Bayern side are, but Barry, what's he got to do here?
He's just not getting, he's not getting it through the lines quick enough, I think. That's the problem. And it just seems to be getting caught in the breakaways.
It's transition ball from Algeria. It's Rafael Leao steps in for Rafael Leao, and he can't quite get the purchase. A little bit unbalanced when he takes the strike, and as such falls harmlessly into the hands of Manuel Neuer.
I think Algeria will be happy where they are if it stays like this to go into the breakaways.
It certainly will. It's a very good scoreline to have going into half, but you have to be very careful. When there's a shark like Cams on the prowl, you have to be very careful indeed. Here's Joshua Kimmich on towards Tell. Tell turns. It's a committed challenge. Benacer will try and clear the ball, but it's back from Tell. Vidovic deflected, corner ball.
So simple again, and maybe Cams is just waiting. Well, maybe he's going to get a bit of a lucky break, because Algeria look like they've settled into this game, especially in the middle half of the pitch. It looks to be a little bit of a mosh pit in there, but it's suiting Algeria rather than free-flowing.
Ball to Tell. Tell, try and get it across the box, corner ball again, and the pressure is still there, ticking over to 45 minutes. Again, not a lot of time that's been given here, only 1 minute here, and you know a lot about Cams, these trick free kicks and trick corners. He's tried one there, and Magnan will come out and punch it. Krunic will clear it, only as far as Matthias de Ligt. Origi will clear. Will he get a chance over halfway? It's Adli. He will get a chance over halfway. It's Rafael Leao to Okafor. Okafor across to Pavard, and that will be half-time.
That's half.
A very good half of eFootball from Algeria.
Game so far, and Algeria will be delighted.
They've been tight at the back. They took their chance.
And look at the shots. I mean, Cams hasn't had a shot on target. That's a very, very... I think that's a stat he won't like to see at half-time. I think he'll be a bit frustrated there. We just get a little player cam view there, Wes, which you love, I know.
Yeah, I love to see the state of play with players in terms of their reactions to how things are. That you won't see a lot of real emotion from them until either there's a goal or it's the final whistle between anybody, really, because they know that these games can turn on a sixpence. It's Vidovic, and he's taken down, nothing given. Here's Okafor. Benacer.
Oh, great tackle.
Great, almost future tackle, as I like to call it, where you just predict what's going to happen. The ball will bounce kindly here. Is Okafor in towards Rafael Leao. Pavard nearly makes a meal of it, and Musiala, though, plays it onto Vidovic, onto Tell. With Vidovic, can he fashion an opportunity? It's Joshua Kimmich. He's got Tell in the middle. He's got Vidovic there for support as well. It's a little bit lacking in the pass department. Tomori will clear that away.
It's a good start to the second half from Cam's, Wes. He's looked a little bit more aggressive now.
Positive. It's progressive. That's what you need when you've been suffering and you're not in the right mode here, as we'll see. As Tell's in the box. Tell! Equaliser for France!
We just said it. He's looked more aggressive. He looks like he's up for it in the second half. And that's his first shot.
The pressure pays off for Cams. It pays off for France. And now they have something to build on, and Algeria now need to meet them at their door. Here is Tell to Guerrero. Guerrero with the double touch. Dior takes it away by Ignan.
It seems to be a game of inches at the moment because one bad mistake.
It seems like it is one bad mistake away from a goal, and it's deflected over the top there. Kalulu will just save the corner.
Cams is up under pressure though.
He's certainly upped it. He's certainly upped the level from the break. Here's Joshua Kimmich. And Adli will keep that in, and he's got a runner down the line if he wants to use him. He's got Okafor who's tried the through ball, and instead Pavard and Upamecano will deal with that collectively. Here's Kimmich to Goretzka. Goretzka to Musiala.
Oh, stunning.
Brilliant little touch there. Tell to Guerrero. Guerrero looking to put that ball in field, and Benacer will clear it away. Here's Divock Origi. That's a poor giveaway in a bad neighbourhood by Algeria, but they're lucky enough to come away with it.
It's like watching a mirror. I mean, it's just the same breakdown of passage of play there twice. Waiting for that one chance, Wes.
You can see there, lofted ball down the line for Pavard, and ICELAND and Algeria will win the throw, and they have a bit of territory here. 66 minutes gone here. Maybe thinking about substitute surely to try and break the deadlock here. Here's Benacer.
Great press.
Krunic. It's an advantage given, and I don't think Cams will be happy with that because they had the ball and they were developing play there.
Yeah, there was, and there was a big break on there.
Instead, the ref has pulled it back, and you see the pass completion. 58% of passes completed by Algeria versus the 80 completed by France. It'll be very interesting to see the
oh, what a ball.
It'll be very interesting to see the head-to-head stats at the end of this game.
Yeah,
obviously, if this replicates into game 2, and we see that type of percentage about how many passes were actually successful.
Well, this has been a game of two halves, really, because Cams looks super dominant in the second half of this game. He's looked very, very strong and aggressive, and as you said, Wes, progressive. He's trying to do the right things, patient as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly
controlled aggression is what I would say.
He's showing that experience that we know that he has. He's, again, a very canny operator, is Cams.
Good ball.
Here's Origi. Back in towards Krunic. Krunic forward to Origi. Origi across to Adli. Adli across to Leao. Okafor. Okafor lets it run through, and Pavard.
Seen it all before, hasn't he?
He's seen that story all too many times. It is Joshua Kimmich. He's given away, or should I say intercepted by Adli very well, but it's Matthias de Ligt that will win it forward again. It just seems to be, you know, we'll attack and we'll steal the ball. Then we attack, then we steal the ball.
Right back at you.
Yeah, it's constant ebbing and flowing.
But these guys,
to give away a free kick.
Oh, it's a free, is it?
Looks like it's a free.
The ref seen something that we didn't, Wes.
I think it was just a little bit too heavy on the challenge.
Now we're going to see the subs, as you said, Wes. This listen, the
this
last
is the game
25
changer.
minutes can be crucial.
This is where I genuinely believe this is where games are won and lost.
Yeah.
In these moments where you have to make the right calls and the right substitutions. But of course, as I say, the right substitutions. It's the right substitutions that suit your play style. It's not, you know, these are the exact people you need to bring on. You can make anything work with the players that are at either of these teams' disposals.
And you see there, for people watching at home, you're wondering, why aren't they playing Harry Kane? Why isn't Sané on? The stat balancing kind of nerfs a little bit of their power and overall abilities. So it does mean that the younger players, as you said, as we've said, they get that boost, and it does help.
Let's have a look and see what he's going to try and conjure up here. Cams is a little bit known for his tricks at free kicks, as I said, at set pieces. It's Leroy Sané trying to set one up here. What is he planning? What is he planning? He's going to pass short to Coman, back towards Goretzka. Looks to try and lob one into the box. Oh, it's headed backwards. Oh, that could have been a real big problem for Algeria, but they get away with one there. Rafael Leao tries to win the header. Is Wana.
You see Cam's moving the line up as well to be more aggressive.
Certainly has. He will try and press that area and just try and get things going here. Choupo-Moting to Kingsley Coman. Coman. Double touch from Coman in towards Wana. Wana in towards the box, looking for Coman, back across to Sane. What an interception!
What a
that is a fantastic interception by Kalulu. Algeria fighting for their lives here. Here's Leroy Sane though. Again, what a brilliant knock that was from Kalulu. Algeria had to make that challenge. They had to.
I can feel the tension rising, Wes, because this is on a knife edge right now.
It is indeed. Here is Kingsley Coman. There's 5 in-game minutes left plus stoppage time. Coman, what can he do? He's dancing and he runs out of real estate. And he runs it out of play. Here's Magna, forward. 4 in-game minutes. It just ticks and ticks and ticks. Well, who is going to get the last opportunity here? Here's Kim Min-jae, Goretzka. Wana to Coman. Coman in towards Wana, and Theo comes away with it. Again, as we said, just keep your eye on the clock here, ladies and gentlemen. As Adli just tries to play a little bit too progressive. Just keep your eye on who's going to end up with this last opportunity. They seem to be very golden opportunities indeed. The ball is in the wrong part of town for either team here because France have possession, but they are in their own half. They've got the ball forward, but AC Milan win the header. Is Lasasic. And he can't get the pass through, and that is going to be honours even for game 1.
I think a fair result.
It's a very fair result.
Or a match of 2 sides, I should say. Cam's dominated that second half of that game, so he'll be happy to have settled in. I think he was frustrated in the first half. I don't know why he wasn't playing his usual brand of football, but take nothing away from Algeria there. That was a phenomenal showing in the first half.
Yeah, it looks like they've gone straight to rematch again, so it looks like they'll be on. We'll be able to assess it because, of course, both teams have picked different sides.
Yeah.
But, of course, if you're looking from it from, if you are just joining us into why this game is so important in Group B, it's quite simple. This is the last game of the group. Algeria now need a point to definitely be in the playoffs. France definitely need a point just to make sure that they are finishing in that top spot.
If Cams gets a draw here, he's topping the group as far as we know.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, of course, Bahrain's representative, don't forget, is Bot.
Yeah.
So
Bot is a great player.
He's an incredible player. So as we said, as much as you may not know these nations, you know just how good they can be. As Rafael Leo tries to make his way around the corner. Matthias de Ligt, Musiala.
Musiala again. Tell Kimmich to spread out wide.
To Guerrero. Guerrero looking to dribble it forward, and Calabria will take it away. Here is Krunic. Down the line is Krunic.
Interesting to see how this game develops now, Wes.
It's
a lot on the line.
It will certainly develop. Here is Okafor in towards Leao. Leao, it's just delicately poised between these two teams.
There's tension
It is so tight here. Here's Adli.
I think it's whoever blinks first in this first half, Wes. That's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, it's going to come down, as we said, we always say, and it is a commentator's kind of prerogative, that it's the first goal that makes it count, and it is always the first goal that is so vital to setting the tone, because as you quite rightly said, first goal, your game plan either increases and you go, oh, okay, well, this is working if you score, but it goes out the window if you don't. Here is Okafor. Okafor has opportunities to try and find a way in. Can't find a way in. 13 game minutes gone, 0-0 as it stands. It's, as we said, France from left to right, Algeria from right to left, France in the black and Algeria in the white.
Yeah, it's perfectly poised here now, and it's just all about that first chance, that real chance.
Here is Musiala finding it into Guerrero, but Theo will come away and take it away. Here's Krunic looking for Origi. Origi to Rafael Leo. Leo gets a lucky stumble there, and Origi wins it back in just on halfway. And Origi trying to find a stumble through Kim Min-jae, and that ball is not quite rightly cleared by France, but they do eventually clear their lines. Vidovic into Musiala. Musiala to Kimmich. Kimmich to Guerrero. Blocked away by Calabria.
I think the free-flowiness of the first half of the first game, it's gotten a lot more tense here now, because I think they don't want to make any mistakes.
I think the caginess is setting between both these teams because they know what it means. They know what it means. So I think that there's a case now.
We're starting to feel the tension ourselves here, I think.
We're nowhere close to these players, and even we can feel it. It's very, very close.
We can hear them all right, but...
Yeah, absolutely, as Origi tries to clear that one away. Goretzka to tell. Kimmich could be a chance on, but he's brilliantly defended again by Algeria. Here's Krunic looking forward to Okafor, and Pavard comes through and intercepts it. And it seems to be that France are the aggressor here and want to press this home. Is Krunic looking forward towards Origi? Calabria comes through from right back, and that's a terrible touch, and that could open the door here. Vidovic, a brilliant block from Tomori, but Vidovic has stolen it back. Vidovic to tell to Guerrero, but Benacer will clear it away, and
I think Cam's rushing it there a little bit. He's two brilliant chances.
Just a bit. I think that maybe he doesn't realise the opportunity is there as Kimmich finds a brilliant ball through, but it's cleared away again by Kalulu.
Kim is having a very dominant performance so far in this game. Centrally, or out left, he seems to be playing.
Yeah, he's certainly having a game and it might be an Algerian game plan maybe to keep the ball away from that side of the field, because he's imposing. He's got pace, he's got physicality, he's got height. He's certainly somebody you probably don't really want to go up against, but Bayern Munich have that all the way through their team as Tell steals into the box. He's got Vidovic at the back post. Kalulu clears it away. Calabria will clear his lines, and what I like a lot about this Algeria representative and what I like about their gameplay so far is their confidence to get rid of the ball. As Tell finds a strike, good save from Maignan. He's not there. Not there, Vidovic!
No! Holy days.
As we said, as I was just complimenting you about composure to get rid of the ball, there's one vital moment, as you said.
It's the commentator's curse, isn't it?
One moment and one slip up, and you've caused yourself umpteen amount of pain there, because that's easily avoidable, that goal. You could just clear your lines.
Yeah.
I know trying to charge up the pass and charge up the clearance is one thing, but sometimes it's better to smash the clearance. As Tell goes in, and Tell scores two!
I'm clapping that one, Wes. That's a phenomenal counter-attack. He went fully defence for the kick-off, and then straight up and scores down the other end, because he didn't want to concede early there. Straight up, and what a finish. That's serious technique there.
Great finish there from Cam's. 2-0 up now, and if scores stay like this, it'll be France that will be definitely top of their group. And then again, we'll leave it till the admins to figure out who is what
we'll
way.
Get confirmation on that as well.
We'll certainly wait for our stat sheet to update before we commit to any type of calls here, because there's quite a few. When you look down the groups, there's quite a few groups, for example, that have finished up their games for the day. And there's some groups that are level on points between places first and second. So we all wait for confirmation on who is where before we call anything, as Tell gets the ball in. And manual goalkeeping has taken him out of nowhere. And France make it 3-0.
I think they had their purple patch in the first half of the first game. Cams has played all the football in the last, I would say, nearly 90 minutes now across both games. And he looks like
Algeria looked right at home here. Well, they looked right at home, and then the goals started raining in. And that has been the killer here for Algeria. It's 3-0. We have seen comebacks.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, we have seen comebacks. We saw it yesterday in game 1 of Saudi Arabia and Serbia.
Yeah.
It went to 3-3, and of course there was that last-minute winner from Saudi Arabia.
Incredible match.
That, you know, as I said, it drains you to see that type of gameplay, even from watching it. So if Algeria can rally second half, they might be in with a chance. But at this point in time, not had a shot at all.
Not on target, no. And I think the thing is as well, Wes, it's probably something that maybe people at home watching have noticed as well. Cams has just really put him under massive pressure. He hasn't given him a chance to even set what he wants to do, and you can do that with Bayern because they're so physically strong, as you said.
Yeah, they've got physicality running through the team. You've got Upamecano, you've got De Ligt at centre half, you've got Kim Min-jae, as we mentioned. You love moving to midfield, you've got Goretzka, you've got Kimmich. You move into strikers, you've got Kane, Choupo-Moting, you've got Guerrero, who's an auxiliary left winger at this point, because you can put him there because he's that versatile. You have options, you have weapons, and that is why they are so potent in the hands of a player like Cams. But Rafael Leao looks to steal in here. Can he get one back here? It's a good save there, and Kim Min-jae will clear it away.
Big chance again, Wes, and that's the thing. I think he just needs to be more clinical, but it's brilliant defending. He kind of pushes him out of the way, really, just at the last second. Leao should have finished that, though.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity there. And again, 3-1, 50 minutes in. Could potentially give you something else to shout about, but Calabria into the box looking for Origi. Adley drops it down, but Kimmich will clear. Although Kimmich will not clear convincingly. It's there. It's Krunic. Good save. Brilliant save from Manuel Neuer. It had to be made.
It had to be made, and he is a crazy goalkeeper sometimes, but he can do saves like that because he's so big, such a big unit in goals.
That's what you get with a sweeper keeper here. He'll either come out and sweep it up for you, or he'll make fantastic saves. And that is the the kind of the double-edged sword you get with Manuel Neuer.
It is. It's a risk-reward, isn't it?
As we see Vidovic go forward here. Vidovic, can he get a fourth?
Beautiful.
Vidovic cuts inside, plays the ball and can't quite get the purchase on it.
I think Algeria will be a little disappointed because I think they've let Cams into the game way too much.
I
You know what I mean?
think
He's
the result
played
of
at
the
his
first,
terms.
I think the result of the first game, it kind of lent itself to give France that kind of light, kind of the fire underneath them to say, okay, come on, we need to get on with this now.
Yeah, no more messing.
And he certainly imposed his will here, and that will be sweet music to French supporters and the French delegates and the French coaches that are here. Here's Origi to Adli, and Kimmich will intercept. Bear in mind, this is the last game of this group, so this is how this group will be decided. As we see Okafor go through. Okafor, can he find a strike? He goes for the strike. It's into the hands of Neuer.
Neuer looks unbeatable in this game at times. He looks incredibly dominant in that between the posts.
He looks like a brick wall at the moment.
He looks massive.
They need some type of AC Milan wrecking ball to get through it. Here is Okafor. Again, just there, and the confidence, as we said. Confidence is an intangible within this game. Like we talk about, players trying to execute things, and as you said, when we start to get into flow state and things like that start to go your way, you then think, well, this is mine. This is my game now. I'm going to take this by the scruff of the neck. Except ball is given away there, and Adli found through, finds Rafael. Kim Min-jae has played everybody on side. Rafael with a stunning strike goes into the hands of Neuer. He takes it the second attempt.
I think the only way to beat Neuer today is to tap in, sweat it across and tap it in.
Or just disconnect Camps' controller. I think that might be the only way at this point.
Injure him.
Just
slide tackle the keeper.
It might just be because he looks impregnable.
Yeah, he does. He
really does.
Like a unit in there.
And again, it's kind of been the telling part here for France, and they nearly come a cropper there to Algeria again. Here's Rafael Guerrero. And goes out for a goal kick.
But to go from a position of being in a spot, whereas if we will, as we said, we will get confirmation on the table towards the end, but it was in his hands, Algeria's hands, and the representative from Algeria would probably feel like it was in my hands. All I needed was a result, and Cams just did everything really professionally.
I think it's where the experience comes in. And that's not to take it away from Rami Pez. That's not to take it away from him.
Yeah, but Rami's a great player, we know. But
we're certainly looking at a good player. If we see him into the playoffs, then I think that will be a difficult game. Again, we're starting to look at teams now and think, well, if they're going to break into their playoffs, we're looking at games that could be difficult for those teams. So,
and what about squad selection as well with Milan? We've seen players struggle with Milan, Wes, haven't we?
It's different. It's a different vibe with them. Again, they're kind of main outlets, if you will. And I'm slightly biased because I do enjoy playing with him myself.
Yeah.
But Olivier Giroud.
You like a good target man, a classic number.
It's a classic number 9. And in stat balancing mode, it's so important to have that. Because it allows your players to come in, or have a player with good jumping. If you have a player with good jumping, for example, Tell seems to be winning headers, Okafor seems to win a lot of headers. Strong. If you've got somebody with good jumping, they can win those headers and they can potentially get you in on goal. But at the moment, it seems to be going all the way of France.
You'll have noticed that Camps has completely closed down that area he was getting exposed in the first half.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the great passes. The ball bounces kindly. It's in towards Tell, and it's Tomori who will win that away.
Too much time to think.
We talk about this a lot, and we talk about players who are in control. We talk about players who get confidence. We talk about these players that can take these games away from people. And we talk about, like I say, that mental download. That first game, he'll go, okay, this wasn't good enough. This was where I was a problem, or this is where I had problems. Here's Coman looking towards the back post. Choupo-Moting. Oh, it's a brilliant piece of play, and he could have nodded that home with Tell, but it's just gone over the bar.
That was a fantastic pass there in from the corner. I think, or from the cross. It's a first time kind of chip cross in.
It's a brilliant piece of play in terms of trying to knock it back in.
The Ligt has been a monster today.
But France will know, or at least Cams, as we know as a personality, will know, this is where I was weak, this is where I need to pick up, this is where I need to make it stronger, and that's exactly what he's done in this game. As Choupo-Moting plays it back in, it's Tell! It's off the post! And he couldn't get his own rebound, Tell! And it's gone wide and away by Kalulu. It's 5 minutes left on the clock here, and it looks as though this is going to be France's game, and France will end up topping.
They will top the group.
Their group.
If we're right, and we will get confirmation, but based on that we have here, we'll try to show you guys.
Again, before the game, or before the ball was kicked, France were 1 point behind with 2 games left to play in this game. So Again, my maths is not my most notable and most my
I
strong
trust
suit.
you. I think the chat trusts you too.
I would trust myself in this regard.
Yes,
that France have taken this group, and that means that Bahrain will slip into the playoffs, and then we just need confirmation as to who is in the playoffs with them. Because again, my maths is good, but it's not as good to work out goal difference. And as we see the game, the final whistle there, it is France 3, Algeria 0, and they will walk away as group toppers in Group B.
Yeah,
so
it's a
fantastic
phenomenal result
for
from
them.
Cams. A phenomenal result from him. And I'd say he was probably frustrated in that first game because he could have been 2-0 down with that chance. And since that chance he gave away that chance through the middle where he's completely exposed, he didn't have one chance like that.
It was a wake-up call.
It was a complete wake-up call. And
Mental
he probably felt,
call.
look, I'm playing with Bayern, I need to use their central spine to control the game. And he knows that if Manuel Neuer is one-on-one, Manuel Neuer is a fantastic keeper, but not if you leave him exposed like that. It's too risky.
As I normally learned from when I was playing or when I was coaching, is that a goalkeeper is only as good as his defence.
Yeah, you're right.
So if your defence kind of fails, you've got to look at the defence and say, well, why did we concede? Because again, a player of Manuel Neuer's quality within eFootball, it is certainly somebody you need in the sticks. You know, we've seen it in the eFootball Championship Pro where players started to use Sommer because he wasn't as aggressive in terms of his coming out. But that's what these guys need. And of course, you talk about transfers, of course. Sommer now away from Bayern Munich.
He's gone.
It kind of means now you've either got to go with Ulrich, which again is not the greatest of goalkeepers. But he does get a stat boost.
He does.
Or you go with a more reliable Manuel Neuer, and that's what we're seeing from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, Neuer was phenomenal in that one. And even like the big players of Bayern, if that's why you're picking them, you need them to shine for you. And that's the strength and the physicality that you touched on. De Ligt, Kim, they're the type of boys that they're very hard to get past them.
The trickery is still there, even though the players are, I wouldn't say the word nerfed, but because their overalls come down. Yeah. But Sane and Gnabry still have that almost player ID.
They do, yeah.
And they almost
skills.
have that skill ability to kind of move a ball away. And you saw Vidovic there, who's a kind of a youth player or a player who's not used that much. He gets a boost. Wanner, we've seen quite a lot.
We have seen him. And no Harry Kane there.
No Harry Kane
Didn't even need him to come on.
He was chupa-moting because he's so used. So, but I think looking at this, we're going to be going to a break shortly. I believe when we come back, we'll have another set of games for you. I think we've got a couple, 2 or 3 more left in the bank.
Good games left, I think. Yeah.
So we will
some
be
more
back,
action for you
we
guys.
will be back shortly after this break.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile MobExpert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele MobExpert și pe mobexpert.ro.
And here we are once again from beautiful Iasi, Romain. Yash. It's without the last I. Because in Spanish, if you read it, you will say it Iasi.
Yes,
but
we'd say that as well, Iasi.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, I would.
Well, but you said Iasi. We say Iasi.
Yeah, Iasi.
But anyway, that's no good. We are in Yash. And we are here for another match between Jordan and Pakistan. Pakistan and Jordan. Do you want to see what we have ahead?
Yeah, we're going to see the matchup here. Be interested to see who these guys have actually picked.
Yes,
but
of course.
We know Safe Hacker and Skill Beast. We know these two guys. I mean, a lot of pressure, I think, on Safe here. He's a fantastic player for Jordan, but we will take a look at the groups. We are actually looking at it here. There is still a lot to play for in this Group A. So the next two fixtures that we have are from Group A.
From this group,
so we're going to see the total of that because it's a 7-team group.
Exactly.
Pakistan versus Jordan. Safe is playing as AC Milan, it seems here, and then Bayern Munich. We've got another AC Milan versus Bayern Munich. Thai, what are you feeling?
I'm feeling that Pakistan has almost nothing to lose in this game.
Party poopers. They could be party poopers, though.
Exactly.
They could.
He may risk a little bit more.
Yeah.
And he may have on his hands to say, do you know what, my friend from Jordan, you're not passing.
Yeah. Well, we will get confirmation of the groups towards the end, obviously, because we'll know who's in the playoffs.
Exactly.
We'll know who's first, going straight through. Second and third, then obviously will be into the playoffs, right?
Exactly.
But I think if you're Jordan here, you want to keep it within your own hands, don't you? In this game, just get the results, get your 2 wins, or even get 4 points would be huge.
Exactly.
But Pakistan are no joke either. I know that they haven't got the results the way, but I think the biggest thing that we will look at, especially for the fans at home, is 2 different styles again coming together. And Safe Hacker is a fantastic player.
We will have one player that needs the points, so he will have to risk because he needs the points. But he cannot risk too much because he needs the points.
It's
on the
that
other
balance.
hand, the other one has nothing to lose. He will be on streaming. Remember, as I was talking out of camera with some of the players, that there are some players who are looking to change teams, not national teams, but professional teams.
Yes.
So, of course, everybody wants to be the champion here, but there is also another layer that is you may get here your next team. So it's important, even if you have no chances of passing by, to show what can you do.
Show your talents, really, on a stage like this. And we're going straight in. So we do have Jordan playing as Milan and Pakistan playing as Bayern Munich. A lot of players using Bayern now, I think, as well as we see this tournament progress. And we're straight into the action, Farida.
Yes, and they are playing with the exact opposite of the shirts you will expect from them.
Yes.
Milan on the white shirt, Bayern Munich on the black shirt.
They're trying to keep us focused.
Yes,
that's what they're trying to do.
Of course.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this game kind of starts to flow. And I do think that this will be a kind of a cagey affair at the start, as we're seeing here. A lot of mistakes maybe being made, or maybe a bit of possession thrown in.
Yes, and just what we said before.
There was a mistake just there as I said it.
Is AC Milan on the white shirt the teams that needs the points?
Yes.
Is Bayern Munich on the black shirts the team that here has like a show match?
Yeah. Well, as we have it, I think, and we will get confirmation on the groups because we don't want to give any wrong information out from us, me and you, Frida. But as we have it, as Sané leads the attack here for Bayern, and it's cut out by De Ligt, we do have it that Jordan are in 4th position as of now with 15 points. So goal difference will come into it. Even a draw will put them into 3rd position. But they don't want to. They'll want to get his maximum points here. They can't catch Israel, who are top of Group A. As far as we know, Israel have won 10 games. They've been on fire with Oral Daniel. So they've been on fire. So let's see what happens. But we are back to the action here as this game takes shape. 15 minutes gone. No real chances yet, Farida.
No, not yet.
Goretzka. Sané.
Pakistan
Kimmich
is showing a little bit the ball, moving it around.
Great ball. It's a half chance, I would say.
Yeah, nice play.
Just keeping the opponent guessing, keeping him honest that he might actually have that in his locker.
And in fact, 53% of the possession goes to the Germans / Pakistanis.
Good ball in here, bit of space, a little bit of trickery. Pavard is defending it. Brilliant from Pavard again. You can hear a lot of noise around us as it starts. The tension is starting to rise now, I think, because it's nearly win or go home at this stage for Rita.
Exactly. We are entering that stage of the tournament when there is no more room for errors. There's no more second chances. You need to win or go home.
What a ball. It's a great chance. Stunning shot. Oh, hit the post.
Amazing.
Daniel Neuer didn't know much about that.
He will be lamenting. He needs this goal. He needs this kind of points.
That was a huge chance. A brilliant, stunning shot. Just a bit of mind games going on with the throws. Kimmich out
Outside.
over the line. That could have been 1-0, and that would have really set this tie up.
Jordan from left to right on the white shirts. Pakistan from right to left with Bayern Munich on the black shirts.
Lovely break. Waiting for that overlap from Davies. Haven't seen much of Davies. Oh,
Nice.
a bit of tricks. A bit of cheekiness, as you called it earlier. A bit of cheekiness.
That's what you do when you have no worries.
Yeah, he's just chilling, and as you said, he wants to showcase his talents here.
Of course.
Competition mightn't have gone his way the way he would have wanted, but still a fantastic player. But Safe Hacker, big expectations from Safe and from his nation. And I think it's always dangerous territory when you are chasing that third spot. You definitely do not want to go home at this stage if you're still in with the running. Ref doesn't even want to know about it. He says, get up. 30 minutes have flown by.
We have just seen one opportunity on the post.
Yeah.
But not a lot of work for the goalkeepers.
Yeah, it's kind of a... Listen, oh, there's a bit of showboating going on here now from Pakistan. A bit of showboating going on for Ita, and as you said, the pressure's now off. They can just be the ultimate... Oh, there's a great ball in, though. Safe might make that...
3 versus 2.
Great ball. Doesn't sit for Loftus Cheek, I think.
Too long. Now it's 4 against 4.
Great ball in. Great ball, back post! And there's one. And it is the Jordanian that does get it. It's a brilliant goal at the back post. I think it's Leao.
It was a very, very intelligent play because it was 4 against 4. It's very difficult inside that situation. You don't outnumber the defense, but that was not a problem. It was just the matter of faking it once, and we have a goal.
Yeah, and the back post, it's something that you like to see. You've said it, Frida, throughout the stream yesterday as well. You like to see that little extra pass maybe to kind of cushion it into the goals. Lovely bit of trickery again, but it's seen by Davies and Kimmich. Kimmich drives it forward. Great strong challenge.
I think that Jordan wants to keep the momentum going.
They do. 3 points here. The pressure will come off if he can get a result here with 3 points. Oh, playing around at the back. Playing around at the back. Could be punished. Safe Hacker could punish him. Could go up 2-0. Oh, and he does, and it's 2-0, just as we said it.
Amazing. Perhaps Pakistan relaxed a little bit too much.
I think so, yeah, and Adli gets in. You cannot give a player of Safe Hacker's ability that chance, playing around at the back. And now you saw a little bit of showboating at the start with the flicks, the rainbow tricks.
Yes.
But now you can kind of see that frustration creep in from Pakistan. The tournament hasn't gone his way, but still this is a bad position to be in because Safe Hacker is definitely one to watch in this tournament.
Jordan said, okay, we are here for this, and sent a ball to the post.
Yeah.
After that, the next 2 situations were 2 goals.
Yeah, I agree, and I think they'll be looking at that second spot. Obviously, we'll have to depend on other results because Israel are so far ahead, they cannot be caught. From our opinion, they can't be caught because I think as far as we know, Israel have 31 points based on Group A's standings. But we will get the graphics for that hopefully up towards the end of the day when we do a roundup for it. After the next game, there is one more game left after this one, or one more fixture, I should say.
With this result, perhaps it's Kosovo, the one
that will struggle
a little bit
yeah, with
behind.
Armenia slipping back down, depending on their results as well. Goal difference might come into it.
This group has Israel, Armenia, Kosovo, Jordan, Trinidad and Tobago, Pakistan and Ivory Coast.
Yeah, and we will see, I think Trinidad and Kosovo are up after this game, I think, as the last fixture of the day to close us out.
I think so.
Which again, it's looking like it could be an important fixture now because there's still everything to play for. So that's going to be an interesting one.
This result opens the group once again.
Great ball, square it, just shoot, and it's a goal back And that is going to open it up now. A Bayern Munich, a little mistake at the back, and now I think we can safely say that Jordan are in the complete driving seat here. And now you see a little bit of flash coming out from Safehacker. We know the talent that Safehacker has, but he's just one of these guys that grows in confidence as the tournament goes on, I think. And get him into the playoffs, he's going to be a difficult opponent for anybody. And Pakistan, we talked about it, Farida, just to make a bit of a storyline with it. Could they be the party pooper?
Yes.
It doesn't look like it. And we will have the last game of the fixture. Whoa!
La 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 la. Now we have a show coming.
Now we have a show coming, and we saw Mestre do it earlier when he racked up 6-7 goals. Could we have Safehacker looking for that record?
After the fourth one.
Yeah, 60 minutes gone. No subs yet. They'll make a difference. And we do, confirmation on that, we do have one more fixture after this.
Yes.
It is that game in Group A as well. Kosovo versus Trinidad and Tobago. So keep your eye on that as a stunning cross is super cancelled. Back into Musiala. Doesn't fit, doesn't sit. And it's clearing the ranks again. And Safehacker is really in his element here now, Farida. He looks like he's enjoying himself now.
Yes.
And eyes on next game. Because he knows he can change his position.
The next game will have the Balkans versus the Caribbean. Whoa.
Yes.
Only here.
Yes, only here. Only here. As you said yesterday, it's a worldwide event.
Exactly.
A lot of teams have been showcased. And as we get into the group stage in a couple of days' time, out of the group stage, I should say, it's going to start heating up.
Yes. Yes.
And if it heats up anymore, I don't know what we're going to have to. I don't know what we're going to do.
Tomorrow we're expecting 39 degrees in Yash.
Yes.
La 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 la.
We'll have to stand in a little pool.
Yes, of course.
But it's just taken. I think it's
the domination.
Yeah,
is
I mean it's like a deflated
really
balloon now. There's no air left in this game at all. It's just how much is it going to be, because Pakistan have nothing to play for here, unfortunately, apart from being party poopers, and they can't really upset the party anymore now.
No, exactly.
Because this 3 points is going to be a massive 3 points for Jordan and for Safehacker.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
And in fact, it's the next game which may define this group.
Yeah, even without the last game coming down to it.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Because you will have Jordan from our mats. You will have Jordan, and don't take it as 100% yet, but I think we're right. I think you will have Jordan going on to 18 points with this win.
Yeah, but it may happen that Kosovo may get also their place.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
May happen.
And Armenia are obviously playing right now as well behind us.
Exactly.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that as it updates. But as we know, Jordan will go on to 18 points. If Armenia were to win their game, they would obviously have 21 points, so they'd still be the chasing pack. But it's Kosovo who it's going to go down to in the last game. A couple of substitutions coming on here now. As this one draws to, I can't even say a dramatic conclusion really in this game, because it's just been by the numbers by Safehacker. I kind of saw him earlier and he looked fairly relaxed, even though he was in a position that he needed to come out and get a result. He did look fairly relaxed.
Yes.
Because I think any of these top players, they believe their ability, don't they? Even when it's not going their way and they're not topping the groups.
Exactly, he knows. So you can see him with the white shirt, not on the...
Yeah, he's playing in real life with a white shirt. So he's even trying to confuse us even more. I mean, come on. And here is Davies trying to close down, but it's no go. Leao, the ball back. Bit of confusion at the back. Oh, lovely ball in. And Upamecano comes across and just says, gimme, 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 and takes it out. But it's a little bit too late now, I think.
Yes.
As we play it back to Manuel Neuer. It's cleared out wide. Mazraoui. 4-0 down. And this is, we talked about it in the last game with Wes. I talked about it as a break goes on here for Bayern. It's all about using Milan's strengths. And I don't think anybody that has dominated with Milan has used them exactly as you should use them. And people that have struggled, it makes you question, should they have picked Milan? Should you have stuck to Arsenal or Barcelona or Bayern? But this is a perfect example of Safehacker knowing exactly what he has at his disposal. Brilliant ball in. And Manuel Neuer couldn't be beaten the last round of fixtures that we saw on stream, but he's been beaten a lot in this.
Arsenal, Manchester United, Barcelona,
yes,
AC Milan,
yes,
and Napoli.
Yes.
Nothing more.
No. that 5 or 6 teams that you see. I think it's because, Frida, like, once you get accustomed to a team, it's very hard to change off it.
Of course.
Very hard. Oh, is it a penalty? I think we have a penalty.
Yes.
It could be 5. Now, will we take a prediction here from the caster's table? Is he going to Panenka? Is he going to be cheeky?
No.
Is this going to be a cheeky,
No.
cheeky
It
goal?
goes to the right.
Okay, I say left. There we go, bottom left. Beers on you later.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Harry Kane is on as well, Goretzka. And it's just by the numbers, as we said, from Safe Hacker. Little bit of pressure, made it look easy, but he's in again. He can stunning shot finish this, doesn't need to. And as this clock trickles down, or trickles up to the 93rd minute, I should say, the time is trickling down, all right. We've got a very, very dominant performance from the Jordanian man.
3 points go to Jordan. He need them, he get them.
Yep.
So
A man on a
everything
mission.
will round up in the next 3 games for this group.
Yes.
We have one more game between Pakistan and Jordan.
Yeah.
And later we'll close in the day with Trinidad Tobago against Kosovo.
Yes. Kosovo, I think, will definitely not want to slip out any.
No.
I mean, nobody wants to. Like, Trinidad, can they still have a say? It depends on other results, because they will be playing Armenia. So there's a potential mix-up here, apart from Israel, who are leading the pack, right?
Yes.
There's a big mix-up here where Armenia are on 18 points before these games have been played and the results from these games taken into consideration. Kosovo on 16, Jordan on 15, and Trinidad on 12.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see the switch around of these results
When
now.
you have a group like this in which the top has won all the matches,
Yeah.
and the last has lost all the matches,
Yeah.
all the other matches are very interesting,
Yeah.
because everybody has chances.
They are, and they're all even keel as well. But as we get straight back into it, no chance to even breathe here. We're just straight back into the action. What a ball in! But it comes to no avail. Musiala and Upamecano, and I hate to say it, but you are seeing rinse and repeat, more of the same from Safe Hacker here. He's no mercy. We saw it earlier with other players. They just like to put people to the sword straight away when they see a little bit of weakness there.
It's Jordan still with the AC Milan,
Yes.
with the white shirt, and Pakistan with the Bayern Munich on the black shirt.
Yeah. And I think it's unusual to see Bayern be so out of sorts, I think.
Yes, and so defensive.
And so defensive and just not really free-flowing, but that's a lovely move there. First time, but
In
it's
fact,
just a
it's
little
not
bit
that
too
he's
much.
playing defensive play. It's just that he's being pushed into his own box.
Yeah. I think you're right.
I don't think he wants to be defensive.
I think he's probably just looking at it in a way that...
Yeah, he's doing what he can.
Yeah, I think it's just a frustrating end to the tournament where you're kind of on stream and you can't really change your position. I know you can be a party pooper,
Yeah.
but there's no real change to his position, so it's kind of like, I'll try and go out and showcase my talents, as you said. You'd never know who's looking at my talents here when you're at this world stage.
Exactly.
But then you get a sucker punch with Safe Hacker, and it's just wave after wave of attack.
In fact, I will not make any names, but one of the players that we saw on stream has his Twitter bio saying free agent.
Well, there you go. There you go, and you're seeing the best of the best here on display in Iași,
Yes, correctly.
Romania.
The historic capital of Romania, the third biggest city in the country, the home of universities, the capital of the Moldovan Principality.
And a lovely city, lovely people,
Yes, of
friendly.
course.
Great experience so far, hasn't it? Listen, the action on the pitch, that will start to reach fever pitch and start to get exciting once we go in. We've seen some magical moments. We've had some brilliant games. We've had disappointments. We've had upsets. We've had favorites, early favorites, really destined to get into the later stages, to show their class.
We had exhibitions like the one that Mestre did.
Yes, but we've had it all. But then as the pressure starts to ratchet up and the heat starts to ratchet up, I think we're going to start to see the creme de la crop.
Exactly.
Come
exactly.
to the fore. So it will be a very interesting tournament. We're going to be bringing you all the action here, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, of course, live streaming on the official channel. But
thank you both, of course. And if you wanna follow us, here we are, Weza FC, The Midnight Kid, and Fierita Catalano. Yours truly, one from England, one from Ireland, and the other one from Argentina.
It's a bit of trickery again, but I think Safe will... Listen, he'll want to win here. He's been a bit, I would say, a little bit more casual about this game. He hasn't had that bit between his teeth, so to speak. But there's still a lot of gameplay left in this one before we head into our last fixture, with 2 games in that fixture. Of course, still Group A, all to play for these teams in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, because Jordan are going to be knocking on the door now and saying,
yes,
listen, if we get 4 points here or 6 points here, it does go down to that last game then with Kosovo.
Yeah, and now it's also, you said it before, he may be the party pooper, or perhaps having a tie is enough.
Yeah.
It's enough to be a party pooper.
Yeah, because I think that Jordan are just saying now, listen, I'm not ready to go home yet. Let me into the playoffs and I'll see what I can do.
You made 5 goals.
Yeah.
You need, you have your own pressure, Seton. You need to win this game.
And I think it's all coming to a head here now and shaping up. Good header, good block, interception, and you've got waves of attackers.
Yeah, very fast play, but Pakistan is still on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's just hard to get through the lines, isn't
yeah,
it?
That's like
the biggest
a wall. Upamecano has been defending very well.
Yep.
Now with 3 versus 3.
It's kind of a bit rushed from Safe Hacker. I think he's probably looking now and saying he knows he needs goals. He's after getting the result in the first game, yes, but this fixture is still up for grabs with another 3 points. And it could be a huge 3 points if he gets them.
These 3 points are so important that he's seems a little bit nervous.
Yeah, maybe. Just making a couple of mistakes. He's the break on here, Upamecano.
Like when you cannot think about how you will cook the fish before you fish it. Something like that.
Yeah.
More or less.
That's a new phrase, but we'll take it.
I've just invented
it. That's you know, you can claim that one.
Opa.
Lovely bit of movement, drawing the defender in. I think Safe is just looking to, he's looking for a mistake more than a bit of magic, isn't he? He's kind of...
Exactly. He's throwing the ball to see if something happens.
Great pass. And there's Manuel Neuer playing that sweeper keeper as we talked about earlier. Going to recycle now. Lovely ball. Bit of luck. Adley's on. There's the finish. Brilliant save from Manuel Neuer. That's what you want the big man in goals for.
Now it's like if Pakistan has just one objective. Don't let the other guy score.
Yeah.
Just that.
Yeah.
Just
I
that.
agree.
He's not concentrated on attacking, on counter-attacking. No, just having a clean sheet, I think it may be enough for him.
Yeah, well, I think the one thing Jordan don't want to do and Safe doesn't want to do is lose.
Of course.
And go gung-ho. So if I
course.
was him, I would probably hold the line a little bit the last 25 minutes if it's still 0-0. Just go for it and take that gamble. Listen, everyone loves a story where you just go for it and you get a goal in the last few minutes. We've seen second winners here, or last chance, second chance, third chance. It all depends on how you take that chance. So it's going to be something that he'll definitely keep an eye on as this match progresses, because 3 points here for him would be massive.
And also, it's always like a coin with 2 faces, because if you wait too long, you may be out of time.
Yeah, I agree. But he does not want to concede. Milan do not want to concede here if he still has hopes of getting through into the playoffs. And we will try to do a roundup after. Whoa!
Nice.
He'll have a bruise after that one.
Yeah, it's like Pakistan is defending as they should have defended
in the first game.
match.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's a big counter on here. And again, Milan using Goretzka in that holding role, as we like to see. A lot of people that play this game will know the importance of an anchorman or a destroyer or a box-to-box, which is Goretzka. It's a great chance up front, and there we have the opener, just like that. As I was admiring Goretzka in that hole, defensively, Leao has had to say, and that is a fantastic finish. and Jordan go 1-0 up, and the 3 points look a lot closer now for Frida. It's sprung into shape for him. Is there a return?
He was looking for that. He got what he came to find in this game. 6 points.
If he can hold on. This is the gamble that you take when you do need points. You have to go for goal. Listen, goals mean everything. They change games, they change everything. And we are going to have a look and a confirmation. We will do a roundup of that towards the end.
Just one more Argentinian saying. Goles son amores.
Goles
son amores.
Son amores.
Do you know what that means?
We're in again. It's 2.
What's
there
the
we
goalkeeper
go.
doing?
I mean, he's offside. He's just offside. I thought he was. That's why I didn't get too excited. But then I thought he was on.
Do you know what goles son amores means?
No.
Goles?
Yes, goal.
Goals.
Yes.
Son are.
Son are.
Son means are.
Yeah.
Amores,
Son,
love.
Amores.
So goals are love.
Goals are love. I like that one.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
Goles son amores. But it's in plural.
I'll
so
start
be
using
careful.
that.
Don't say it on your partner because it's plural.
Oh,
it's amores.
Okay.
Many of them.
Oh, no. I can't use that one anymore. No. Those days are gone for me now.
Okay, here we are with Jordan winning 1-0. The first match was 5.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, Frida, it's a great point. It's a good analysis. Like, he has stopped that end-to-end kind of action where it's been like high scoring, but he hasn't looked like scoring either.
Exactly.
You know, he hasn't looked like scoring. He's looked like he's just happy to just not get another 5-0 drubbing.
Exactly.
Which I know it's difficult because, you know, he probably has nothing to play for, and he's thinking, listen, I've 10 games played, I've 8 points, a -7 goal difference.
And I think that he speculate a little bit with the Jordan need for points.
Yeah.
But once you concede once, there's no more speculation.
Yeah.
No more room for speculation.
Yeah. No, it's difficult because I was just, before that goal went in, I was kind of saying that Goretzka is the type of player that what he has seemed to do in this second game, Bayern Munich, they've kind of sat back and let Goretzka just mop up as kind of like that sweeper centre-back, which you can do by putting defensive on him or deep line on him and as an individual instruction. For anyone that's into the tactical side of the game, we'll probably get more into that in the playoff stage and in the latter stages, the later stages of it, because you'll have guys coming in that will have plans for every situation. So it is going to be something that we look at as time goes on, as you see the tactics here. But I think Safe is just going to shut up shop here now. That's what I would do. He has his goal. He has his 3 points as of right now. Keep it as it is.
Yeah,
and that's
I will try to look for one more goal.
Yeah. You think so?
Yes.
You're greedy though for the goals today.
No, you need one more.
Yeah.
Because it's if not, you may suffer.
Yeah. But I think you just want to, carve out that chance without leaving himself exposed at the back, maybe.
Yeah, but I don't want to risk my 3 points.
Yeah.
With just 1-0 is not so good result.
Yeah.
I need one more.
Yeah.
At least one more.
It's a great ball there. We might get one more for you, Frida. Oh, he's in. You asked for it. He delivered.
Now we are talking, but you know what? 2-0 is not a good result. You need 3.
You need 3.
Yeah, you need 3 because if 2-0 is, some people say, is the worst result ever. I cannot understand why.
That's the Argentinian
way of
you
thinking.
want more goals. You want those goals.
Yeah, sometimes you hear, if you watch a match on TV, they say, 2-0, this is the worst result. Hey, give me 2-0 for me.
I tell you, there's a lot of teams here that would have taken a 2-0 lead at the start of their games. But maybe you're right, but we have only got 10 minutes left.
The worst result is 0-5, not 2-0.
It could be 3 though. You could be really about to get the icing on the cake or the cherry on top of that cake.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of showboating coming in now. Yeah, the pressure's off. He's playing to the Argentinian man's heartstrings beside me here. Oh, beautiful. Can he finish?
Now we're talking.
Just keep possession. Doesn't want to get caught in the break, and he's not going to as this peters out. Listen, it's been a mature and a confident performance from Safe. There's been questions asked of him, but he's just got over the line, hasn't he, in this second game?
He showed his credentials. He is showing that he deserves a place on the next round.
Yeah, I agree. Harry Kane has come in for a cameo appearance, I think. 85 minutes on the clock. Oh, that's a terrible throw. Stunning shot, surely. Or else a cross. There we go, stunning shot, super cancel, back flick.
Ugly mistake.
Yeah, I think it's just... Listen, I think Pakistan, nothing to play for.
Exactly.
Tired body, tired mind.
Yes.
It's been a long day, I think, of gaming.
With all due respect, we didn't expect nothing from him. We didn't get nothing from him.
That's a harsh analysis, I think.
No?
Yeah, I think so. I think, listen...
Perhaps I'm lost in translation, and that sounded a little bit harsh.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean. As in, he'd nothing to play for.
Yeah.
You know, his results kind of told his storyline already.
I'm careful. I need to pick my words.
I hope you don't meet him later in the hotel lobby or McDonald's or something.
I mean, I wait 4 times what he waits.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
No problem.
But listen, that is confirmation. Rafael Leao there. I think we have one more game. The big man Weza will be coming in for that one with Farita to end it. I will be ducking out. But we'll do a roundup of this. I'm sure the guys have the match or the stats that we'll see here in a second, the head-to-head. But an accomplished performance, I think, from Safe all round.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. You were the one that gave us a lead on watch Jordan player. He's very good. And you were exactly on point as always, Barry, dear Barry. So Jordan signs a clean sheet also.
Yeah. I think it was a very dominant performance from him. Couple of chances that I think if he had him back, but I mean, Safe Hacker is definitely one I think to watch. If he can get his game going, like that's the biggest thing. If he can actually get his game and control the game and make players play at his style, he has kind of a unique blend of styles, I would say. We probably saw it there as well. He's very dominant when he gets on top, but it's when he goes behind, as a lot of players, does the panic button need to be pressed in, and does he actually panic a little bit?
Exactly.
So
you cannot say it better. So, you know what? We still have one more game, but that will come after the break.
Ești cu gândul la vacanță? Transformă spațiul în care trăiești în locul la care visezi. Până pe 31 august descoperă mobilierul și decorațiunile Mob Expert cu reduceri de până la 50%. Alege relaxat în magazinele Mob Expert și pe mobexpert.ro.
Cu Vodafone EasyTech, distracția vine cu tine în vacanță. Ai mai mult?
We are for the last match of the day, Wes.
It's the final countdown, as they say. It is the final countdown.
If we could design the fixture, we couldn't imagine how well things will happen for this match to be so important.
I mean, in terms of fixture selection, I'm not sure who's done it, but they have done an incredible job here, right? I mean, in terms of what we've got, in terms of what we have here, it's Kosovo versus Trinidad and Tobago. We just saw it was Jordan versus Pakistan, how important that result was for Jordan. And with our updated table that we can see, we do have a tablet here. It's a little bit of a cheat, folks, but it does keep you up to date. Is that Jordan are now on 21 points.
Yes.
They're still a little bit in jeopardy because they've got to play second place Armenia on 24. If a bad result goes there for Jordan for Saif Al-Haka, it could leave the door open for one of these two teams between Kosovo and Trinidad and Tobago. Yes. Actually, tell a lie. It's Kosovo they need to watch out for because Trinidad are cut away. They're 9 points away. But
Jordan has the classification in his own hands because if he wins both games, he's in.
Indeed he does. Now that's going to be the difference maker. Of course, we won't know that result until the end of this game. So if you're a Kosovo fan, all you're really looking for is they need 6 points and they need to hope that Armenia do them a favour. If not, it'll be all in vain. But we'll get to watch it either way, which is great to see.
The thing is that we are going to have a very interesting match here. The last two games of the day are going to be electrifying. Do you want to see the matchup?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's go.
It's what we need to see. It's what we need to see. We need to see what teams these guys are using. Let's have a look and see what we have. We've got Manchester United versus Bayern Munich. Slight difference between the two teams. Yes. Again, in terms of Kosovo, in terms of their gameplay and their game style. Again, as we always say with these types of matchups, it's a little bit of Europe versus a little bit of almost the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's the Caribbean. Yeah. This is the Balkans against the Caribbean.
There you go. So that is going to be such a different culture, different vibe, certainly a different way to approach the game.
Exactly.
And also, you've also got the fact that they're using two different teams. So they'll also have their own little pitfalls, as we've seen so far through this tournament already.
It's beach against snow.
Yeah, it's fire versus ice, if you really wanted to use that parlance. But yeah, absolutely, it's going to be an intriguing game. Of course, Kosovo they know what they need to do to put themselves in contention. What the issue now is that they're not going to know whether it's going to be enough or not until the end.
So they need to try to win this match. Let's see what they are making, what they are doing, what they are planning for the last match.
Yeah, we are going to wait for gameplay to begin. We've got them under starters orders from what I understand, so we're just waiting for this to get underway. But like we say, it's almost like you're piloting in the dark, so to speak. You're not quite sure what's on your left and your right, but you know what the goal is that you need to hit.
Exactly.
You just don't know whether there's somebody in front of you or not, and that can be a real problem. So I think looking at it from a Kosovo point of view, they just need to win both games and hope.
And hope.
Exactly. I mean, hope is sometimes all you have. There's a false hope.
But I mean, the hope is worthless if you don't win. So
yeah, absolutely.
I think that if I was him, I will concentrate on winning my game and let other things happen. Let's see. Let's go to the game now. Our last game.
Last game of the day, as we'll see. It's going to be Manchester United and Kosovo from left to right on your screen. Trinidad and Tobago and Bayern Munich from right to left. And you'll see the two different philosophies from both these two teams, in terms of the way that they have matched their teams up, the way that they have conducted their teams. We're in our game plan screen at the moment, so this is kind of a little bit of the analysis in me that I love to see. It's kind of trying to break down these two teams. You can see at the moment, at the very least, it's almost a mirror image of these two teams. Both are playing this 4-2-3-1. As the kids say nowadays, both are playing with a double pivot.
Exactly.
To me, it used to just be two defensive midfielders.
True.
That's the way. Yes. I think they realised they weren't using the uniform ratings for players.
Exactly.
So, in old speak, that's stat balancing, which is what we were connected. Disconnect. We may have a slight technical issue. So we will just wait. They'll come back to us.
The wrong cable.
Yeah, someone's kicked an Ethernet cable somewhere. It's just disconnected it just slightly. But
have you ever pulled an Ethernet cable because out of rage?
Terrified. No, because I understand how much these things cost now. Because I'm an adult, you suddenly go, Why would I throw a PS5 around? No, not a chance. No, it's like it's a very valuable piece of kit. However, in my youth, maybe I would have thrown a controller or two. Yeah, maybe.
Whoever can say that has never thrown out a controller is not a real gamer.
No. Everyone loses their temper at some point. Although the trick I used to use was if you play on a soft surface, i.e. like a bed or a chair, you can bounce it and then you can pick it back up in the air. Only problem is if you miss it in the air. That's the only problem. That is the only problem.
Well, you can find on YouTube plenty of videos of people smashing their TVs.
Oh,
Please don't do that.
No. It's too valuable.
Well, in fact, some players have adapted the straps like
yes,
the ones on the
so
Wii.
that way then it doesn't come out of your hand, which again is one thing to kind of look on. But as we kind of look to just kind of just wait for the starters orders underneath our ears and waiting for the game to kind of just make sure that everything is right and where it is, because of course, as you know, once you kind of reconnect to internet and once you reconnect connections, sometimes the settings can go a bit haywire and then you have to make sure that everything's reset properly. And of course, from a psychological standpoint for both these players, it means they're under starters orders and then they're ready to go and then they're not ready to go.
False start.
So it's a tough one because again, as a player or as a former player, as soon as you sit down, you have that tunnel vision and you want to get ready to go, but then...
And you had one plan, like it's 5, 4, 3...
much.
Nice.
And as we said, I mean, when we had the interruption in the Bali, for example, there were players who were kind of mid-game, and it just takes your concentration away.
Today we had it, I think, early on the Roxa game.
We had issues with controllers not being linked up correctly and things like that. So again, some of those things can just disturb the flow of a player. Yes, they are things that may happen at a LAN event. Such things, it is a live event. It is something that sometimes you just can't control.
It happens at your home. It may happen in a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
With plenty of games being played at the same time in the same venue. So sometimes I think about the power needed to do these things.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it in terms of obviously from what the guys can see behind us, there's giant electronic screens. There's however many setups of consoles, of PCs for other games, monitors. Consoles themselves, lighting rigging, all kinds of stuff, the air conditioning, all of that kind of stuff. It all factors in, and you just have to kind of think just how much is required to get this type of event
cameras.
up. Yeah, of course the cameras as well, headsets. There's so many things.
Each of the teams has a camera following them.
Yeah, it's crazy. But as we said, we are here in the city of Iași, and they have made us very, very welcome, and they have made us very, very, comfortable. Again, first day, as we mentioned on stream, it was a late one, it was a hot one. Today it's been slightly more tempered, and we've managed to get a little bit cooler and managed to get just a little bit, but it drops enough in the temperature, it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable.
Tomorrow we're expecting 39 degrees.
Yeah, I think that's what I call a pool day. I think is what I call that. That is a pool day, or it's a stay in the bedroom and just keep the curtains closed day.
And watch the games, because there are plenty of games going by.
Yeah, absolutely. CSGO, Dota, Tekken, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You've got PUBG Mobile.
PUBG, whatever game you like, whatever game is the one that you say, I want to learn some tricks. Well, you have it here at the IESF tournament in Iași. Also, I'm expecting, last year when we were in Bali, by this stage of the tournament, we started wondering, where's gonna be the next IESF?
I do know, and the thing is, it could literally be anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, when we came to the closing ceremony last year, and it was announced it was going to be in Romania in Iași, I think everyone was like, "Oh my, wow, okay." Yeah. But I think we'll probably have the same type of feeling this year when we get to the club. I mean, we've only just started. I mean, but we're not wishing away the tournaments, folks. But certainly, but we you cast an eye. But there's so many countries here.
Summer clothes.
Winter clothes.
In fact, last year when they say Romania, I say, oh, okay, from the heat to the cold, because I didn't knew.
Yeah, mentally, that's where I went. Hold on, I'm going to need snow boots, I'm going to need all this stuff. And then, obviously, when I checked the weather before we came out, and they were like, oh, by the way, it's going to be mid-30s. I was like, okay, that's basically going to be the exact same wardrobe. That's fine.
Now it's top 30s.
Now it's top 30s, yeah, but it's certainly heating up there. Yes. And it's certainly... just waiting for confirmation there. It looks like they've reconnected the console.
Exactly.
They're just working through settings, so do bear with us, folks. as we said, it is a live environment, it is a live event. These things happen. We just, as we say, we've got to kind of roll with it. Certainly in a live environment. I mean, you know all too well, obviously working in production and TV.
Of course, we cannot name countries, but if I say lagers, are there any country that you think of?
No.
Strangely
not. Because again, in terms of with connections online, it's such a, because obviously each countries have different internet capabilities, each countries have different infrastructures.
So you're not thinking of any country?
I don't, no, generally.
That's why you don't play Latin American
tournaments.
tournaments?
Hey, listen, I would happily play some Latin American tournaments.
Yeah,
but I know where I'm good enough and where I'm not good enough, and one place is not Latin America where I need to go.
There is one nation that always, when they're losing the game, they lag. I won't say who they are.
You're trying to get us all in trouble here.
No,
You're trying to get us all in trouble here.
I'm telling you tales of South American eFootball scene, but I don't want to make any names.
No, you're trying to make. You don't want to make any enemies.
On the chat, they will for sure be saying. Or perhaps dancing. Nothing more.
Or who knows? They'll probably be coming out with random nations that we've never heard of. But like I said, I think with as we say about online gaming, the way it's going to mature, it's all about the infrastructure of those countries. Again, the infrastructure of, say, for example, England, where a lot of people have access to kind of fibre optic internet, things like that. They're not accessible necessarily in other countries. So when people go, "Oh, there's that country that lags," I'm kind of like, well,
no, but there are some that only lag when they are losing.
Well, all I do when I'm losing, I press pause and quit. That's what I do.
Well,
I know when I'm beaten. I know when I'm beaten. I take the honourable way out and I quit the game.
That's more honest.
Yeah.
That's more honest. Well, tell us your tales about this wonderful game that we all enjoy. I know that my phone is ringing now.
Yeah. You've now been inundated with people just saying, "Hold on a minute."
I kicked the beehive.
Yeah. You certainly have. But we're still waiting just to make sure. And it looks like we're just waiting, and we look like we're waiting to start the game. So it looks like we are back up and running, and we are waiting to cut across. We will cut across eventually.
Kosovo against
Trinidad and Tobago.
Kosovo still have chances.
Yep.
Trinidad
they need 6 points, and they need 6 points and a favour, and a big favour from Armenia against Jordan. Exactly. But again, that'll be a difficult game because that's second versus third in that group. So again, Jordan may be in a bit of jeopardy there, but they only need potentially a point to just keep themselves afloat.
So this is kind of like when you're playing and you think you have the match dominated. We thought that we had the stream dominated.
Like I said, it's live esports. These things happen. We've seen, as we said, we saw interruptions in Bali that we had to kind of wait for things to be repaired and then came back online. These things just happen, folks. Unfortunately, we are just waiting at the mercy of how quickly they can get their settings redone, unfortunately. And
also in this kind of tournaments, nobody wants to give any advantage. So if you're not sure everything is working like you want to, you won't start.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the onus for the player. You want to be where you have all of your settings in place. You don't want it to be a case where you're having to change camera angles or change button configurations or things like that. But it looks like we are going to go straight to the game, which is great news. They are back up and running, and as we'll see there again, it is going to be, I believe it was Manchester United, if my memory serves me correct, of Kosovo. Yes. And it is Trinidad and Tobago who are playing with Bayern Munich. So it is the red of Kosovo versus the black of Trinidad and Tobago. Here's Casemiro on towards Rashford. It's cleared away nicely here. All going to go forward to Coman. Ball forward. Looks like it's going to go here to Kingsley Coman.
Trinidad Tobago on the black Bayern Munich shirt.
It's Davis to Kimmich. Kimmich in towards Leroy Sané.
Kosovo on the red ones.
Sané into the box looking for Choupo-Moting. It's cleared away. Down the line to Jadon Sancho it goes. Sancho looking forward for support. He finds Marcus Rashford, who has a runner in the middle, is Mason Mount. He also has Anthony on the left-hand side.
That ball was near the hand of the defender. And now it's Kosovo trying.
Bit of a mistake. Has to be careful there.
What a
almost
mistake.
Caught napping there as Trinidad and Tobago, but they get away with one.
What a mistake, my friend.
Yeah, I was going to say, could have cost them double, especially with the mistake that they had. There's Kimmich, though. And Mount will intercept that. Kosovo look to get on the break in. Neat double touch here. In towards Marcus Rashford. Rashford in towards Anthony. Looking back for Rashford, but it's cleared away.
Is Kosovo the one proposing, the one risking? He needs to win this game in order to have a chance to go through the playoffs.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago could really be spoiler here. And again, for their aspirations in terms of promoting their esports, of course, as we talk about nations developing, as we said about these tournaments that have come by.
Yes.
The level seems to, and I'll say this liberally, that it seems to have increased since Bali.
Exactly.
As we'll see here, Kingsley Coman working his way forward. It's going to be Leon Goretzka. Goretzka back in and looking in for some support. It's bobbled loose. It's a good save from Onana. His
defense lost the ball inexplicably. Lucky for him, the goalie was on point.
Yeah, it was a great save from Onana, and again, it was a kind chance that broke to him. It wasn't really there of skill, it was more of a bobble off the back of a defender.
So here we are from Romania, from Iași, with Gueza FC, with the Midnight Kid.
Yeah, we're here with Trinidad trying to get themselves a goal here. They maybe smell a little bit of weakness in this Kosovo defence, and they're seemingly trying to propose it, but instead they've given it away, as you heard audibly exactly how Farita felt about that. Here is Mason Mount in towards Marcus Rashford. Rashford to shoot and score! And Kosovo take the lead!
We said it many times yesterday, many times today. With these players, you cannot do this kind of mistakes. One mistake at the middle of the field may be a goal just seconds away.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great goal. It was built up just from that breakaway that really was there, that developed for Kosovo. They are a goal to the good here.
And also, do you remember that we talked about not carrying the ball? Well, this is why don't you carry the ball if you don't need to.
Yeah, you've got to move it along. If you take too many touches, you can really get caught in possession. As Kingsley Coman looks to be dispossessed there a little bit heavily for Wan-Bissaka, but he will take it clear.
He went for the penalty.
He certainly did. He certainly looked to try and win that as the ball gets drove forward here by Bruno Fernandes. It's taken away by Serge Gnabry. Gnabry looking down the left-hand side here, finds Coman, who finds Alphonso Davies. Davies down the line again for Coman. Coman dinks it into the middle and it's cleared away only as far as Joshua Kimmich's Goretzka. Here is down to Kingsley Coman. Coman with the ball into the box looking for Kane. Ball is cleared away to Anthony. Anthony looking to drive forward here.
Opa!
Good touch there from the Brazilian. Finds it in towards Mason Mount. Will he put the brakes on? He will. Mason Mount with the ball into the box. It's a free header! And Sancho makes it 2-0.
And it looks like he plays at his leisure. He makes the pace. He makes the rhythm. He puts the lights on and he makes the drum roll. 2 for Kosovo, 0 for Trinidad Tobago. Kosovo player is doing what he needs to do. He needs to win the game.
Yeah, it was a brilliant ball into the box there as well. He managed to just keep it in with Mason Mount, got it onto his left foot. And Sancho had acres of space at the back post just to set himself.
Yes, and it's like, it's no surprise. Like total domination.
Yeah, it's certainly working out that way at the moment, but Trinidad and Tobago won't let this go as it is in there towards Serge Gnabry. Gnabry trying to drive one across the box. A brilliant slowing challenge there by Luke Shaw. And Kosovo will drive that one away. It's only as far away as Joshua Kimmich. Of course, we've seen comebacks in this tournament already here today, yesterday as well. I'm sure we'll see a fair few in the future, mind you, as well.
Yes, but this game is clearly uneven, clearly dominated by Kosovo.
Yeah, they have taken their chances well, have Kosovo, and Trinidad have just had not that many really clear-cut chances as Casemiro looks to deliver that ball forward and Sancho.
And besides the chances, it's like there is a gap in the level, I think, in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, certainly these, like as we said, I think the overall level of the countries that have been represented here certainly gone up a level, as I mentioned, from Bali. As the half-time whistle goes here, 2-0 for Kosovo. It seems like the general level of, or at least the kind of the flooring, not the floor, is it the flooring? The ceiling. It seems to have just all gradually got better. So as you know, as we've rightly pointed out, we've got 107 nations here for eFootball
represented. Yes,
but as we've spoken to most of the players, a lot of these players think that this is anybody's to win.
Yes, of course.
So I think they're starting to see the levels from other players and other teams, and they're certainly getting kind of the information on how other teams are doing. And as such, they're kind of looking at it and saying, well, actually, you know, if you're France have got through, but again, looking in their group, it's like Bahrain versus Malta in a playoff. Well, that's going to be quite difficult, even though the teams are quite level.
Exactly.
So it's going to be a very interesting one when those playoffs come out, and certainly we'll try and keep you up to date with as much of that data as possible. I believe we may or may not have a graphic by the end of the game.
We will.
Yeah, I've just received confirmation we will have a graphic at the end of this game, so you will know where all of these teams lie. Here is Harry Kane, and I'm sure one of the major teams that will be looking for that graphic will be Kosovo to see exactly where they finish. Ball lofted into the box there. Marcus Rashford tapped across. Hey, it's a wonderful goal from Kosovo.
And
3 goals to 0.
A little bit of luck, and sometimes you have to help the luck.
Yeah.
If you attack with just one forward, things may happen or may not. If you attack with 2 and they are evenly placed, well, this is what happens. Kosovo 3, Trinidad Tobago 0.
It was that extra touch that was required just to take that opportunity. And again, you know, as we've said from players who are at this tournament, they will be looking for those 100% chances where there is no there's no risk, as you said. There's no risk, there's no worry about whether this ball's going to go into the back of the net. They will work that opportunity until they can't work it anymore.
Yeah, and I think that he sent that through ball for the center forward. If he missed, like it happened, you have another one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see here Mason Mount and Marcus Rashford. Rashford to Mount. I was going to say, you love a back heel. I remember that fondly from Bali, hearing that in my ears quite a few times when we got through to the knockout rounds and the winners and losers brackets, and we had them. We saw a lot of back heels, and you were very much a big fan of that.
Yes, of course.
As you see, Coleman back
Some
to
juggling.
Davis. Or as the phrase that I like to nick from you, there's touches and touches is what they like to say. I say there are some Argentinian sayings that I will pick up from you. As Mason Mount will fly this forward, and it's back towards Rashford. It's Fernandez, it's Sancho. They are waves of Manchester United attackers there. Kosovo couldn't pick it out. It's a bit casual there. Rashford recycles the ball, looking for Anthony. There's a little bit of a scramble there. The ball is not cleared.
I think the surprise was for both.
Yeah, I don't think Kosovo realised they were going to have that opportunity. Here is Casemiro to Mason Mount into towards Casemiro.
Now he's building the play. You asked for touches and touches. Here you have touches and touches.
Absolutely. Really good build-up play here from Kosovo. They're looking to just build the momentum a little bit, but they got dispossessed in the challenge. And
yes, and he has no rush. He's winning 2-0.
He's winning 3-0.
Yeah, 3, excuse me.
Yeah, he's winning 3-0, but he has that opportunity, and there's only 20 in-game minutes left.
Yes. But he knows that his victory is not at risk, or at least it doesn't seem so, unless he concedes very early.
Yeah, it's now or never for Trinidad and Tobago, but again, their race is ran in a manner of speaking. It is ran in a matter of speaking. They can't get to those top 3 spots.
Exactly.
Kosovo still can, but Kosovo need the first 3 points and then they need to go again. Yeah. But as we've seen throughout this tournament so far, the second game is always tighter than the first.
Exactly.
So this may look as academic as it has done from Kosovo, and they've done a brilliant job with the chances they've created. Be careful of the second game.
Exactly.
It's very much be careful of the second game, as we'll see Coleman look to drive forward here. Coleman into towards Alphonso Davis. Davis looking for support. He's looking for a little bit of trickery here just to dislodge that defence. He plays it back to Leon Goretzka. Goretzka into Gnabry. He's hit the deck as Goretzka. It's not being given. Coleman, it's bouncing all around there. It's broken to Goretzka, and Varane will clear it away, but it's not cleared away cleanly.
And Trinidad Tobago is seeing that what he could not accomplish passing the ball, he's accomplishing dribbling it.
He just met the brick wall of Manchester United's defence. Sancho with a double touch back to Rashford, over to Luke Shaw. Shaw into Sancho. Sancho, neat little back heel. You see there, neat build-up play from Kosovo. It's there or thereabouts with their build-up. They certainly know how to put an attack together.
Yeah, and they are expecting for the forward to be on a advantage position. As time goes by, my tongue keeps getting worse.
Well, as we say, I mean, we've looked at the length of the broadcast. You're talking, what, nearly 6 hours worth of eFootball, and it's been an incredible watch in terms of what we've had here today. We've had so many good games. It started with Turkey, Argentina. That feels almost a millennia ago, but it was such a good game to watch, as have some of the other games that we have watched. It's been a fantastic watch from start to finish. And as we're looking just to see if there are any updates here, but the only other update I can give you is that actually from that Group E, we saw Japan yesterday be so impressive. They have qualified at the top of the group, and it's going to be Turkey versus Argentina in the playoff. So we will get a rerun of that in the playoffs.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, what a massive game that will be. But as we said, at this level of football, there is the final whistle. Kosovo take it 3-0. They've done part one of their job, but there are 4 parts to this story.
Exactly.
Part one's down. They need part 2, and then they need 3 and 4 to fall their way.
They need to win one more game before looking to the side.
Absolutely.
One more game.
You have to look and see whether you've been pipped at the finish line or whether it is going to be a photo finish between Jordan and Kosovo.
Nice shirt from Trinidad, eh?
Yeah, I was going to say, some of the esports jerseys, very much a big fan of. The as I mentioned on stream earlier when we watched France versus Algeria, the French one gave me very, like, it was almost France 98 type of vibes where the cams had on. There's a nice red stripe that goes down it, but some of them are brilliant. The Wales one that's covered in dragons, very much a fan. There's so many nice jerseys here, but again, it just goes to show you almost the rainbow colours that you can see throughout this tournament. There's so many people, so many nations here, and there's so many different jerseys. I mean, if you could go around and try and collect them all, you'd probably breach baggage allowance.
That's true, that's true, but that was not a problem, unfortunately.
And interestingly, team change in game 2.
Opa!
And I believe the team change is from Trinidad and Tobago. And the team change appears that it's going to be Arsenal, if my eyes are checking with me correctly. Yeah, because the Aaron Ramsdale, and that is right there. It is going to be Arsenal versus Manchester United. So Kosovo will still be in their red United strip, and Arsenal will be in that almost snake-coloured kit that I like to see, where all the stripes on. It's a brilliantly designed kit. It has definitely divided opinion in North London.
Yeah, of course.
But no, I certainly am a fan of it, despite I have my own footballing allegiances. I'm still a fan of very nicely designed kits. But again, it's also very distinctive, helps us on the casting. You can see that these slight tweaks coming in here, defensives on some of the defenders. You can see that they're maybe just trying to park the bus.
Yes, perhaps.
And maybe just try and just be a little bit of a spoiler here, which is
party pooper.
Party pooper, yeah, absolutely.
As Barry taught me.
Yeah, the party pooper, indeed, it could potentially be here.
Let's see what happens when this match starts. So, also, look at
Kosovo.
this.
You can see Kosovo checking. They're looking at game plans. They're checking their game plans. I would not be surprised if they're getting intel to find out what the scores are in other games.
And also, look at this. Trinidad and Tobago has no chance, but look at how he's crafting this game, because every game counts.
Every game does, absolutely, and especially, as we said, when you're on the live stream and when you're representing your country, especially if you're coming from a nation that's trying to develop their esport program, these are the types of games where you can say, well, actually, hey, yes, I may not have won the first game, but this is the level I can show you and try and kind of grow their game.
And these
nationally.
are like milestones on each nation's.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Program.
On their esports program, the IESF, the World Esports Championships, is something that they will desire to be at, and they won't just desire to be here just to make up the numbers. They'll want to progress, and they'll want to do some damage.
Of course, of course. And here we are.
It's going to be the final game of the stream here today.
And you also compare with other countries from your region. How many points did they get? How many points did you get?
Absolutely.
It's not just about who passes and who doesn't.
Yeah. It's not. It can sometimes be not a little bit of bragging rights between them, but certainly there'll be discussions between nations of, well, how did your guy do? Oh, how did my guy do? And there'll certainly be that discussion. Now, they've been in a pretty tough group, both of these two teams. So see the ball go over the top here. Mason Mount across the box, looking for Rashford. He was just a little bit on his heels, and the ball is going back into the box. Bruno Fernandes, good save. A great reactionary clearance, and it's a great reactionary clearance again.
Very good tactical start from Manchester United.
Kosovo looking to finish the job early. But as you said, party poopers may be here. It's Gabriel Jesus. It's in the back of the net. Trinidad and Tobago take the lead.
And it's like the change of strategy start to pay off. 5 minutes, one counter-attack, and he's 1-0.
What a start for Trinidad and Tobago. Brilliant on the break, which is kind of what we've seen of their gameplay. We hadn't seen enough of it, and all of a sudden the freedom that Arsenal give you with Saka, with Jesus, with Martinelli, with Ødegaard, there's so many weapons that they have that are, as we say, you have one play style with them, which is counter-attack, because physically they can't match up against the Manchester United with the likes of Lindelof, Varane, Casemiro. You've got to find another way through, and certainly Trinidad and Tobago look like they have done at the moment. It's going to be Martinelli down the left-hand side.
He will not make the same game as he did on the first one with so much possession, so much carrying of the ball. We should be faster with Arsenal, with through balls, with aerial balls.
Absolutely, and more importantly, this will be the game that he'll look to and say, hey, actually, this is where I put myself on the map, as Jesus looks to try and get the ball through. It's broken back down here for Anthony. He's got options in front of him, but there's a long bit of distance between them, and that's not going to get it done. Partey intercepts it. Here's Saka.
And you may see that Trinidad Tobago loses the ball when he starts to carry it.
Certainly he does. As he moves that ball, he's a lot better in transition and in terms of moving that ball progressively than he is holding on to it. It's going to be Bruno Fernandes here for Kosovo. Can he make the inroads? Fernandes with a super cancel, looking to just draw out the defenders. As you can see, Declan Rice now pulled out of position here. Mount looking back in towards Anthony. The goalkeeper comes out and takes it into his hands, and Ramsdale will be very happy to collect that. And Trinidad and Tobago, again, as we said, be careful of the second game.
Yes.
The second game.
Yes, when you have nothing to lose, you have a lot to win.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly Trinidad and Tobago will win a lot of fans with this performance, especially from Armenia and from Jordan. They'll very much be fans of them after this if they can kind of derail the Kosovo charge up the table. Here's Bruno Fernandes, and it's taken away again. Partey down the line looking for Saka. Ball over the top. Saka's got away from his marker. Can he find a ball into the box? He's going to turn back and find it into the box instead there. But Bruno Fernandes will take it away. Excellent defending, and it's a great dummy here from Kosovo. Ball across. To Mason Mount and Declan Rice intercepts. It's almost like I saw the future.
Now is Kosovo the one who counter-attacked.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Barry has said all the way through this entire tournament, once you concede, your plan A goes out the window and you have to go in the attack. And that is where players can be their most dangerous. Beautiful bit of skill there from Kosovo. It's cleared away by Rob Holding.
Yeah, it's like Kosovo seems a little bit nervous.
They know what's at stake, or potentially at stake. Of course, they can only do, as you said, they can only do what they can do. They can't really worry about what's happened elsewhere until the end of this game.
Yeah, but for sure,
it'll be playing on their mind. It will certainly be playing on their mind that they need the win. They need the win just to put themselves in the conversation.
I think that for sure they didn't expect to be losing this game at this stage so early.
I don't believe so. I don't believe they would have been expecting this at all after the way the first game had gone.
Exactly.
All down the line here. It's
Jadon
Sancho. Sancho looking in towards Mason Mount, and it's dispossessed again. We talk about that DMF position so much, but Declan Rice has been a thorn in a lot of team sides when he's played as Arsenal. He's a tall, he's a physical presence, so he can just disrupt that attacking flow that you might see from Fernandes and Sancho. But he does get a corner here, Kosovo, and the ball's going to go into the box. Tries to flick it on.
We spoke about how well he counter-attacked, but
ball into the back post. Sancho's on his own. He's tried to head it across.
Let's not forget how better the defense is in this second match from Trinidad Tobago while using Arsenal.
And certainly you can see the tactical changes there as well, putting defensives on your defenders just to keep them back and just to keep them solid. Again, we say this about teams. You learn a lot about that first game because you know where the pitfalls are. We saw it with Cams earlier, that you drew 1-1, goes into the second game, beats Algeria 3-0.
Exactly.
So these guys will be learning all of the time, and as we said, it takes a lot to learn quickly. But as we have certainly seen here from Trinidad and Tobago, having fantastic value in this second game here. There's Saka.
It's like Arsenal fits his play style
Absolutely.
very much better.
It's Declan Rice in towards Gabriel Jesus. Jesus looking for a ball over. There's no added time here. It's going to go over halfway, and there may be one more opportunity here.
This may be the last.
This will be the last, most definitely. Rashford back towards Mount. Rashford again. Rashford double touch. Rashford into the box. Good save from Ramsdale.
Whoa.
Cleared away. Not enough time for the corner. It will go to the half.
That save is so important.
Such a good save. And so important. And you can see just how tight it is and how cagey it's got. 3 shots in total between both teams.
Exactly. And this save is as important as the goal.
Absolutely. Sometimes you goalkeepers, they'll make errors. Sometimes they'll win you games.
Yes,
certainly.
just ask Emi Martinez.
Absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth as Saka runs it out of play.
Yeah, because first of all, you have to save the ball. And second is France.
Yeah. Yeah, they picked up on it in the Twitch chat. They really did. They did pick it up on it. They did pick up on it as the ball is there with Rafael Varane. Speaking of French, here's Bruno Fernandes. Here is Jadon Sancho. Sancho across the way. Casemiro, Bruno Fernandes. Kosovo looking to build up. But again, Declan Rice just playing destroyer and playing spoiler in that midfield.
And right now, if you are the Trinidad Tobago player, you say, why didn't I pick Arsenal in the first game?
It's those butterfly effect moments. We could be sitting in a parallel universe somewhere where actually picks Arsenal the first game and wins, and then it's no longer a discussion. But ball is coming down the right-hand side here. It's going to go into the box, looking around here from Thomas Partey. Declan Rice, Ødegaard. Martinelli looking for Saka again, but the ball is cleared away. Sancho, again, as always, he's getting free on that left-hand side, but Ødegaard again playing spoiler in midfield. It's almost as though Trinidad have set up in that kind of spoiler formation to say, okay, well, actually, we're going to put one on the board here. And then themselves have had a pretty good tournament. They've picked up 12 points so far.
And look now how the tables turned.
It's Gabriel Martinelli. Martinelli's got great inroads. Oh, he's back-heeled it and he's got into trouble. But Martinelli looks to steal the ball again. It's Gabriel Martinelli. It's deflected and saved. And it's away by Luke Shaw.
It's amazing how the play changed from the first match to the second match. It seems like it's another people.
Absolutely. It's like two people have just... It's just like they've taken over both controllers and it's a completely different game here.
Exactly.
But it's a wonderful ball. Wonderful ball. Out towards Anthony. Will he shift it onto his left foot? It's his favoured left foot. Ball into the box. Rashford against Ramsdale. Ball is cleared away, though, and it is out.
What a great opportunity he wasted.
He had such a break on, but the issue is, of course, with the, as we said, with the uniform ratings and the stat balancing, as we said, to use the gaming parlance, it nerfs some of the speed that you have at your disposal.
Exactly.
So, of course, with the players trying to catch up with you, you've got to play the ball, because if they're not quick enough, and then they're certainly not strong enough from a Arsenal perspective, or from a Manchester United perspective, especially with Anthony, you've got to take that into account.
You will get knocked out.
Now, of course, United do have an array of talented youngsters at their disposal. One of them is Palestri, who we know very well in terms of his capabilities. And I believe that there is also, you can see there's a move to an attack. They know, Kosovo know they need a goal.
Yes.
And they need more than a goal. They don't just need one, they need two.
Yeah. So he has to risk all that.
It's an all or nothing play.
All in.
Or as they say in American football, it's the Hail Mary.
Exactly.
It's you are saying a prayer and hoping it gets there.
Exactly. So this is the beauty of this game. If you watch the first game, you say, okay, this for Kosovo is so easy. Well, it's not.
No, yeah. You watch the first game, you're like, oh, okay, well, I can go to bed now because I know how this one finishes. Absolutely not. This is such a different game versus what we've seen already as Declan Rice tries to play the ball forward. Rice. Here we go. Ball is broken free here. Rashford, he's got 3 in support. One of them's Martial, the other one is Palestri. And he's just peeled away.
It was 4 versus 3 and he lost the ball. He lost the possession.
Couldn't play the ball in the right place there, and inroads made down the right-hand side there. Here is Garnacho.
20 in-game minutes.
Mount. Could it be here? Palestri knocks it down. Palestri! Oh, it's just wide. Just wide there. But it's a good moment for Kosovo. They know they can make these chances, but they got to make them pay.
And they tried another kind of strategy. He was until this one, always trying to make a very secure shot. Well, he tried from outside of the box, and the ball went near, but not enough.
Absolutely, indeed. Down the left-hand side for Trinidad and Tobago, and again, this will be a moment for them if they can hold on to this lead. This will be a moment for them to savour on the live stream.
Yes, they need to hold to this goal.
They need to hold, and Kosovo need to push. The ball is down the wrong end here. Ball in towards Jesus. It's cleared away by Luke Shaw.
He needs to play fast now.
He does indeed. He does need to play fast. It's Kiritini down the left-hand side. Ball in. Erdegaard. Erdegaard, can he find a way in here? Yes, he looks to have got away from his defender, Tierney. Jesus free in the box. Just can't get away from his defender. Momentarily showed up for him. But instead, it's down the other end. Here is Palestri. 10 in-game minutes left here. The ball is not good enough. Although the ball will be recycled. Here's Garnacho. Garnacho. It's in towards Rashford, and it's cleared away again. It's good defensive work there from Trinidad and Tobago. They've certainly improved.
Yeah.
But the ball has been given away here.
They improved a lot. Let's see if
Palestri
they can hold
over
the
the
pressure.
top, looking for Rashford. Knocked across. Oh, Martial! Equaliser for Kosovo.
They could not. We were saying, can they stand the pressure? Well,
they
the
gambled
answer is
everything.
No.
They've gambled everything. They moved to 4-2-4. They know that they need a goal here.
But this is not enough.
It's not enough. It's not enough at this point in time, certainly. They need at least 6 points from this tie. They already have 3 of them. Erdegaard looks to drill the ball in, and Bailly will clear it away.
By now, 4.
Here's Wan-Bissaka on the counter-attack. Here's Palestri. There's 2 Argentinian wonder kids on either side here for you, Ferreira. There really is. Here is Martial. Here's Rashford, who's looking for one of them in Garnacho. And now it's got a bit panicky here. Mount into Palestri. Palestri tries to pull the trigger. Brought down to the box. Corner given.
It's the last
3 or 4 minutes left on the clock, plus any stoppage time. These are the moments that can make a tournament.
Emotions to the end.
It's going to be looking for Rafael Varane. He's going to flick it on. It's to Palestri. Oh, he's fired it over the bar.
He will dream with that.
What a chance that fell to. Palestri 6 yards out. Put too much power on the volley, and it goes flying over the bar.
Sometimes when you want so desperately the goal, you do these kind of things.
It's not over yet, though.
No, there's still
Martial.
one chance.
Palestri. Can he get a little bit of trigger there? Palestri looking in for Martial. It's going to go straight through to Ramsdale. There's 2 minutes left here. Can Trinidad score, or will they give one more opportunity to Kosovo? And it's a free kick, and it's going that way, and it's not going the way of Kosovo. It's going the way of Trinidad and Tobago.
This may be
the
end of this match.
This could be it.
He needs to hold the ball. If he wants this tie, he needs to hold the ball.
He may just have to. He's gone wide here. He's given the ball away. Can Kosovo get it forward? They are looking forward. They have not got it forward. And as a result, this will finish as a draw. Maybe it won't. It's a through on goal for Trinidad and Tobago. They've cleared it away only as far as it looks like El Neni drives in. And that's going to be the final whistle. So Armenia and Jordan have qualified through to the playoffs in Group A. We can say that with certainty because Kosovo needed 6 points. They only got 4.
That's true, my friend. And this is where this tournament ends for both of these teams.
Absolutely.
They gave a good show.
Absolutely. Both teams showed their qualities in either game. You know, Kosovo took that game away in the first game. Incredibly good. But you could just sense the pressure that was there from Trinidad and Tobago in that second one. Once they put that goal in, the seed of doubt was there, and all of a sudden...
And for him, unfortunately, it was a little bit too late. If he could make that goal 15 minutes earlier...
15 in-game minutes earlier, maybe that changes it, maybe that... But of
he
course,
was also not precise.
Of course, we're talking in maybes now.
Yeah,
we will never know. We will never know. We're going to wait and see our final graphic of the group. So we'll kind of just have a little bit of a preamble just of what we've seen over these 2 days.
So,
I mean, you know, we've seen, Turkey, Argentina, we've seen Spain, we've seen Italy and Poland, we've seen Serbia and Saudi Arabia.
From the teams that you saw, which is the one that you think won more clear?
Well, I think if you're talking about convincing victories, you're looking at Romania in terms of how they beat Nepal, like on the stream that we're looking at. But we're going to have to wait and see whether they carried that form through.
We will have a surprise with
We
that.
may just have a surprise on that score. But I think if you're looking for convincing games, or at least games that you can look at and go, that's a team, or those are two teams. Saudi Arabia versus Serbia was one. It really was. It went right down.
Me, Spain. Mestre
looks.
Miguel Mestre did a class.
I mean, I saw some social media posts from him before he came out, and he basically said, "Look, I'm here to win this thing." Like he was like, "I know you're not meant to have an ego," but he was like, "No, I feel confident. I feel ready. I feel like this is my time."
Yes.
And certainly from what he did against Bhutan earlier on, you wouldn't bet against him. But as we say, of the runners and riders that we've seen, Japan look very good. You look at teams like, as we said, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, Turkey and Argentina. But then, of course, we've got to look and see where they've qualified, or at least where they've come in.
And if we talk about the Spanish players, the Holy Trinity. Maybe Alex Alguacil, Jose, and Mestre. So Mestre may be the Neymar in this trio, and he says, "Now is my time." What you said?
That's a valid. I wouldn't necessarily say that's a valid shout, because in terms of how Mestre is as an individual, he seems to be that kind of. He's like the quiet pack leader. Like as we know from domestically, it's domestically done. We'll see the head-to-head here for this game because it was so intriguing, and we'll come back to those points as well.
We can speak about this hours and days.
Oh, absolutely. But you can see there from Slick, only one goal from 4 shots and 2 on target. But that goal was vital in the way that this tournament has now worked out for against in terms of Kosovo.
It was so important for
it was
this group.
so important. The passes intercepted were relatively the same.
Yes.
Passes successful. You had more from Trinidad.
Yes.
You saw more passes attempted by Trinidad as well. So it just goes to show. But in terms of what we're now going to see from that Group A, and again, I'm referring to my cheat sheet here, folks. As you can kind of see here, it's going to be Israel that top that group. And again, Israel, we haven't really spoken about Arel Daniel, but Arel Daniel has quietly, I would say, from my experience, one of the best players in Europe. So he's just quietly snuck in.
Interesting. Also, we haven't seen also Germany.
We haven't seen Germany or Portugal, but I think we've got the graphic, and we can see what this is going to do for everything.
Let's see how the things are now with the group stage completed.
So I will take a look at groups A through D. You've got Israel, who top the group. As we said, they go straight through to round 2. Armenia and Jordan in the playoff there. Really good matchup to see. You've got France, who qualified, as we saw. Group B is Bahrain and Malta in the playoff to get through to the next stage.
So
Group
perhaps
C,
the first surprise here is Algeria being just because of
goal difference.
average.
It was so tight in that group.
Yes.
You also look at Group C. Iran, as we saw, Hassan Pajani kind of almost roll back the years and find that form. Didn't lose a game in the group stage. You've got Greece and Georgia in the playoff there. As we had not mentioned yet, and I heard this a lot from the Twitch chat. Portugal, clapped by MV. Again, slowly appearing as one of those players in Europe you can start to look at. He's topped his group, and Uruguay v Belgium.
Uruguay that we didn't have in Bali at the playoffs. Well, here they are.
Belgium have
second.
had a great showing here again, just edging out Kazakhstan by a point. And I believe, looking at that is going to be an interesting tie to look at. And you'll just look at just how close some of these games were. Armenia and Jordan, it's 3 points between them.
Exactly.
It's so close.
Exactly. So let's see the other groups, how this continues. So we have Israel, France.
Let's have a look and see. Group E. So you've got Japan, and you've got, as we saw at the top of the show, Turkey and Argentina will get a rerun in the playoffs, which I wouldn't want to be on the plane home for one of those two.
That
and Japan,
would be amazing.
Of course, it does just go to show, Japan not lost a game in the group stages, chose their level. Panama, that we've not mentioned, they top their group. Azerbaijan versus Uzbekistan, that'll be a little bit of a derby. You've got Morocco, you've got Iraq, and as you mentioned, the slight shock, Romania slip into the playoff, and that's a very difficult game against Iraq.
Exactly. And I was talking with Urma, and he said, I need to improve a little bit. And on Group H, Netherlands with Indominator, this legend is on the top. Vietnam and
versus Colombia. That'll be such a good game. That'll be such a good game. We'll have to obviously see what the fixture gods want to give us when we go and watch the playoffs, but certainly that will be an interesting. I saw a lot of people asking about Colombia earlier on and how they were getting on, and as you mentioned, South American fandom, it just follows them everywhere.
So we have more groups for you.
Yeah, we're right down to Group P, so we've got 2 more pages, if my alphabet is correct. Germany, of course, a lot of people asked about after Mednasa. He tops his group.
Yes.
So he avoids the playoffs, and it's Malaysia versus South Africa.
Nice.
Of course, the Arsenal style in Group J. Yes. Again, Mexico, brilliant throughout the group stage, didn't drop a point. Or, sorry, didn't lose a game, should I say. Luxembourg versus Egypt. We saw both of those 2 teams on live stream. We've seen the levels that they can kind of give out here. Chile topping their group. We saw that earlier. They've topped their group by goal difference against Thailand, who have obviously now fallen into the playoff against Norway. Indonesia, who is not Elga, who is not here. It's a different representative, but the result still stays the same.
They still top the...
And Ukraine and Bulgaria in their playoff, and we've got the final page to come to you now.
Very interesting results. Like, still, we don't have surprises.
Here's one. Here's a very big surprise. Group M. Although I favoured him before the tournament, Goat and Iniesta in the same group as Syria, and as Roxa in Group M, Serbia are out, into the playoffs. But look at how close it is.
Yes.
One goal. One goal separates the two players, and as a result, Serbia fall into the playoff against Syria. Brazil topped their group. They recovered well. They had a little bit of a shaky start. They recovered well. Wales versus Bosnia and Herzegovina. That'll be a good game. We saw both of those teams yesterday.
Of course.
Both had a very good start to their tournament. Poland topped their group. Ostrobuk tops his group, and Italy versus the UAE. We know both of those teams are very, very well equipped.
Very good.
So that'll be a good one. And of course, as you talk Spanish-speaking countries, Spain topped their group, level on points with Peru, who play Slovenia. So
a lot of people were asking on the chat about Peru.
I saw a lot of people. Yeah,
you will see it.
Yeah, there you go. You can see the level that we can see. As we said, in terms of the teams that have qualified in those 3 places, you can see that every group is stacked with talent that is then going to come through. So the games you're going to see going forward, I mean, they're going to be absolute fireworks.
Can we say that all of the favorites are still on the tournament?
Well, you can
out.
certainly say that they are still with an opportunity of getting to round 2.
Yeah.
But certainly it looks like we are all ready to go. So we will be back, I believe it is on the 1st of September.
Exactly. I want to say thank you very much to all of our team. We are sweating more than us. This is a lot because we are sweating like crazy. I want to thank, of course, to our friend Barry. It's amazing. Be working. Last year we were 2. This year we are 3. Next year we will be 4.
Yeah, with the 3 amigos, then we're going to be the 4 musketeers. That's how it's going to work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again.
See you on September 1st, once again at this channel. Thanks. Okay.